Very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston for this County Championship game between Warwickshire and Essex, the opening day for the final home game of the season on this ground. And the two teams, well, the first team is emerging, that's Essex, who've won the toss today and put Warwickshire into bat. They've been led out by the umpires first and foremost, Graham Lloyd and Neil Pratt taking charge of this game. And they're followed out by the Bears openers with their jumpers on. It's quite a pleasant morning actually, plenty of blue sky in between the clouds, and the weather is expected to be set fair pretty much for the 4 days of this game. Now, Essex have preferred Noah Thane to Luke Benkenstein in their team today, so running through their 11: Dean Elgar, Robin Dast, Tom Westley, Matt Critchley, Paul Walter, Michael Pepper, Noah Thane, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. For Warwickshire, no Jacob Bethel because he's away on England duty. Michael Ray has gone back to New Zealand now ahead of his new season with Canterbury. So the team is Rob Yates, Alex Davis the captain, Will Rhodes, Sam Hain, Hamza Sheikh, Ed Barnard, Michael Burgess, Danny Briggs, Craig Miles back in the 11, Ollie Hannon-Dolby and Chris Rushworth. Michael Booth would have played, the young overseas pace bowler, but he's picked up a side injury which has ended his season. Shay Simmons, who played against Essex in the reverse fixture, is also out injured. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. We will be joined in half an hour's time by Paul Newton from BBC Radio Essex. Also here, Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club. He'll be joining us during the course of the day. We'll have a special guest this afternoon. More on that later. But I'm delighted to say that I'm joined first up by Mel Farrell.
I'm back.
Oh. So that was very Jack Nicholson. Oh, it's The Shining.
And that is the reaction I often get. Horror, pure horror. No, it's wonderful to be back here and enjoying some beautiful autumn sunshine. I'm quite happy if it stays like this for the next month.
And here you are in scooting distance from your flat. It's perfect for you.
I know. I only got back last night. I was over in Ireland for the women's series over there, so flew in from Dublin. My taxi had a flat tyre on the way home, so it took me 2 hours to get a few miles from the airport home. So that's why my voice sounds especially husky.
No, that's your excuse. You're sticking to it. So Essex winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. We are back to a Duke's ball, and it's going to be Porter to bowl the first ball of the match to Yates, who defends back into the bowler's follow through. It's a sort of greyish brown looking surface, 1 or 2 flecks of green, but not too much there. Short boundary on the Priory side. That's the side of the ground that we're on for this game, which is a switch from the last couple of home games here. And two sides who are probably in that position where they're going to be okay to be in this division next year. In Essex's case, probably now not going to be able to go on to challenge for the title. We'll talk more about them with Paul later. Warwickshire just need a few points to make themselves safe after the draw against Worcestershire last week. As Yates awaits Porter, who's round the wicket, onto the pads. Yates wants to flick it round the corner, but he can't. So it'll be a lot of eyes will be on Surrey and Somerset in their games this week.
I love this part of the season, I've got to tell you. It's something that, growing up in Australia, I just never really appreciated or understood the whole promotion relegation thing. And it was what made me fall in love with the county championship, was the drama that comes at the end of the season.
Porter, those broad shoulders pumping as he comes in. Pushed up towards mid-on by Yates, no run. 3 slips and a narrow gully, maybe 4 slips actually. So what you're saying is you're not looking at the end of season excitement between New South Wales and Queensland in quite the same way.
No. Well, there's no promotion and relegation. It's not really part of Australian sporting culture because we're smaller in population. So it's just never been a real thing.
Relegate Victoria and bring in Northern Territories. Porter is clipped behind square. That was nice and straight. Might have been an LBW candidate for a moment there, Yates, but he got a thick inside edge on it. Squirts down towards long leg where the fielding is done by Cook. And it's 1 without loss. Now, it's funny. Last night, I say it's funny. Due to the bizarre nature of Birmingham City Football Club, for the second time in 12 months, I found myself interviewing Tom Brady, the NFL legend, 7-time Super Bowl winner, who's now got a minuscule stake in Birmingham City. And one of the questions I asked him was about Do you have to explain to your American friends the concept of relegation? Because of course they got relegated in May. His answer involved a word I had to bleep for subsequent broadcast.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tell me later.
Yeah.
You can mouth it. What was it?
I can't mouth it. I can't mouth it because of the nature of the early sound. That's a clue. Over the wicket now to the right-hander comes Porter, and that's left outside off stump. There was good carry through there, went above bail height on its way through.
Well, the fact that the football was on last night was part of my drama in getting home, because we left the airport and got the flat tyre, and so we're sitting there while my taxi driver was trying to fix it, along with the help of someone else who'd come along. By the time he found me another driver to take me home, we ran right into the football traffic.
Oh, and there was a lot of it last night, that's for sure, both pre and post match. This is turned into the leg side by Davis, and there's no running. One without loss, Warwickshire at the end of a tidy first over from Porter. Yeah, I mean, there were nearly 28,000 people at that game last night, so it would cause a few issues.
Well, I reckon there were 20,000 walking along the roads surrounding my taxi as we crawled towards my flat. So it was, yes, pretty interesting way to get home in the end. But I'm back. It's nice to be back.
Yeah, I think I've seen you since the Oval early in the season, so it's good to see you.
Yeah, I've been around a bit since the start of June. But yeah, it really is lovely to be back. It's going to be Sam Cook with the new ball from the pavilion end. Yates taps his bat, waits, 4 slips in, and that whistles past the outside edge of the bat. It's giving Yates something to think about. I just think that Essex, well, there has been obviously a bit of the drama, being docked those points. And the controversy around that, I don't think much fires up a team like that. Yeah. Someone whose mum is from Essex said, "You do not rile up people from Essex." And I reckon the players are riles. Could be interesting. In comes Cook once more. And that one has just fallen short of the diving 4th slip fielder. So a little edge there. Well, for Warwickshire, it's been a funny season, hasn't it? Just the one win,
yeah,
but a lot of draws that have kind of kept them in mid-table.
They had a bit of luck last week with the weather. I think it's fair to say they were second best for pretty much the entire game against Worcester.
I was following that one along. It looked like they were in quite a bit of trouble. In comes Cook once more, and that's firmly defended on the front foot by Yates. Just back to the bowler. But yeah, it's the time of year, isn't it, when you just start looking at scorecards everywhere, because it just, everything seems so much more focused, so much more intense. And Somerset, with that late push in the season, it just, God, it almost felt like they've come out of nowhere.
Yeah, that final hour against Surrey last week was quite something.
In comes Cook once more again, just defended on the front foot by Yates. It was amazing watching that footage last week of that final over. Nothing like seeing all the players fielding around the bat and the drama of the spinner coming in.
It's got to be good for the sport. If that race goes to the final week, and it might not, if Surrey win this week and Somerset don't, then that could finish it off. But the prospect of it going to the final week would be tremendous.
I hope it does. I love that so much. In comes Cook once more, and this one is just played nicely with an open face down to the deep 3rd boundary. That was a lovely stroke, and my first boundary for Yates. Just settling the nerves a bit. He was being a bit tested by Cook.
Yeah, it's been a nice line up until that particular delivery, which just gave it a little bit of room for it to get his arms moving, and guides it through the area between the slips and point. That was certainly a shot in control. But up until that point, I mean, Cook, the thing he does is he just puts the ball on that nice line and asks questions, and you have to be pretty patient as a batter against him.
So Cook turns, and starts running in once more, bowls. It's back to the forward defence. This time the ball rolling up to mid-on. So the end of a probing over and a nice little contest between Yates and Cook, and Warwickshire a 5 for none.
Yeah, so yeah, from the Bears' point of view, it has been a disappointing season in the Championship. I think there are 1 or 2 games where they had a bit of bad luck with weather as well. But taking 20 wickets has not necessarily been easy, although that's been true for quite a few counties this year. Consistency in overseas player hasn't been there, in that they saw rather less of Hassan Ali than they would have expected. Michael Ray was a fill-in bid. He happened to be in the country and he played a few games. He certainly gave his all with the ball in the games that he played. And then the injury to Michael Booth, who will I think at some point next summer qualify as an English player. But they haven't had that consistency in the attack. As Porter comes in, and that one goes past the edge of Davis. Really quite up by the handle. The bounce there is pretty good. The carry through to Michael Pepper. Here's a good look at that length. There's a prod, Alex Davis, who's been in tremendous nick. He's enjoyed the Kookaburra matches this season, Alex Davis, on his route to 1,000 championship runs. He needs I mean, he's answered his critics at the top of the order, which whilst captaining the side, as he tries to get off the mark here through mid-wicket, but a diving stop prevents that going through by a process of elimination. Is that Thane? Trying to work out the number on the shirt there. It looked like it was single digits, and I haven't seen anybody else with single digits. 8.
8.
Yeah. I think it might be, because he's not on the scorecard. It's him rather than Benkenstein who in the end made it. You don't get many single digit numbers on squads these days. None in the Warwickshire team today. Davis awaits again, short, and he turns this down towards long leg, just for a single. Moving across to his right was Robin Das to do the fielding. 6 without loss, Warwickshire.
You can see a real change too in the seasons. Just looking at how long the shadows are.
Yeah.
At this time, the players, it's got that late afternoon feel about it. They'll shorten, of course, but we are so lucky to have this beautiful autumn weather. I often think the weather's better in autumn.
You do need your cardigan at this time of year. Round the wicket now comes Porter to Yates, and he tucks him up with the angle there, speared in towards leg stump, forced away by Yates. The floodlight pylon on the near right-hand corner from where we are, so the right-hand side of the pavilion, the shadow is cast almost all the way to Rob Yates' heels on the diagonal there. That's about 100-metre run, isn't it? From
well, I think that's what I first noticed. That's why I mentioned the lengthening shadows.
Yates is forward this time, pushes it out to the offside. They think about a single. No, says Yates, and Davis scuttles back at the non-striker's end. Bit of bird song we can hear at the moment. The crane count, I'm not going to get to the crane count too early in the day, because I always like to look at the city end and Birmingham end as it is now and count the cranes. There's one area where they're absolutely ram-packed, and we always tease that it'd be a lovely city when it's finished, but then there are more plans for more high rises in that area that have been announced in recent weeks. The cranes will be back as Yates is trapped in front, but look at it here, pushing forward, and the umpire has given him out. It was a very, very convincing appeal, and it's hit him on the back pad, I think, and probably would have taken the top of middle stump. And Rob Yates is gone for 5. The early breakthrough for the man in form, Jamie Porter.
Well, that is a huge breakthrough early on. Wonderful way to start the morning for the visiting side. It looked pretty good. A little bit difficult to tell from the angle if you're watching on the stream.
There we go, you get a better view of it here.
You do. Bit straight on. Just angled the ball in, really. Not a bad shout at all.
Yeah, the only question the umpire had to ask himself is whether it had hit in line, because it was going to hit the stumps for sure. And looking at that replay, absolutely.
Absolutely plumb. You'd have to say that did look adjacent. We got to the replay that showed it more clearly, and that was a good shout by the umpire.
And out will come Will Rhodes for what is his final home game. That's why there's a lingering round of applause. The former Bears skipper who served the county really well, heading off to Durham next season. But in the last 2 weeks, a double 100 that helped them to victory over Kent, and then a big 100 last week to save the match against Worcestershire. So he's ending on a high, and Mark Robinson makes the point that Will Rhodes often scores a lot of runs in September. It's been part of his career, and they could do with some today after that early wicket.
Yeah, that breakthrough coming in, leaving Warwickshire 6 for 1. That really was lovely, warm applause. It's hard to see where all the fans are. There might be a lot below us. There's quite a few opposite us, of course, because that's where the sun is shining. Whereas the holly stands, only a couple of people on that side. Bit different to what it was from the videos that I saw from finals day a few days back.
Nice touch, by the way, because Rhodes at the non-striker's end, that was the final ball of the third over. But Tom Wesley went up and shook his hand as well, as he understands it. There is a sense of occasion when you've served a county and led them to the county championship title in his time here, Will Rhodes.
In comes Cook, right arm over. That's just clipped to the right of mid-wicket, so no run there. It's fielded cleanly.
And your modern cricketer, you know, this era, they think nothing now of changing counties, because it would never have been done in the 70s or 80s, or very rarely would a player move on. But it's not unusual now to see players who maybe you go through 3 or 4 counties in a career.
It's a business as Cook is in, bowls. Just defended to the right, or left of the bowler rather. So no run again. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's a business now, isn't it? And of course, because there's different formats, you've got some that end up with white ball contracts and on loan for this period and that period. It does become quite difficult sometimes, I think, for fans to follow.
Yeah, no, it can.
Where are they now?
You can double that with the women's game, with all that's going on at the moment, the conversion to counties.
Yeah. In comes Cook again, and this time he's just bowled a little bit straight onto the pads. That's clipped away nicely by Davies through mid-wicket for his first boundary.
It's a beautiful piece of timing through mid-wicket, that was. That's the longer boundary over there. It's probably the longest part of the ground, the way that the rope is set up today. And it's whistled through.
Yeah, just making it a little bit easier for him, though, Cook, by just straying onto the pads a bit, a little bit straight. 10 for 1 it is now, so Davies getting in on the boundary action.
It's hard to judge what there is yet in this surface today, because what you've got is 2 highly skilled opening bowlers who even in benign conditions can make something happen.
In comes Cook once more. It was full. There's half a shout there, but it was well defended in the end with a big stride down the pitch by Davies.
Just to back up my thought about people changing counties, there's quite a difference between these two sides. The Warwickshire 11 today, 8 of them have played for another county previously out of 11. That's quite a high number. I think it's fair to say. For Essex, if you count Dean Elgar as having played for other counties, but obviously he's the overseas, I think Matt Critch is the only other one. Might double check something, but I think he might be.
Cook is in, bowls, and that has just squared up Davies. Looked very uncomfortable. In the end, he got enough on it for the ball just to dribble down to the circle, just heading on its way down to long leg. Picked up, so at the end of that over, they've run through for a single.
That's not quite the end, is it? No, it's just a...
No, it isn't. Oh, God, I've got ahead of myself.
Yeah.
I've got to get myself over this. I am a bit tired, I've got to admit, after getting back and spending 2 hours sitting on the side of the road waiting for an Uber to...
You say that. I was draining my heart and soul describing that football match that you just alluded to. So,
okay. Let's play this game, shall we? It's a competition.
You started it.
Oh, hi. I'm Richard and I'm 5 years old.
Yeah, that's about right. Give or take 50. Yeah.
Oh, we've got 4 days of this. Let's not blow it all at once. Rhodes is on strike now as in comes Cook, and he just clips that one to point. No run.
To be fair, you're lucky. You've only got me today and potentially day 4. So,
Oh.
I'm off to Brighton for football tomorrow, so you can't.
No, that makes me sad. I always enjoy your company. It's 11 for 1, by the way, at the end of the over. And in fact, I mean, you are a bit of a knight in shining armour.
It's good you got that right. the spoonerism there could be horrendous, but yeah.
That was close.
That was very close to what Tom Brady said.
Yes. Because you brought me my sunglasses that I left at the Oval in, I think, April.
April, yeah. I think it was end of April, start of May, something like that. A new over to start with Porter, and that's a bit of a loose shot from Davis. It will go for 4 through a rather square third, but he's thrown everything at that, trying to play it probably through mid-off. And he's got an edge, and it's, again, gone very quickly through. I don't think the outfield will be at its quickest at this time of year, but that's gone to the boundary pretty rapidly. Davis to 9, Warwickshire 15 for 1. Now, I remember picking it up and thinking, oh, I'm bound to bump into Mel at some point. and then many months passed, and they were sat there in my bag, and every now and then I look at them wistfully. I mean, it brought back such memories.
You didn't occasionally sort of put them on and pretend to be the epitome
to be you,
of...
yeah. I did a really corny Aussie accent. It was excellent. Oh well. Davis awaits again, and this time he's into line and defends the ball out into the offside, just probing off stump is Porter at the moment.
You see, I should have known that they would come back to me, those sunglasses, because they're cheap. So I have... whenever I have cheap sunglasses, they're indestructible, and it's like they have like a little homing pigeon inside that brings them back to me. If I ever spend anything more than about 20 quid on a pair of sunglasses, then they're sure to break. They always break.
If I'd known they were cheap, I'd have binned them. Porter into Davis, who defends that down the wicket. That hurried onto him a little bit. As he sliced through the line of it, Davis, but he has got an idiosyncratic technique, and it has got him over 1,000 runs in the season. But you see, you did say you prefer them to the ones that you turned up in today.
Yes, so, I do. I like those ones. They're not quite as big. The other ones I've got are very big. People say that when they see photos of me wearing those sunglasses, they cover half my face.
Davis, oh, it's an edge, and is he taken? That's a very good catch. That is well held by Critchley at third slip, and Porter has his second wicket of an excellent opening spell. Essex, having won the toss, have got rid of both Bears openers inside the first 20 minutes. 15 for 1. Davis caught by Critchley off Porter for 9.
Outstanding catch. It's the second time we've seen Porter find the edge and draw the edge from Davies too in that over. The first time he was lucky, it had just squirted between the point fielder and the slips, but on this occasion, well, it just gets in front of third slip, and it was so well taken. He had to get down very quickly, very low. He didn't take it far off the ground either.
It's a really good catch.
Really good. Yeah, he had to move to his right, get down very quickly. Great hands, great reflexes.
He's certainly got all 3 parts of the game in him, hasn't he, Critchley? Who has done well with the ball this season as well. Obviously, when he makes runs, he makes them attractively. But that's a very, very good catch. It brings Sam Hain to the wicket. Hain, who's had a peculiar old season, really, with injuries and illness. It's been a very disrupted year. But he comes to join Will Rhodes. And Essex absolutely justifying the decision they made at the toss. Breaking through twice in the first 28 balls here. And Porter moving a couple ahead of Ollie Hannon-Dolby in the race to be the leading wicket taker in County Championship Division 1 this season. They both targeting the 50 mark this week. They both came in on 46.
That's the other thing, isn't it? This time of year, you've got all those milestones and who's done what for the season, all adding that extra bit of interest. never know who it's going to be at the start of the season. Sometimes it's a real surprise, but very consistency of Han and Dolby to be able to be there and thereabouts almost every season, it seems.
You've got to love a landmark. The slips will stay lively here. Sam Haines having a good stretch before he takes strike. And Porter comes in again, those elbows pumping outwards. Hayne actually advances down the wicket here and leaves, and there are oohs and ahs as the slip cordon trying to make sure that he knows he was taking a liberty. It would have struggled to hit another set, in truth. But that line, a little bit of seam movement for Porter. Doesn't have to do a lot. I mean, it's just a really good line he bowled to Davis there.
Well, as I mentioned, he got the edge a couple of times. He'd found it. So if you keep finding the edge, you think eventually it's going to stick.
He's into Hayne again, who takes half a step down the wicket. He's just dropped that in shorter, and it goes through almost at chest height past Hayne. End of the 5th over, another successful one for Jamie Porter. He's taken 2 for 6. Warwickshire 15 for 2. Rhodes and Hayne, the 2 not-out batsmen, both yet to score.
It does seem like there's some good bounce, good carry in this pitch too. You just mentioned the bounce on that last one. And what's been the overall feeling then now? Because there was all the talk about the Kookaburra early on when I was here, and then we had it in and out. Did it calm down at first? It was... everyone was going bananas about it, weren't they?
I think it was a perfect storm in April. I'll come back to that thought.
As Sam Cooke is running in, is around the wicket. That's squirted off the outside portion of Rhodes' bat, but straight to, well, man, just backward of point.
I think part of it was that wickets were not as competitive as they might have been around the country in April for those first 2 rounds with the Kookaburra Bull because of the wet weather in March, and it was very difficult in terms of the preparation. And I think certainly here you ended up with some flat surfaces, and elsewhere you did. So that exacerbated the issues that they've got trying to work out how to bowl with the Kookaburra.
Rhodes waits as in comes Cook. That one just defended back to the bowler.
And then the last 2 weeks, I think you've seen bowlers have more success, seam bowlers. I think also the spinners have had more success around the country with it, because you've got the benefit of now having surfaces that are drier, so it's much better for them. So I think we saw better games of cricket. Perhaps not a surprise now that Warwickshire are struggling early on batting against one of the Duke's balls. Again against 2 very, very good opening bowlers.
And they've been fine so far. It is Cook at the moment. He's running in, bowls, and that one again has gone on. He's finding the outside edge of the bat. It's just managed to get past 4th slip. Diving, so got into a little bit of a gap. They have run a couple, but boy oh boy, they are finding the edges of these bats. Both these bowlers, they're really probing. As you said before, Richard, you don't need to get it moving much.
No. I mean, Sam Cooke, you can see from his reaction there, he's thinking, like, look, Jamie's getting the wickets, I'm bowling just as well. But that's sometimes how it happens when you're bowling in tandem.
Comes in once more, and this time, well, that has also gone, just found the inside edge, I think, there. It's ended up trickling down towards deep, fine leg. There was half a shout there. Very streaky stuff from Warwickshire at the moment, but that's because these opening bowling pair are doing a fine job.
Yeah, it's not easy. Not easy at all. And the ball isn't necessarily hooping. I mean, it's not doing a lot in the air. There's a little bit of seam movement, but not much. It's really good lines.
Well, I think it's almost more dangerous, isn't it, when it's not doing too much. When it's hooping so much, quite often you see a lot more plays and misses, or it's actually easier to leave because it's moving so much. But right now it's testing. Here's Cook in, bowls, and that one goes along the ground to 4th slip. Really hunting here. Yeah, it's just that, as long as you can just find either the inside edge or the outside edge, getting just enough movement.
It's a morning of false shots, basically.
Yes, been just really streaky.
Just that one beautifully timed boundary through mid-wicket from Alex Davis was the only shot of any conviction that we've seen in the best part of half an hour.
Yeah, been terrific opening bowling partnership, you would say. They've not let off. Here's Cook again over the wicket. And this time there's a shout. Has he gone? He has. He has got one now, Cook. Well, all that work rewarded. Hayne trapped in front. It looked pretty good too. They were straight up with the appeal. And it's all going horribly wrong for Warwickshire this morning. The third wicket to fall in this opening half-hour spell. But what a spell it has been from these two opening bowlers.
Hayne is trying to come down the wicket, but he hasn't really. I mean, that is plump. And it's just a little bit of nip back. The angle is in towards the pads, a little bit of nip back, and it's hitting relatively low down the pad and in front. And I don't think there's too much doubt about that one either. You know, looking at another time, could it have been heading down towards the leg side? I'm not sure. It looks pretty good to me, that man.
Oh, I think that was an absolute jaff up. Again, it's just that enough movement. The line was right, the angle was right, and then that little bit of nip back. Brilliant stuff. It's 18 for 3 now. Haynes' time at the crease was short-lived. Warwickshire in all sorts of trouble early on.
Yeah, it's I mean, huge advantage for Essex. Clearly a good toss to win, but most importantly, they've made really good use of it. They've put it in the right areas from the start. And a Warwickshire side that was bundled out cheaply at Worcester last week. It looks a bit like more of the same, doesn't it, I'm afraid, from their point of view. 3 down for 18. Hamza Sheikh, a youngster coming in now. It's a big ask for him. Barnard and Burgess, they back down to 7. But putting a competitive score on the board. And of course, they do want a few points to make sure they get over the line to safety. They will have to keep an eye on those teams who are trying to escape. Lancashire playing Somerset today, by the way. Lancashire are 21 for 1 in the 7th over. And it's Craig Overton who's taken the first wicket, removing Harry Singh for 7. Be an update for listeners of BBC Radio WM and BBC TWR in a few moments' time. Durham are batting first against Surrey at the Oval. Durham 25 without loss. Lees 14 and McKinney 9 early on. That's the second time they've taken a wicket with the final ball of an over as well. So Rhodes taking strike for the first time against Porter. Sheikh goes to the non-striker's end. Rhodes' 3 runs have come 2 off an outside edge and 1 off an inside edge as he leaves the ball alone outside off stump. Very steep set of slips here for Porter around the wicket to the left-hander. It's hard to tell now, but it was quite a sheer line. 4th slip is really quite close by the time you take the angle to the stumps.
Well, we did say it's not been moving a lot. It's just these very fine bits of seam movement that we're getting from the bowlers.
Porter into Rhodes again, and that takes the edge and goes for 4 through 3rd. Another false shot. 22 for 3.
In that case, they would have been better served with a gully rather than a 4th slip.
The ball is going through to the cordon very quickly. Not much breeze today.
It's about as glorious as a September day can be. I say that having shivered my way in this press box through April, where I was sitting on a heater, for anyone who was listening then, if you remember. Oh, now, lovely.
Rhodes awaits. Turns this towards mid-wicket along the deck. It's picked up by Thane and there's no run. So I'm going to do this timed update in a moment. So I'll, if I dominate for a few seconds, you'll understand why. Because hopefully you can't. Well, yeah, because you don't hear a cue when you're doing these reports. No. I'm just trying to make sure that you don't talk over me at the key moment. Hey, trying to keep it professional here. For once.
That was the first time.
I know. Could have an aspiration in life. Ball comes in round the wicket and has taken an edge onto the pads there. out into the leg side. But every batter who's been in so far is having some trouble trying to locate the middle of their bats, which is a credit to these two bowlers. Slater warming up because I think that Tom Wesley will want to keep these three going over the course of the first hour and a half to make full advantage of what they've done. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire in trouble having been put into bat. They're 22 for 3 and really struggling against the new ball attack of Porter and Cook. Rob Yates was the first to go, trapped LBW for 5. Alex Davis then nicked the ball to third slip, a good low catch from Critchley off the 9, and Sam Hain was trapped LBW by Sam Cook for a duck. Will Rhodes has edged 3 shots to earn 7 runs. He's just been joined by Hamza Sheikh. The Bears in trouble on 22 for 3. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston.
I feel like I'm caught up now.
As, this is driven by Rhodes with rather more authority through extra cover for 4. It was over-pitched by Porter. A rare error of length from him. And Rhodes took full advantage. He goes to 11. And it's 26 for 3 as we're about to have a double bowling change inside the commentary box. Phil Britt will come in to replace Mel. Will be back in half an hour. And Paul Newton. And I've got to prepare you because even though you won't be able to see him, you will be able to hear the shirt that he's wearing when he comes in here. Because it's a very vivid shirt that he's wearing. Not you, Phil. It's Paul's about to come in to take over from me. But good morning to you, Phil Britt.
Good morning. Morning, Richard. Morning, everybody. Well, Mel was saying I'm back. Well, 3 wickets in the first half hour. I think Warwickshire fans will be saying, could you go back to where you came from? Anyway, through 26 for 3. Cook is about to start his new over as Paul Newton is moving. He has got a bright shirt on. I've just realised what a bright shirt it is. As Cook's in bowls and raps Sheikh on the pad, runs away into the gully. There's no run. Hard work this morning for the Warwickshire batsman, and good reward. Porter 2 wickets, Cook 1, and Essex right on top here early on. I'd better say good morning to Paul. Morning, Paul.
Well, good morning, Phil, and a very interesting start.
Yes. So I've just been up in the press box and just standing behind the bowler's arm. There is a bit of movement there. It's not a huge amount, but enough to make it very difficult. It's Cook in, and Sheikh is forward to that one, running it away out into extra cover, and there's no run. 26 for 3. Rhodes, the only Warwickshire batsman so far to get into double figures. He's on 11. Still started this innings needing 46 to complete his 1,000 runs for the season after a big century for Warwickshire, which staved off defeat at New Road last week with the help of the weather coming to the rescue as well. Warwickshire not having the best of that game. Cook in, bowls, Sheikh is playing across the stumps. A big shout for LBW. Just the angle we're looking at doesn't help us with LBW's, Paul, does it? I haven't got the screen
No,
on, but,
I suspect that one is turned down. It might just have pitched outside leg. I think it was tracked right in front that may have pitched outside leg, which automatically disqualifies it for further consideration. Like you up in the press box where we get a bird's eye view on the television set up there, magnificent facility. And as you say, the ball's doing just enough to beat the bat on the inside if it hasn't moved the other way and taken the outside edge.
This Cook goes past the outside edge through to wicketkeeper Pepper, who sort of juggles it, but Sheikh not looking happy here.
No,
That's a Sheikh.
The one thing I would say, Phil, is that obviously the pitch is very helpful to the bowlers, but these two bowlers have bowled quite magnificently. They're hardly wasting a single delivery with the batsmen. I think they've left about 2 this morning so far. Otherwise, they've had to play at every ball, and the slip catching, particularly in that one from Critchley, pretty smart as well.
Absolutely. As Cook comes in again to bowl, Hamza Sheikh waits, and Cook is this time it's played away into out to cover point, but there's no run. Beautiful bright sunshine here at Edgbaston this morning. It's very fresh, it's chilly. If you're sitting watching the cricket at the moment, you can find a sheltered spot, which one or two have up against some of the hospitality boxes. I think it's warmer, but if you're not in that direct sunshine, and I think I'm just looking over to the Hollies stand. There are people in. There's 3 of them. Hollies stand. Bit of a change from Saturday when the 2020 finals were on. This one shake is again pushing right forward to. It's pad outside the line of the off stump, and a muted appeal. End of another really good over. 26 for 3. 11 to Rhodes. Shake still not yet scored.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where, regarding Essex, who've recently been fined 12 points for Rose Cushy in the very first game, using a bat that was deemed to be larger than the proper measurements. It does seem a harsh penalty, because was he trying to gain an unfair advantage? I very much doubt it. But people say all Essex have got to play for is pride. I don't agree with that. I think if you've got any competitive instinct at all, you put the lot in any situation, and Essex are doing that as Porter comes in and bowls to Rhodes, who leaves outside off stump.
Can you just, I don't explore all the detail, but just for those of us who don't know how that happened about the bat.
Well, it has to pass through a gauge, and rather like a ball when it's got swollen, it didn't. Now, Rose, I understand, had received his usual consignment of bats from the long-standing firm of Pope and Smith. Naturally, he didn't, I think there could be anything wrong with them.
Well, you don't measure them, do you, normally?
As the next ball is played to mid-wicket. I mean, my point would be, OK, it's been an infringement, but I would have felt 3 or 4 points was quite adequate. And as I say, the big question is, was he trying to seek an advantage? And I don't see how it would actually advantage you. You might take the edge, if you've got a slightly larger bat.
So how did they find it? Because umpires wouldn't normally measure it.
They do random tests.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
it's like
I don't think they had any suspicions. He was just, a random test.
Oh.
Next ball takes the batsman on the pad, but it was going down leg side. Porter's the bowler. Rhodes is the batsman, who has a good record against Essex, for whom he played briefly a few years ago, not far short of a decade ago now. Talking of long gaps, it's a long, long time since Essex actually won a championship match at Edgbaston. And just because they have Warwickshire at 26 for 3, it doesn't mean that all is now going to be well from an Essex point of view, because obviously these conditions may obtain throughout the match, as Porter's on his way again around the wicket from the city end. In and bowls to Rhodes, and Rhodes has clipped it firmly. One of the few shots that's really come straight out of the middle of the bat with a certain amount of conviction. Tom Wesley Fields, the Essex skipper, 26 for 3.
So just to finalise that about the bat.
Yeah.
So you've got a bag full of bats. I never had a bag full of bats.
No, nor me.
One lasted me all my life.
Me too.
I never did anything, harmed any bat in my life. Just break off again.
As Porter's in and bowls to Rhodes. And Rhodes a little bit edgily, but perfectly safely along the ground to Dash at backward point, no run.
So you've got a bag full of bats, and the umpires must come in to the dressing room with their measure.
Yeah.
And go and say, can I just look at your bats? And one of the bats in the bag?
Yes.
Wouldn't necessarily be the bat he batted with.
No, I think it probably was, though.
How would they know if it was in the dressing room in the bat and bags?
I think it's just random testing.
OK.
Porter to Rhodes, who leaves. And there's not many that they could safely leave. A good batting from Rhodes in that over. Another fine over from Porter that tested the batsman throughout. Helpful conditions for the bowlers, but you've got to make those conditions count. And Essex have, with the early dismissals of Yates, LBW, Porter 5, Alex Davis caught Critchley, very good low down catch at third slip off Porter for 9, and Hayne, LBW, to Cook for 0. Wickets at 6, 15 and 18, and put into bat Warwickshire 26 for 3 after 9.
So these two, Rhodes, big responsibility again on his shoulders. He's had this on his double century, which he had in the match against Kent, then the 100 which he got against Worcester, and he's really in these final matches for Warwickshire. This one, he's got one more against Nottingham next week, but will be the end of his career with Warwickshire as Sheikh defends this first ball of Cook's 5th over away into the offside, and there's no run.
Is he bound for another county?
He's going to Durham.
Durham, thank you.
Yeah, he announced it much to the dismay of many Warwickshire supporters that he would be leaving the county around about June, July time, and I have to say that you wouldn't, the way he's played, he's been exemplary in the way he's done it, much the way Don Sibley did when he announced he was going off to Surrey, but you know, he played brilliantly for Warwickshire right through to the end, and Will Rhodes absolutely the same. This one is left by Sheikh outside the off stump and goes through to the keeper.
I can understand why Durham would be keen to have Will Rhodes, not just because he's a good player, but I think he would suit the way Durham go about it. They tend not to play baseball, but they accumulate runs in pretty vast numbers. Beddingham in particular is a phenomenal player if you ever let him get the wrong side of 50 from the bowler's point of view. I mean, he got 280 odd, was it, a week ago?
Yeah, he gets big hundreds, doesn't he? When he gets 100, they're usually big ones. This one, Cook goes, Sheikh his big step down and defending it out into the onside. There's a half appeal from Michael Pepper behind the stumps, but he got back to that and it runs it just into the mid-wicket area.
Well, Essex, probably like any other side, will always make it sound to the batsman's ears that they've been incredibly lucky to survive the latest delivery. On the whole, I'm sure batsmen learn to sort of take no notice, and it doesn't mean that the batsman was necessarily in any trouble.
No, that's right. So yes, Will Rhodes goes, and I think what he's looked for, just Cook is in, bowls, this is driven up to mid-on, where Tom Westley does the fielding, and there's no run. I think Will's been looking as well for some white ball cricket, which I would think at Durham he's probably going to get into the T20 side. Durham's T20 record hasn't been brilliant over the last few years, so he'd be looking to get into their team, and I think that these days, because that opens up so many avenues if you're successful from a revenue point of view for a player, then you can understand to a degree why he's looking for that. This one is going to get Sheikh off the mark, turning it down to long leg for a single, and taking Warwickshire on to 27 for 3. But he will be missed, and of course he's the captain when Warwickshire last won the championship in 2021. He was captain of the side. Well,
he's certainly got a good record against Essex, and he will be a loss. There's no two ways about that. Anyone wanting to email can do so on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Keep your point reasonably brief, and we will update whenever possible. Final ball of Cook's 5th over, and Rhodes is forward to that one, running it out to point. And, it is no run, and the end of the over. 27 for 3. We've had 10 overs. So Essex getting through with have not had a bowling change as yet. Porter and Cook have done all the bowling and have been successful with the 3 wickets. Yes, Essex have Shane Snater in the wings, himself a very useful bowler, though without being in any way disrespectful. I have an enormous respect for Shane, but obviously Porter and Cook are absolutely outstanding, so Shane has to wait his turn if both those are available. Indeed, there is an argument that says nobody has a better opening pair of bowlers, and they have the wickets to prove it, really, with Jamie Porter, who made his debut in September 2014. Sam Cook was making his debut in September 2017 when Essex won the title, and the two of them have proved a formidable spearhead for the better part of a decade now, as Porter coming up from the city end in and bowls, and Hamza Sheikh can leave this one He's probably got a good technique here. The ball's just doing enough, as Phil was saying when I picked up the commentary with him quarter of an hour ago. It's just doing enough, and probably to get well forward, which he is doing, is one of the better ways to play, because I think if you get caught on the back foot, that late movement is going to be too late for you to see what's happening. At least it gives you some chance if you're well forward and outside off stump, and he's got a long reach, he's a tall man. Then that is probably a correct technique. 4 slips still in attendance, and that one's gone clean through his defences and taken by Michael Pepper, put into bat. Warwickshire 27 for 3 in the 11th over, with Porter 5.2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14, continuing his sensational form of late.
Ben Allison is on the field, substitute fielding at the moment at backward point. I'm just trying to work out who he's on for. Might be a bit difficult.
Yeah, we'll have a look for that. Next delivery is I think he was playing at that, really. You'd have us believe he was taking the bat away at the last moment, and he may have done, but it was a little bit risky. But at least he got forward and outside off stump, and I think it does limit the chances of being out, whereas in particular Rob Yates and Sam Hain were both a little bit trapped on the crease.
Yeah, but Sam Hain went across, didn't he?
He did,
and
yeah. He's got 100 here in a recent game against Essex, so it's a great breakthrough for Essex. Porter's in, bowls to Shake, and again, I think he did deliberately play inside the line to that one. It goes through to Michael Pepper. We've got Dean Elgar first slip, Harmer second, Matt Critchley, where he took a very fine low catch to dismiss Alex Davis at third, and Paul Walter, all 6'7" of him at fourth slip come gully. There is a bit of a gap between third slip and where Paul Walter is, but either of them could feasibly catch the ball if it went in the gap. Here's Porter again, bowls, and that's a definite play and miss. Porter making it move both ways, as does Sam Cook. Yes, Ben Allison on at backward point. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't spotted who it is who's off yet.
I don't think it's either of the...
Yeah, Sam Cook's down at long
leg. Yeah, so it's not him.
No,
so
that's the first thought I had.
Yeah. Walter's there, Critchley's there.
Here's Porter. Bowling again, and this well-judged leave. It probably does go over the top of the stumps, but the batsman was counting on that. Well,
it's Das, I think, who's off.
Yes.
Oh, in fact, as I say that, he's just appeared from underneath.
Well, you still get the point there. You still get the point. 27 for 3 in 11 overs put into bat are Warwickshire, but a little bit of a potential stand developing in that these two have seen off the last 4 or 5 overs when they came together as if more wickets might be imminent at any moment, and that's down to Rhodes on the 11, and Shake only 1, but he's faced 17 balls, and if it were me out there, every ball would be a minor triumph if I survived it.
Every ball would be a full triumph. In fact, they only need 1 ball for me. Here comes Cook again, starting his 6th over. He's in to the left-handed Rhodes, who offers no shot at all. And young Das has come in with all the equipment for what I imagine is short leg, and I would think they're probably going to put short leg. The way Hans Shake is playing, they're going to put somebody in close to the bat because he's pushing forward. And if he does, the ball might just get an edge and a little inside edge and pop up to a short leg. He's not there at the moment, but he's got the pads on and the helmet, so he's got all the protection on. At the moment he's out at mid-wicket, but I'm sure you wouldn't get dressed up like that to field at mid-wicket, as this one sees Rhodes playing it down to Das, who comes running in from mid-wicket and does the fielding.
Yes, we've had an email to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com from Adam Newton, no relation, but he makes a very good to-the-point point. He says, "Hi both. Regarding the jumping around after every delivery behind the stumps, I find it quite annoying. You can middle the ball and still they jump around as though it's taken an edge. Umpires should clamp down on it immediately. It ruins the game and is very uncricket-like." Well, I have to agree with you there, Adam. I think in some ways, when it's obviously ridiculous for sort of oohs and ahs, I do agree with you. And another thing which I actually find is a little bit annoying. If I were a bowler, I wouldn't want somebody shouting from the boundary, "Come on, Paul, great ball, Paul," and all this stuff. You know, I would actually find it distracting rather than helpful.
To hold up at the moment while Will Rhodes gets himself a new bat.
Well, I hope he's
Let's
had
hope
it
it's the
measured.
right size.
Yes.
And he's had a choice of 4 brought out to him.
Yeah, and they all cost about 300 and odd quid now. It's, doubtless they are sponsored, so.
I think they're more than that, you know.
I'm sure they can.
I think they're more than that.
Yes, I've just been looking at the ones in the club shop windows and you know, looking in horror because I bought mine for about 8 quid.
This next one with the new bat is played away into the offside, and they will get a single. Slight misfield, and it's Snater out there who couldn't quite take it cleanly at extra cover.
That's my excuse, Phil, for not having scored all that many runs in my career. I always say the bats were much smaller, you know, in those days.
I think I may have said this before. I remember going on tour with my club side, and I took a brand new bat, and it was still brand new when I came back, having played 4 games and batted 4 times.
Yes, it comes to us all.
Didn't get a bat on anything all week. 28 for 3 here. Sheikh is on 1. He's back on strike, the right-handed young man who has made his highest first-class score for the England Lions. This one is pumped away into the offside, and he will get his 2nd run of the innings. He goes to 2, 29 for 3.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 signs that maybe batting is just slightly easier than it was.
A little bit easy. I agree with you, Paul.
Yeah,
just looks. I think we're not far away from the first change either of the morning.
No, you're quite right there. What'll tend to happen is Essex very often bring Shane Snater on at one end, and whoever's rested will then have another little dart from the end where the original bowler who's bowled non-stop is taken off.
Cook in, Rhodes turns that away nicely through mid-wicket. He's going to get a couple of runs here. It's going to be picked up just, running. Well, I thought he might in the end end up with 4 there because long leg came running round and got there. The crowd down below believe it went for 4.
Well, I think it may. Yeah, it has gone for 4.
And
I think the fieldsman was more or less aware that that was the case. But the real point was I felt he made a mistake. It's Jamie Porter. He's racing around the boundary, and credit to him for that. But I thought if he just stuck his boot out, he could have kicked it back in. Whereas in bending down and getting a hand down there, it sort of spun off his fingers and into the rope.
And it ran all the way along the rope
Yes.
in front of it. It just looked like it may be inside. This next one is left. So Rhodes gets 14. 14, he gets 4 and goes up to 16. And then leaves the last ball of the over through. Warwickshire move on to 33, all the threes, 33 for 3. And Porter's going to continue at that Birmingham end. But yeah, he initially looked like he'd made a really good stop. But a size 10 boot would have been probably more effective, actually, in that case.
He probably went to a school where somebody said, "Not using your feet again, are you, Porter? You know, use your hands, dear boy." Which did used to be the mantra that the older generations were given, and there was a reason for that. But actually, use whatever is the most effective in the situation.
Yep.
Well, Porter from the City End is on his way again. Nice sunny morning, a little bit chilly. Bowls, and Hamza Sheikh is playing at that, and missing, goes through to Michael Pepper, who's having a sensational season. In fact, I'm still trying to find out whether anybody else has achieved his particular stats this season, that he scored 200s in both the T20 competition and the county championship. Not many hundreds are scored in the T20 blast, so I think that in itself is quite rare to get 2, but also to get 2 championship hundreds is a real achievement. As it's played back to the bowler here, Porter's the bowler and Hamza Sheikh the batsman, and the score remains at 33 for 3.
So he got 2 centuries in the competition this season in the T20.
Yes, and he now has 2 in the county championship. He's got championship hundreds in the 2 most recent games against Worcester and Nottinghamshire.
So he went into this season without a first-class century, I think, didn't
Yes, or for that matter, a T20 blast 100 as the next ball's played back to the bowler. What's impressed me about him, wicketkeeper batsman, only playing initially because on the one hand when Jordan Cox joined Essex, it was known, albeit he's a wicketkeeper, that he wouldn't be able to keep wicket until August, nursing a old injury. And Adam Rossington, who's had trouble with his finger injuries for quite a while, and doesn't look as if he'll come back as a wicketkeeper. So it's down to Pepper now as Porter's in again, bowls, and that ball is played out into the covers. There's no run.
I didn't realise that.
But Porter, as I say, he sort of did make a 90 against Durham about 4 years ago, but then wasn't picked in the first team very often and became more of a white ball specialist to the naked eye. He did tell me that he was just as keen on red ball as white and didn't want to be cast as a white ball cricketer, but he's got over his habit of tending to throw his wicket away with a rash shot and really has excelled in the last couple of months as the next ball's left outside off stump and there's no change to the score, 33 for 3.
It joins the list. There's some good wicketkeeper batsmen about at the moment.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Around the circuit.
I think a lot of kids, I think wicket keeping appeals to them. You know, you're always in the game.
Yep.
And you know, if they're good enough to sort of play at quite a high level, I think they begin to make that their specialist place. But you do have to be able to bat pretty well.
Yeah, you do.
To get into a side now. Here's the next Porter delivery, and it's played into the offside. There's no run. I mean, when I was first interested in cricket, I won't say exactly when, but I'm probably in no better than the third flush of youth. There were 2 or 3 county sides whose wicketkeeper batted at number 11.
Exactly.
Northants, Keith Andrew, you know, as an example.
Yep. No, they were there specifically as a wicketkeeper when they in many sides. Right, we'll do this next over and then we'll make way for change, bringing Mel back in, I think.
Yeah.
Mel of the Wickets, I think it is.
Mel of the Wickets.
Yeah.
What a lovely title.
Yeah, she's the Wicked Mel. So we are going to see a bowling change at the pavilion end, and it is going to be Shane Snater who's going to come into the attack for the first time in the match, and he'll be bowling to the left-handed Will Rhodes.
Well, Shane Snater, when he first came to the county, we weren't quite sure. He'd come from Zimbabwe, apparently was recommended by Ryan Tenduscarter, and for a couple of years we couldn't quite work out why Essex had signed him. But to be fair, he's done nothing but improve. A couple of seasons ago he had a sensational season, both with bat and ball, with several 5-wicket hauls and some absolutely invaluable late-order innings.
I'm going to make... Actually, I'll do it now because there's a hold-up. It's a good time. I'll leave it with you, and then Mel will come and replace me, Paul.
OK, thank you very much, Phil. And 33 for 3 up on the board. And we have had 13 overs. Well, I suppose you expect the over rate to be fairly dilatory on a first morning with a new ball, but 13 overs in an hour would underline it has been fairly dilatory. We're down to 3 slips and a gully for Snater, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes on 16, where he remains, and the score at 33 for 3. Mel, great to see you.
Oh, it's very exciting, and it's better to see you because your shirt is absolutely outstanding.
Oh, thank you very much.
It is these wonderful shades of pink, purple, teal with these midnight blue palm trees on it. I'm incredibly impressed.
Thank you. Snater around the wicket and bowls. And Rhodes has guided this ball to backward point. A sprawling stop from Walter means that the score, as it has been for probably an over and a half at least now, all the threes, 33 for 3.
It's been a wonderful first hour, really, from Essex. Porter and Cook were just brilliant with the new ball. They got it moving about just enough to keep finding the edges. Very little was coming off the middle of the bat. I've just done so well, and I've been admonished by Phil Britz, who said, don't you take any more wickets, Mel.
Well, beware of Phil Britt when he's issuing admonishments. This next ball is going to produce what I think is a leg bye, but we'll wait and see if there is a signal. Or was there a bit of bat on that? It looks as if there was. 34 for 3 as Rhodes moves up to 17. And yes, it was a great start for Essex, but I like the way this Warwickshire pair have knuckled down and prevented further losses. And it does look as if it's doing a little bit less now.
Yeah, just that new ball, a lacquer coming off slightly. Just becoming a little bit easier. This is actually my first time commentating on Essex ever, so I'm quite excited about that.
Well, I'm sure Essex are very excited to,
I'm sure they're not.
Describe their progress or lack of it. I think probably the next bowling change, if it isn't a return at the far end of Cook given another spell, I think we might well see Simon Harmer given an over or two as Snater's in, bowls. Coming over the wicket to the right-hander, brings Paul Walter into play at mid-wicket, but no run, and 34 for 3, with Sheikh Hamza on 2 and Will Rhodes on 17.
I like this aggression too of bringing in a short leg to a catching position under the lid. He's not too close, as you might sometimes see, but a good bit of aggressive fielding. Still 3 slips in.
Hamza Sheikh, I should have said, I do beg his pardon. As we've got a bat pad put in now, and forward comes Hamza Sheikh, plays it out to Wesley at mid-off, and there is no run, and score remaining at 34 for 3, as for the moment the sun has gone in, but although there's a fair amount of cloud around, it's a very pleasant morning.
They're what I like to call Simpsons clouds, if you've ever seen the opening titles of The Simpsons. They're those really white fluffy clouds on a pale blue sky. I actually just put a photo up and it looks an absolute picture of an autumn day.
Yep, well, that's right. Well, we're lucky to have some play in many ways. Here is Snater bowling, and forward comes Hamza Sheikh and plays it into the offside. Tom Wesley fields at a wideish mid-off. The over is completed, just the 1 run from Snater's first over. And we've now had 14 overs and put into bat. Warwickshire are 34 for 3 with the men out. Yates to Porter for 5, Davis to Porter for 9 and Hayne to Cook for 0.
How has the feeling been around Essex? Because I had said beforehand I expect them to be a bit fired up for these last few games, having been docked points and all the controversy around it.
And now you see, I think you've absolutely hit the nail on the head there, Mel, because there are, you know, the sort of typical news introduction will say, you know, nothing to play for but pride. But actually, not only is pride quite a big factor, but I think if you're a professional, you always want to do your best. But after that penalty, I think they want to sort of get as close to Surrey, who they play in the final game. And I wouldn't be all that keen on being Surrey coming down to Chelmsford next week, because I think Essex will be all guns blazing. And they do have a decent record against Surrey.
Yes. Really setting itself up. Thane is in for his first ball, and he's just strayed a little bit leg side. It's tucked off the hip, just backward of square, and they're going to come back for a second.
Yeah, Thane, by the way, won't be a well-known name. He's probably having his 3rd or 4th championship match. Teenager, and he probably is a bit more of a batting all-rounder than bowling all-rounder at the moment, but I know I was saying that I thought Harmer might be next into the attack, but obviously the Essex thought at the moment this is more in favour of the seam bowlers.
They've done well so far. He's in again around the wicket, and that one's just gone past the outside edge of the bat. You carry again, but Rhodes just marks his guard and goes for a little wander after seeing that one almost shave the edge of his bat.
Well, that's a really fine delivery from Thane, who when he first came into the side was rather wayward. Tended to bowl too short, but the last time I saw him in the 50-over competition, he had a really fine spell, so still got a lot to learn, but improving.
So Rhodes taps and lifts his bat, waits as in comes Thane again, this time just firmly defended back past the bowler, mid-on coming around to clean it up. No run again. Well, that's the thing. There haven't been many bad balls, you would say, this morning at all. Very little that has strayed.
No, it's just what I was saying to Phil earlier, that it's one thing to have helpful conditions, but you've got to bowl well to use them, and that's exactly what Porter and Cook did.
In once more comes Thane. Again, just a little bit straight, but only gets as far as mid-wicket. That ball.
Yeah, Shane Snater there, and he's a good fieldsman, Shane, although he is guilty of the one slight misfield we've seen this morning, although you could say that ball a few overs ago where Jamie Porter was herring around the boundary, put a hand down where I think if he'd used his boot, it would have been more likely to cut off the boundary.
He turns Thane and starts his run in once more. And down the leg side this time, so he does stray a little bit on his line.
Yes, that's the thing. I think with young bowlers generally, they tend to just once or twice and over bowl a delivery like that rather, I won't say undoes the good work of earlier deliveries, but I think it, if anything, just nicked the batsman's pad on its way through to Porter, who dived to his right. He's actually very tall for a wicket-keeper. Pepper, I should have said, not Porter. Pepper would be just over 6 feet, 6'1" or 2.
In once more, Thane. He gets on top of this. It was good bounce, but Rhodes just manages to get up on his toes and the ball dribbles down the pitch. So good over first up from Snater. Just the one run coming from it. And it is 36 for 3. Those 3 wickets coming in the first half hour during some quite brilliant bowling spells from the 2 openers in Porter and Cook. They're being followed up well. What's followed since then has been a real squeeze as a second half hour has progressed.
Well, yes, your point is underlined from the fact that as well as these 2 have defended, it was 18 for 3 before the top of the hour, and here we are, you know, about 40 minutes later, and although they've done very well to survive, it has been a case of survival really, because they've just doubled the score in that time as Snater begins a new over and comes in and bowls to Hamza Sheikh, and that ball clearly moves, takes him on the pad, it spins away into the slip region to be taken by third slip Matt Critchley, who took a quite brilliant catch low to his right to dismiss Alex Davis, because the ball hit the edge pretty hard and went very quickly to slip and was going to ground when he just got his hands underneath it. 36 for 3.
The sun's just coming out again. Those shadows just shortening a little bit. When it comes out, it really is a picture.
Certainly is, as Snater's in and bowls. And again takes the batsman on the pad, and it's a no ball, the first such that we've had here, and score up to 38 for 3. And I do remember a match here 4 or 5 years ago where Porter and Cook between them, most uncharacteristically, bowled 8 no balls in the first hour of play.
Wow, that is a lot. I think we had a game here early this year where there were a few as well. I think they're really struggling with the run up here with all the wet, cold weather early in the season.
Snater to Hamza Sheikh, who gets one just fading onto leg stump and is able to turn it to deep backward square leg for a single. Paul Walter fielders, and the score will go up by 1 to 39 for 3. Hamza Sheikh up to 3 as Will Rhodes, the left-hander, comes back into strike.
What I did think we saw in that first half hour is why Cook and Porter have been spoken about around the England setup as they look to increase their depth in seam bowlers.
Yeah, come back to that point in just a moment, but Snater's already on his way around the wicket. Bowls, and Rhodes out of the middle of the bat. Defends it down to the Essex skipper, Tom Wesley, at mid-off. Yes, I think the only reason why Cook and Porter haven't made the England team, firstly because they've had the quite wonderful 1,300 wickets between them pair of Anderson and Broad in their way, but also, for me, the Essex selectors have always had a thing about out-and-out pace, and neither Porter nor Cook will ever be 90 miles an hour. Whether that should count against them, when you look at Anderson, I'm not sure. As this next ball's played down to mid-on, and Luke Benkenstein is substituting out there. I'm not sure for whom. It may be that Porter has slipped off just for a break after his long spell, but Luke Benkenstein, 12 man, is on. Yes, I mean, you know, it's if you have someone of out-and-out pace, you can't bowl them for that many overs, and yes, they may have real searing pace and take you a couple of quick wickets, but they're not going to challenge the Andersons and Broads, you know, as all-time record wicket takers. As Snater's in, bowls, and this ball's clipped to mid-wicket. Nice stop there by Robin Das. 39 for 3 remains the score.
Well, at the moment, it's all about the ceiling and the vibe, isn't it, with England selections? It's the particular characteristics that they are looking for, and there have been some really left-field selection decisions made, and just some of them have you've got to say, have worked out pretty well. And of course, the Ashes have always got the Ashes in mind, haven't they? Who might do well in Australia?
As is the next delivery. Ooh, and that one is a little nibble at that. Goes through to Michael Pepper without taking the edge. End of the Snater over, 39 for 3. Yes, I mean, left field in the extreme, to the point where the guy from Leicestershire brought in for the last test was almost from somewhere out beyond the crowd in terms of what part of the field he'd come from. Nobody could possibly have predicted that, but he did well, and you have to say that some of their selections have been absolutely inspired, with the likes of Atkinson and Smith outstanding in the test matches this summer.
Yeah, certainly raises some eyebrows. I've got to say, I think it's quite a lot of fun, because it does provoke so much talk and discussion.
Well, I'll tell you what I don't like, actually, and it's where a player is clearly in a bad run of form, but keeps his place time and time again. I don't think that's good. It doesn't make for good competition for places.
In comes Thane, and that some good bounce on that, but Sheikh gets on top of it well, plays it out to point. Well, there's certainly, I guess, the message going out to county players at the moment is that everyone's in with a shout. If they like the look of you, if they like what you can do. Luke Wright's out there watching keenly, no doubt. But just having those characteristics that they feel gives you so much more. In comes Thane, and that one is driven nicely. Again, it was good bounce, but he gets on top of it, plays it through the covers all the way along the carpet. 4 runs, and that's a lovely shot from Sheikh, probably the most convincing shot we've seen for quite some time in this slow period.
Yeah, shot of the morning so far, without a doubt. Beautiful timing, just caressed the ball through the covers there. Lovely shot from Hamza Sheikh. Yeah, we were talking about left field selections. I mean, Jordan Cox of Kent and now Essex had actually played no cricket for 2 months because he had an appendix removed at the start of July, and still they picked him. And although he hasn't been picked for the test team yet, but he was very much 12th man.
I really like Thane is providing a really good contest. He's pitching the ball up, but he's getting some really good lift, and it's making Sheikh have to think about things. He's got to stay on top of it. He's done really well so far, but it's a nice little contest, this.
Yes, it is, and obviously what Essex are looking for is for the pressure to be kept on the Warwickshire batsmen. Now the opening bowlers are off.
In comes once more, and this one just played through mid-wicket. They'll stroll through for a single. There were hands on heads there. I'm not entirely sure why, because there was plenty of bat on it. But they like to keep things interesting, keep the batters thinking that something might happen. And after that single, it takes the score to 44 for 3. Rhodes.
I think when anything's overdone, it loses all its impact, and all this business of making a batsman feel that he's very lucky. Oh, you just take no notice of it. of it after a while.
Rhodes around the wicket comes Thane. This is less convincing as it just dribbles out in towards extra cover. Yeah, that's the one that always gets me is what I like to call the distraction appeal, and that's the one where the ball goes down the leg side. It's clearly a wide, but everyone appeals
Yes, you're
just
quite right.
to try and to distract the umpire from the fact that they've just bowled a wide.
Umpire, I'm sure you're not a fool, but I'm going to just test you out. Yes.
I love that one. Left-handed batter. Rhodes taps his bat, waits in. Comes Thane, and that one's outside the off stump, and he's just flicked that into the offside. Had a little bit of width, couldn't put it away, and he's practicing the shot again because I think he feels that that one was there for the taking. So at the end of the of that over, it is now 44 for 3, 17 overs gone. Rhodes on 19, Sheikh on 8.
Really good recovery this so far from Warwickshire, because 18 for 3 at that stage. I made the point when I was updating the BBC Essex News that even those balls that didn't take the wickets were looking as if they could have done. That's not true now. You know, it's just the odd one now that's just moving enough to deceive the batsman, but far more often than not in the last half hour the ball has come either out of the middle of the bat or it's not looked like taking a wicket anyway. Yeah, if you were an umpire and a young umpire new to the circuit said to you, you know, you give me a bit of advice, we'll come back to that after this ball. Snater's in, and that's a leave outside off stump. I think you'd say, yeah, treat the players politely, but as though they're a bunch of rogues, because if they can con you into making the decision they want you to make, they'll be trying to do so, particularly if you're a new umpire. So, you know, you've got to have a thick skin and be prepared to resist all shouts.
Absolutely. It does feel, though, that this has calmed down a bit. It felt a bit frenetic, that first
yes, you're right.
half hour.
Snater again. Bowls and a thick inside edge here. Stopped at back pad by Robin Das, and no change to the score of 44 for 3.
Yeah, I like bringing in a fielder just hovering there, short leg position. That's something that Sheikh will be very, very aware of.
Yes, I mean, he has played the ball in that direction on more than one occasion, and obviously just the thought maybe he won't quite get over one.
Bowled him! Oh boy, Sheikh is cleaned up by Snater. What a delivery. That has just left the off stump lying forlornly on the ground. And after showing so much fortitude, his partnership is broken.
Well, we had all the threes on the board a moment or two, I suppose about 3 or 4 overs ago. We've now got all the fours. It's 44 for 4, and that is a shame from a Warwickshire point of view, because Hamza Sheikh had used a good technique, and he had that one superb shot through the covers for 4. Elsewhere, a little bit more tentative, but I felt his technique was winning the battle, and that came as something of surprise there, to see the off stump absolutely flying out of the ground. And, well, the end of what you might call an obdurate, stubborn partnership there, and that wicket has come halfway through the 18th over, and it does just show you that Snater is not to be trifled with, because although he hadn't particularly looked like getting a wicket since replacing Sam Cook from the pavilion end, nevertheless that is a great breakthrough from an Essex point of view, as a man who's been absolutely tanking in the runs this season. Ed Barnard makes his way out to join Will Rhodes.
It's a terrific delivery. You talk about the holy grail of top of off stump, and that's exactly where Snater zeroed in. And I'm going to be in trouble from Phil Britt, because another wicket has fallen. I'm feeling a bit guilty for Warwickshire, although I'll just say I'm not that powerful. They need something, though. Rhodes and Barnard, well, they've been so solid for Warwickshire. The two of them in the middle order. Brought to the crease by, oh, a cracker. They've been so good today, have the Essex bowlers.
Well, they have, because as we've been saying, they've wasted very few deliveries. And there've been a few more leaves in the last half hour than there were in the early part of the game, but even so, it's been a really accurate attack that's tended to put the ball in all the right places. So Warwickshire have lost Rob Yates, LBW, Porter for 5. Alex Davis brilliantly caught third slip by Critchley off Porter for 9. Sam Hain, LBW, Cook 0. And after a lengthy stand compared to earlier encounters, Hamza Sheikh cleaned out by Snater, who comes in now and bowls. The ball's played to Porter at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Score remaining at 44 for 4. Wickets at 6, 15, 18 and 44. And certainly it's been a good morning for whoever won the toss to put the opposition in.
It's good they say good toss to win, good toss to lose, good toss to win today, hey.
And Richard and Phil said to me before a ball was bowled, I was saying matches usually go the distance here, and they said, well, we don't think this one will. It's a very dry pitch, and they thought that what has happened would happen. So well done to them. Snater's in, bowls, and this one takes the batsman on the pad and just rolls slowly down towards mid-wicket. There's no run, 44 for 4.
Well, you talk about it drying out as well, and I guess that's why they haven't turned to Harmer yet, but I imagine we're going to see a lot of Simon Harmer for this game.
Yes, if the wickets dry out, we certainly will. Yes, I mean, Harmer bowls an incredible number of overs, as we know. He's been a fantastic player for Essex. Snater's in the bowls, and the ball defended back down to the bowler. Harmer hasn't had his best season this time round, and it's because he's been struggling with a back problem all season. But he's still had a very useful game in the win last week against Nottinghamshire, with 4 wickets in each innings.
Yeah, remarkably consistent. So speaking of bowling well, that was actually a wicket maiden from Snater. So what an over from him. Just cleaning up Sheikh as well. It's going to be Thane continuing from the Birmingham end. A wonderful view of the skyline. I'm perturbed about something though.
Tell us what it is.
Well, I can see the Essex flag flying over on the flagpole just to the left of the scoreboard. There's no bear and ragged staff. What's happened to the flag? As Thane is in, and that is left just at the last minute by Rhodes. He pulled his bat out of the way just in time. Yes, where's the bear and ragged staff?
Well, it could be a sign of surrender, or it could be an Essex supporter who's nipped up their sharpish, and so I'm not having that.
It's always something I always look out for. Ever since Phil explained to me about the bear and ragged staff, and it's disconcertingly not there. It's just the Essex flag flying. I'll have to get to the bottom of that. Here comes Thane round the wicket, and that is nicely stroked through the covers. There's a chase on, but that's all the way to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot from Rhodes. Just timed it perfectly. A little bit over pitched perhaps, and had enough width as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you get with the more inexperienced bowler. Just the odd ball in the over is giving the batsman a chance to take a boundary through the covers. Slightly over pitch that. Generally he's bowled well. 48 for 4.
And they've now got 3 fielders outside the ring. Here is Thane, and he drives that one much straighter this time. He's got a deep square leg and a long leg, and also a deep point. They only had 1 out on the boundary before, so they're just giving Thane a little bit more protection.
Yes, he didn't really time that off drive on that occasion.
Thane runs in once more. He's around the wicket. Bangs that one in. Oh, that's just gone somehow through first and second slip. The second slip diving for it as Dean Elgar jogs to the boundary to retrieve the ball. It'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, not a chance in my book. It was going to ground, and Harmer dived to his right, tried to get a hand underneath it, I've seen him take so many brilliant catches in that position, his specialist position at second slip, but I think it would have been impossible for him to grab that, and basically the rule would be if Harmer couldn't catch it, nobody could.
Oh yeah, it was, I mean, it was in the air, but very difficult. Here comes Thane once more. This time is just straight onto the pads, and it's flicked just behind square leg. They'll get a single to finish up the over. Yeah, it was in the air, but absolutely flew off the bat. And just a little bit of excitement. It's actually been a little bit of an expensive over. 9 runs coming from it so far.
Yes, obviously, equally, it's so nearly brought a breakthrough for Thane.
Very, very close,
yeah,
that one.
I mean, probably Rhodes is owed a little bit of credit for not going too hard at it, and hence the ball not quite carrying, because generally the ball has been carrying quite well.
So Barnard now on strike, and for this ball, just a little bit on the leg side, just on the flicked off the pads in the end. Goes down to deep backward square. They'll get a single to finish off the over. So 10 runs coming from that Thane over. And the score moves on to 54 for 4. There's half century coming up in that over. So one little milestone. It's the 4 wickets down that's the problem, though.
Yeah, but if I were Warwickshire, I wouldn't be over-perturbed, because it was always going to be a good toss to have won for the first hour and a bit. And they fought back well. And Ed Barnard is certainly a man who's been in the runs. Michael Burgess is due in next. Has a fine record against Essex as Snater comes up and begins a new over. And that ball goes through outside off stump, and the score remaining at 54 for 4. And Rhodes has 28. He's obviously got the majority of the runs that have come off the bat. Barnard just underway with a single. Barnard on strike here. And still with the 3 slips, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Snater comes up again. Bowls to Barnard, and he just nudges this into the offside. Backward point can make sure that there won't be a run there. That's Sam Cook at backward point. 54 for 4 remains the score.
Yeah, seeing a few more fans make their way in here as well. Why wouldn't you? Knowing there's only a couple more matches in the season. Make the most of this glorious sunshine.
I'll take this ball, and I think probably Richard will come in, because he's got a bulletin to do as Snater's in bowls. Peel for LBW and out. And Barnard is adjudged LBW there to Shane Snater, who's proving he's just as formidable as Porter and Cook. 54 for 4. Mel, if you'd like to describe that, and Richard will take my place.
Well, I just can't stop taking wickets at the moment. Snater coming in. He's just played a defensive shot forward, but Snater just too good. He's just angled the ball in. Looked behind him straight away. And it's the next wicket to fall. He's absolutely disconsolate, is Barnard, as we've just been having a bit going on here. Richard has managed to make his way back in. Are you about to dominate again?
3 minutes past. I'll have to update listeners.
I just can suddenly hear people in my ear. It's 54 for 5. Rhodes on 28. He's the only one who's really got going at all today, and it's Burgess coming in now to join him after the departure of Ed Barnard. Snater, having bowled a wicket maiden in his last over, is on track for another one at the moment. Figures of 2 for 4, 3.3 overs.
It's been a quick business. It's been a quick match this morning, hasn't it? I mean, the instincts are that this may not go very far, this game. In that the ball is doing just enough, and Essex have exploited it really, really well. And not much support for Will Rhodes. The last recognised batsman is in with him, with Michael Burgess in. Doesn't feel like the sort of surface you can counter-attack, which might otherwise be an option.
Well, it's been relentless. It's just been consistent. Very few poor balls. There have been a few that have strayed on to the pads a little bit, but other than that, it's just been good nagging lines.
As Snater comes in, and he's pushed into the offside, and there'll be no run. Burgess, who often makes runs in a crisis, made 100 against Essex earlier in the season in a big partnership with Ed Barnard, which is a game that the Bears absolutely threw away from a winning position. They had a nightmare start to their second innings on the third evening, which rather let the game go away. I shall just update listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR now. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire in a spot of bother, to say the least. They're 54 for 5, having been put into bat, and the Essex pace attack have bowled with real purpose and threat throughout the morning. The 2 wickets in the last hour have both gone in the last 10 minutes, and both to Shane Snater. It was Hamza Sheikh, first of all. He tried hard, he battled hard, dug deep for 50 minutes before being bowled for 8. Ed Barnard didn't last very long at all, a ball that cut back a little bit. He was trapped LBW for 1. Will Rhodes has needed some fortune. He's still there on 28. Michael Burgess has just joined him. He's yet to score. Warwickshire 54 for 5. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston. There we go. That's the summing up of the morning.
Yeah, it's very well summed up. I have nothing to add.
Yeah, notes. Give me notes during the lunch interval. Snater 2 for 4 in to complete his 4th over, and he's driven beautifully straight for 4, and that is the shot of the morning, and it comes from Michael Burgess. And as I say, might not be a counter-attack wicket, but that was one of only a couple of over-pitch deliveries we've seen today. And Snater gets slapped to the boundary. 58 for 5.
That was a glorious shot. Just a stunning straight drive. Absolutely spoiled. What I was about to say about Snater, in that he's just bowled back-to-back wicket maidens. And he finishes that one just over-pitching slightly. It's a lovely straight drive, though. Sort of walked down the pitch at him a bit as well, so bit of a statement of intent.
I bet you're dying to know what's going on in the title race, aren't you?
Oh, do you know what I am? Well, I had a sneaky peek earlier, and it looked like Somerset were doing well and Durham were doing well.
Well, one of those might have changed slightly.
Ooh.
Somerset are going well. I mean, Lancashire have not made runs consistently this season. Obviously, Warwickshire will want Lancashire to struggle to guarantee survival for themselves, but Lancashire are 73 for 3. It's Keaton Jennings against the world. He's got 44 not out. A couple of wickets for Overton and 1 for Aldridge. But 73 for 3 are Lancashire, who were put into bat by Somerset. So also quite an important context. Durham have lost a couple of wickets in quick succession.
Sam Cook's back. First ball, just defended. Came on very quickly to Rhodes.
The Durham one includes a who knew, by the way. They are 69 for 2 against Surrey, a wicket each for Worrell and Tom Curran. The wicket that Tom Curran took in the Durham top order was Emilio Gay.
Well, of course, having moved to Durham from Northants, and he's up there on loan for the rest of the season, having signed there for next season. Emilio Gay, very good young batter. In comes Cook again, and well, he's just squared up. Rhodes manages to keep that ball out, and he's hurrying him.
Elsewhere, might as well do it. Hampshire 84 for 2 against Worcestershire. A couple of wickets early on for Tom Taylor, who's in good form at the moment, but Gubbins and Vince have got going now with a stand of 65.
Another Tom Taylor, another ex-Northants player who's moved on this year to Worcestershire. I've done some Northants games, can you tell? I'm just going to throw those references in where I can. As Cook makes his way in bowls. This one is more convincingly defended by Rhodes.
Nottinghamshire trying to get themselves safe for 105 without loss against Kent, having been put in at Canterbury. They're going like a train. Slater 68 not out. Hamid has 25. It's not the most experienced Kent attack in that game, if the truth be known. So this is not the match with the most wickets, by the way. The match with the most wickets is in D2.
Oh.
Big match in D2.
Oh, the suspense is killing me as Cook is running in. He's around the wicket, and that one left well alone by Rhodes.
I'm just enjoying the number of people I've probably offended by referring to it as D2. It's pleasing me. But yeah, look, Sussex trying to secure their place back in the top flight, have Gloucestershire 55 for 6. Unadkat has taken 4 for 23 in his opening spell. A wicket each for Robinson and Clark. And it's Tom Price and Zafar Goa are the batters in at the moment.
Might there be a Gloucestershire hangover from a rather good weekend? Here's Cook. It's in. That one's just straying down the leg side a little bit. Turned around the corner. Long leg does the fielding.
But how good was that for cricket at the weekend that Gloucestershire came out on top of that?
Wow.
I kind of fancied them in the quarter-final here against the Bears because their bowling attack suits the surfaces the way that the Bears' bowling attack does. They came in with a very, very similar artillery and played brilliantly in the quarter-final. But to hold their nerve twice on finals day, I thought was seriously good.
I was sorry not to be here. I was over in Ireland doing the Ireland-England women's series, but finals day, it's a bit like the whole promotion relegation thing. There are things that I've discovered in the time that I've spent over here that are wild to me, and finals day is wild. Here's Cook, and down the pitch comes Burgess, and that has come off the inside edge and somehow gone over the fine leg boundary. They're all got their hands on their heads. They can't believe that that has missed. But it doesn't matter how streaky it is, they'll take it. And it is 63 for 5 now, Warwickshire, with Rhodes on 29, Burgess on 28, and we've had 21 overs bowled.
To complete the full picture in Division 2, Yorkshire 82 for 1 against Glamorgan. Adam Lythe is 46 not out, a wicket there for Gorvin. Leicestershire are 68 for 2 at your beloved Northamptonshire. Budinger 36 not out, Hill on 15. Wickets for White and Chahal. And Derbyshire are 68 for 2 against Middlesex. Harry Kame has 29, Wayne Madsen 5. Wickets for Higgins and Roland Jones. Ethan Bamber back in the Middlesex side at the expense of Henry Brooks. But of course, Bamber, who will be here next summer.
I just want to point out that I'm neutral. Always.
Yeah.
Very neutral, unbiased.
Your beloved Northampton.
They are not my... They are not my beloved Northants.
Oh, okay.
I've just done a few of their games, so, you know, I love everyone.
Okay. Round the wicket comes Snater, and it's a thick edge that bounces on its way through towards gully. Your beloved St George and Illawarra Dragons.
Oh, I definitely wasn't a St George fan, no way.
No, I'm not trying to remember now. Were you Parramatta?
No, I didn't really have it's the mighty orange Sims that have always had my heart.
The mighty orange Sims.
Yep.
I'm sure that's a computer game.
Nope. Oh. CYMS. It's a bit of a country Australia throwback, Catholic Young Men's Society.
Oh, okay.
So it's the Dubbo Sims, the orange Sims.
Full ball, slower ball from Snater. Pushing forward is Rhodes. Remains on 29 as he dabs it down the wicket.
And of course, Orange Sims play at Wade Park, which is also the cricket ground in Orange, the main cricket ground. Has a wonderful new indoor centre as well. Have to come and visit one of these days.
Orange Sims sounds like a name for Watsits. What you having with your sandwich? Oh, I've got a packet of Orange Sims.
Don't you make fun of my hometown?
Snater again draws Rhodes forward in defence, out into the offside. That's no run.
I've got Kate Bush in my ear.
Yeah, no, I have as well, and I'm going to have to do something about it in a moment.
I mean, a bit of Wuthering Heights never goes astray.
I'm not sure which of the two radio stations it is that's sending at the moment, so I don't know who to ring.
Oh, it's really hard for me not to sing along, but I don't want to put our listeners through that.
No, that would be awful.
Hey, you haven't heard me sing. I might have dulcet tones.
I may have done. As Snater approaches once more, that goes past the edge of Rhodes, who's looking to maybe withdraw the bat at the last second, but not with any great conviction. 63 for 5 it remains. 2 for Snater, 2 for Porter, 1 for Cook. They've all bowled excellently. Thane's been unlucky in his spell from the Birmingham end as well.
There hasn't been a weak link, has there, at all in this Essex bowling attack so far. Been really impressive. Just wherever they've turned, it's either been pressure or wickets.
Snater round the wicket. That's into the pads of Hayne. It's fended off. Might have just been pad. Has he got a little bit of glove on that? It's a leg by. It's up to 64 with that loss. You're being deprived of seeing of Mel because we can hear Kate Bush in our ears, but I'm not being denied the opportunity to see her performative dance, which is great. She's transferred my mental state to the moors of Yorkshire. Honestly, a little bit of heather caught in your trainers.
How can anyone not wave their arms wildly to Kate Bush's Heathcliff?
Yeah, it's called restraint. Burgess advancing down the wicket to try and meet Snater, who takes umbrage at that when it's rolled back to him. He goes to pick it up and throw it towards Burgess, and he doesn't actually pick it up cleanly, which is probably just as well, because he was a moment of rage away from a 5-run penalty there.
Well, but it actually takes so much away from the threat, doesn't it? And it ends up looking a little bit ridiculous as you shape up without the ball in your hand.
Yeah. What, you're going to throw an imaginary ball at me?
Yeah. Throw down my imaginary stumps
I'll
while
fall
you're at
over
it.
in imaginary pain. 64 for 5, Warwickshire. Essex's morning. We've got, just over a quarter of an hour until the lunch interval, so probably another 4 overs, maybe 5. The over rate's come up as level because of the number of wickets that have fallen, but that's very generous. I reckon we're going to be 6 overs short in this session.
Yes, I would say level at the moment. I've noticed, but they don't really say, they don't update it till the, do they to the end of the, is it every hour or at the end of the session?
It's occasionally, officially.
Oh, okay, here is Cook, and that has got the outside edge. I think that's actually been put down by the reaction. It squirted off the outside edge. And
yeah, I don't think Critchley can quite believe what he's put down there.
Wow.
He took such a tough catch earlier, and that one's gone flying towards him. And Will Rhodes is about to walk back to the pavilion, and the ball is rolling behind Critchley. And as mentioned, Thane hasn't had any luck. We'll Cook back into the attack now, and he isn't having any luck.
Well, he dived to his left, just shielded the ball from where we are now, but definitely a drop. So that is a life. A bit of luck as the next ball is just punched to mid-on by Rhodes, who must be wondering how he's still out there. Sort of got, well, I've got 2 slips, and he's in a kind of narrow gully is Critchley. I have had 4 slips in there for quite a bit, or 3 slips. He's almost in a 4th slip position, actually, with just the 3rd taken out. But, yeah, that is a life. So in is Cook once more. And this is driven nicely, but again, only as far as mid-on, running to his left. 64 for 5. It is, with Rhodes and Burgess desperately trying to get Warwickshire out of trouble. They have been in this position a few times this year, though, haven't they, Richard, where they've been in trouble and then they've found a bit of stubbornness somewhere with a partnership that hangs on. I think he's tapping away, trying to get this radio.
Yeah.
In comes Cook. That one's just defended into the offside. Yes, I think he's trying to send a message to someone explaining that we've got rather loud radio in our ears. Unfortunately, it's not Kate Bush singing anymore. I was quite enjoying that.
Yeah.
Back to just the one fielder outside as well. It's a long leg. Everyone else is up and about. In comes Cook, and that one just played out to the offside again. Into the covers, no run. You're having much success.
What? No, I've sent an email. We'll see how quickly they react to it. The good burgers of Coventry, we now know it is. So.
It's always fun trying to commentate when you can hear people talking.
Well, the problem is it's a good show, so it's quite distracting.
We'll keep it going. We're tough. We can handle it. Here comes Cook. Commences his run-up. He's in. Around the wicket. Angling in. That's just punched out through mid-wicket. But well fielded there by Thane in the end. And at the end of that Cook over, it is 64 for 5. 23 overs have been bowled. Rhodes on 29. Burgess on 8. He's played a couple of lovely shots since he's been out there, but they need a partnership to really hang about. Can you explain to me what's happened to the Bear and Ragged Staff flag that's conspicuously absent from the flagpole where it would usually fly?
It's at the laundrette.
Oh, that explains it.
That explains it. Thank you to our colleagues in Coventry, by the way, who've now presented the programme.
Oh, sweet relief.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, laundry day.
No, I don't. It's really unusual for it not to be there. So I don't know what's happened.
Going to have to investigate that at lunchtime, I think.
The person who's best placed to know these things is Phil, and he didn't know.
No.
So, is the wicket-keeping the standards? Yes. Now, Burgess's desire to have excursions out of his crease on his way to 8 not out is leading to Pepper coming up to the stumps with the helmet on.
This is some of my favourite type of cricket. I love a keeper up to the stumps. I do. You're more likely to see it early on when the ball's swinging, as long as you've got someone who's not express pace. And I always love that. I love that contest. I love the pressure it puts on the batter. You've got to have a bowler without ego as well, because not all of the bowlers actually like a keeper up to the stumps. And you need a gun keeper too, because it's not easy.
Well, Snater's ego clearly not harmed by it. It comes into bowl to Burgess, who drives very nicely, but that will be cut off by a sliding fielder coming across from mid-on. That's Porter. The only thing I would say is in the conditions today, and with the wickets they've already taken, and with the number of nicks that have gone into the slip cordon, I just wonder sometimes whether the wicketkeeper standing up is a distraction. It's not like this innings is getting away from them.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I said, I've seen a lot of it lately because I've been commentating on Scotland.
Burgess is looking to cut a ball that goes under his bat, well taken by Pepper.
And Scotland have got the sort of medium pacers who really swing the ball, like a Brandon McMullen, or even when Brad Curry, a left armer, comes in, and they've got a very good wicketkeeper in Matt Cross, and it's a really effective tactic because they do swing the ball prodigiously early on, and so it keeps the batters rooted at the crease when the ball is doing quite a bit. They get a lot of wickets that way.
As pushing forward through square leg is Burgess. It was a thick inside edge, but it goes out for his 9th run, 65 for 5.
I've been doing also some commentary for some of the World Cup European qualifiers, or the sub-qualifiers, in places like Germany and Guernsey in the last couple of months. And one of my favourite things was a game with the Gibraltar side, because they play on the AstroTurf wickets for those sub-qualifiers. They had an excellent keeper, some really good keepers around Europe, and one of them was the Gibraltar, kept up to the stumps for 20 overs.
Wow. Oh, now Rhodes, has he nicked off? He has. Snater's got his 3rd. He really has bowled a beautiful spell from the pavilion end, and Rhodes, who's been in longer than anybody, without ever looking entirely comfortable, is the 6th bear to perish in this morning session. He goes for 29, and Warwickshire are 65 for 6. Snater 3 for 9.
Well, good job. The keeper dropped back too, because he was in the right position to take that one. And you saw Rhodes look behind straight away. He knew he'd feathered that, just getting enough of an edge. It was well taken, low to the ground, and the resistance has been ended, certainly as far as Rhodes is concerned.
And the frustration for Rhodes will be that he's 17 runs short of his 1,000 for the season as well, which is something that he'll want to chalk up, whether it's in this match or against Nottinghamshire next week. And now out Danny Briggs will come to the crease. So the Bears getting into those who can hold a bat a bit. In Briggs, I mean, he has been capable, unorthodox but capable during his time here. Craig Miles due at 9, and then the two men vying in those 10-11 spots of Rushworth and Hannon Dolby. I think Hannon Dolby may have moved ahead of Rushworth in that particular pecking order.
But what a spell from Snater. He's bowled a wicket maiden, and then he came back next over, bowled, well, another wicket-taking over, the 4 coming off it. He's given up 1 run and taken a wicket in this over as well. So he's got figures of 3 for 9 after 5.4 overs. Absolutely brilliant. Coming off the back of Cook and Porter bowling so well in that opening spell, but...
You get the slight smell of a bonfire.
Yeah, I did see some smoke to our right. There's still a few wisps of smoke, but it's coming on. Yeah. See, it's a big plume now.
Is it the Gardens over at Cannon Hill Park, or is it? No, actually, it looks like it might be on sort of the edge of the Colts ground.
It's not. Yeah, not Cannon Hill Park side.
No, Slater in again. Then this time to Briggs, who's forward with a good straight bat and defends out into the offside.
Yes, there's a little whiff of little barbecue happening somewhere.
Yeah, could happen. Couldn't you get it? Have you got a few snags with you that you could pop on for lunch?
Yeah, just don't say shrimp, because no one in Australia calls them shrimp, and everyone, because of that old Paul Hogan ad, throw another shrimp on the barbie. No one says that. They're prawns. They're not shrimp.
Thanks for chiding me for something I didn't say.
No.
Slater full, and he's clipped upwardly by Briggs. It won't carry to Porter at mid-on, though. He certainly didn't time that, and the batters haven't timed an awful lot this morning. They've made excellent use of the conditions. It hasn't done a lot, it's done enough, and they've bowled the right lines and lengths, Essex, to reduce Warwickshire to 65 for 6.
Oh, they've done everything right. I made the point earlier. They've been the odd ball that's strayed onto the pads. A couple of times maybe over pitched, but it's been incredibly consistent by the Essex bowlers. They've just not bowled a lot of bad balls.
No.
They've kept it up, and they've just been really disciplined. And bowled with good pace, but really nagging lines and lengths. Ball doing just enough as well. It's by no means, it's not been jagging and hooping, but it's been doing enough.
Cook, who bowled his first spell from the Pavilion end, is in his second spell now from the Birmingham end.
He's in now over the wicket, a big stride forward and a lovely cover drive. Well, Burgess, we said nothing much had been coming off the middle of the bat all morning. I can tell you that did. What a lovely stroke that was.
He's played the 2 best shots of the morning, hasn't he? I mean, it's not a rich list to choose from, but he's looked as in form as anybody. Yeah, 4th Lancashire wicket is down against Somerset, 88 for 4. Crucially, it's Keaton Jennings, who of that 88 had made 56. 2nd wicket for Casey Aldridge.
We've just got the sun going in and out at the moment, dappling across the ground as Cook is in, takes another step forward, and that just comes off the outside portion of the bat straight to backward point.
But in the tit for tat at the top, which is very pleasing alliteratively, Durham 79 for 3 now. Alex Lees has gone for 36, a second victim of Dan Worrell. So Surrey have their team opponents 3 down, Somerset have theirs 4 down.
Dan Worrell, do you see him ever playing for England? He's going to be qualified, isn't he? Burgess waits as in comes Cook. Down the pitch he comes again, and this time it just goes straight in between the fielders at extra cover and point, but it's stopped in the end. No run.
I think it's unlikely, but you never know, do you? In that he's 33. So they like the young and hungry, don't they? In the
they do like the young and hungry.
Although, good to see Chris Wokes play a full 6 Test match summer this year.
In comes Cook. Again, just takes a little half step. Does Burgess. Aggression there. And that one just played into the offside. But this is why they did bring Pepper up to the stumps.
So does that mean, going by the Mel Farrell theory of bowlers' egos, that Sam Cook wouldn't take it so well?
No, I don't. I just know, having spoken to keepers, they do say they have to keep that in mind if they're suggesting, oh, should have come up. In comes Cook, goes down again, and this time there's a controlled edge, if you like. It's just gone outside the slips fielders and all the way to the boundary for 4.
There was an element of soft hands about that one, wasn't there?
Yes, there was. It was an edge, but it felt reasonably safe. It was soft enough hands.
There weren't even the oohs and ahs that you and Paul were discussing earlier. He's not a big fan of the oohs and ahs.
No, but so I have spoken to keepers about that. They'll sort of say, some bowlers just don't like it. Others are more than happy, but I think there's always a bit of consideration
He's coming
given.
up.
Yep, here we go.
He's coming up.
Here we go.
It was Burgess staying in his ground and guiding it down to third that made his mind up for him, curiously. But
yeah. No, this is what I mean, though. This makes it really interesting when this comes into play, because he has been walking down the pitch. I'm sure Cook doesn't like that. So Pepper up to the stumps. In comes Cook over the wicket. Oh, and he's bowled him! The move works! Pepper was up there and had a close-up view of middle stump cartwheeling. And what had looked very entertaining from Burgess comes to an end when he was pinned back in his crease. It's the 7th wicket to fall, and Essex are all over Warwickshire this morning.
Yeah, that's... I think it's just in with the angle as much as anything. Let's see if it jags a bit. I don't think it's fallen in on the angle, and it's gone through the gate and taken out middle stump. And Burgess, not the first this morning whose footwork just isn't there. If he gets a good stride in forward there, he'll be grand. And they're going to take lunch at this point, because we would barely manage to squeeze in the start of the next over. And what a great session Essex have had. And the 3 main seam bowlers have all produced the goods. They put Warwickshire into bat, and they've bowled excellent length, excellent line. All but one of their chances they took as well. But even Critchley's spill of Rhodes, I don't think he added any more runs before he was out. So 3 wickets in the morning for Shane Snater, 2 each for Jamie Porter and Sam Cook. Only Rhodes 29 and Burgess 17 got into double figures. Danny Briggs will be joined by Craig Miles after the interval, but it is a massive advantage to Essex at the end of this morning session. We'll be back with you at around 1:10, and from 20 to 2 we've got a special guest joining us for commentary. You'll be here each afternoon. We'll reveal all in about an hour from now. But Essex, outstanding performance in the field this morning. Warwickshire at lunch, 73 for 7. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire taking a rather uneasy lunch at the moment after being put in their 73 for 7. Outstanding morning from the Essex bowling attack. 3 wickets for Snater, 2 each for Porter and Cook. The only real resistance came from Will Rhodes, who batted well over an hour for his 29 without ever looking comfortable. Michael Burgess tried a counter-attack, but he was out just before lunch, bowled by Sam Cook for 17. Another tough day for the Bears. They'll resume shortly on 73 for 7. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston.
Well, the Flannel Fools are resuming the field with Warwickshire put into bat, lurching at 73 for 7, right down to the dismissal of Mike Burgess to what turned out to be the last ball before lunch. A beauty from Sam Cook. He departed for 17, and that has left Warwickshire with a mountain to climb here at 73 for 7. And Mel rejoins me, and certainly Warwickshire will be hoping, and they do have people like Danny Briggs, who's got good runs for Warwickshire against Essex in the past, will be able to at least perhaps double this score.
Well, it's got to be some form of resistance, because it's just been all Essex in the opening session of play here at Edgbaston. And the problem for them is it's not necessarily like they've been throwing away their wickets. It's just been really good bowling. I've been just not letting up. You look at someone like Snater, who you were thinking about how good Cook and Porter were with the new ball, but Snater's got 3 for 9 after 6 overs. Yeah. So they've just been relentless, have Essex, and it's going to take something pretty special for Warwickshire to keep on going.
Over to you, Mel.
In comes Snater. He's picking up where he left off, and that first ball is just played in towards point by Briggs. No run, first up.
Yeah, we're on early timings here at Edgbaston, because it isn't actually 10 past 1 yet.
It threw me a bit. I suddenly looked out and they were walking on, but they finished a bit early, courtesy of the wicket that fell when it did. And lovely scenes here too, with watching all the fans wander across the field here at Edgbaston. Here comes Snater over the wicket, and that is just carved away in between backward point and gully. 4 runs, and if Briggs plays like that, then you never know. They might just get themselves up to a decent score. But that was a lovely shot.
It was.
Controlled.
And you'd made such a good point a moment ago. You couldn't really say any of the 7 dismissed batsmen played a rank bad shot. The ball was just doing enough either to miss the bat and produce LBWs, or to take the edge of the bat and produce catches.
Yeah, it's been a fine display. Snater is in and just stoutly defended by Briggs on this occasion, out to mid-off.
But before Essex get carried away, they've got a bat on this, and you know, generally speaking in cricket, it does a little bit less by the time the second side get into bat, but we shall see.
Well, cliches are cliches for a reason, aren't there? Because there is so much truth to it, and that not being able to judge until you see both sides bat on a pitch. Snater is in again, just a big stride forward, defended on the front foot from Briggs.
Yeah, he did the right thing being on the front foot there. It kept low, it was an off-cutter, and it was a model defensive shot, but if he'd sort of got caught on the back foot there, he might easily have been trapped bang in front. So good cricket from Briggs. As I say, he has a good record against Essex here.
Well, Warwickshire fans will be hoping that he lives up to that record today, because they do need something special. It's just a little bit of hesitation there at the top of the mark from Snater, but he's running in now. Orange soles flapping as he's in, and that has another wicket. He can't stop taking them, Snater. He has his 4th, a little edge behind, taken by Pepper. And wow, what a day this has been for Snater. Absolutely brilliant. He has his 4th, and it's Briggs who departs.
Yeah, I'm afraid Briggs, for all my kind words about him, not a lot he could have done. Again, he wasn't out to a rank bad shot, but there, I think he got a little bit caught on the crease rather than getting a good stride in. And it's just, yeah, just looking at it again, he doesn't really move the feet there. Now, had he done what he did to the previous ball and got right forward on the front foot, he might well have survived that ball, but he was rather just caught on the crease, hanging the bat out, and it just did enough off the pitch to graze the edge on its way through to Michael Pepper. And now bad goes worse, 77 for 8.
Well, they're going to be bowled out before, well before they reach triple figures at this stage, Warwickshire. But it has just been such good bowling, and Snater, well, he's been a revelation. I'm not going to pretend that I don't think I've ever watched him bowl before, Snater. As I said, this is my first Essex game. I knew more about Cook and Porter and what they could do, but he's been outstanding today.
Yes, he has. No, that's a very fair point. And although he hasn't quite picked up last season, it wasn't his best season last, and he had a bad calf injury down at Southampton, which put paid to the rest of his season in one fell moment. But he was terrific in 2022, and he's really begun to fire again in recent weeks, and certainly, admittedly, in very helpful conditions, but he has put the ball in all the right places and caused all the batsmen problems, and I don't think it's going to be any joyride for Essex when it's their turn to bat.
Well, it makes having a 70s mullet forgivable when you can bowl like that.
Yes, yes, I must admit his hairstyle is not a favourite of mine. It never was, you know, back in the relevant days of the 70s.
It's Rushworth. Chris Rushworth is in, and first ball squirts off the inside edge of his bat straight to short mid-wicket. So the pressure remains well and truly on. And it's the end of Snater's over. Another successful one. He just seems to take a wicket with every over he bowls. Well, it's certainly been every second over, I think. 'Cause he's,
yeah, 7 overs, 4 wickets.
That's pretty good.
It is.
Pretty good.
4 for 13. And obviously he will be almost hoping the bowler at the other end, who in this case is going to be Jamie Porter, doesn't get a wicket until Snater has got his 5th. Everybody, just as batsmen think of themselves, how many hundreds have I got? A bowler will think, how many 5-fers have I got? He's in line.
Well, I'll be astonished if he doesn't take a 5-fer, to be honest.
Unless, of course, this man Porter spoils the party by nabbing the last 2. He's got 2 under his belt, and they're very competitive, this set of Essex seamers, as Porter's in. Bowls, and that is, in fact, it has been given. The batsman was not keen to go, but Craig Miles is on his way. And he is caught behind off Porter for naught, and Shane Snater will be slightly trembling in his boots now.
Oh, wow. Well, wicket first up. He just played forward with a very straight bat. But such is the quality of this Essex bowling. It just didn't seem to move too much at all. I just wonder, has he missed a straight one? Just having a look at the replay now from front on. Just outside the off stump, and just got a little feather. It was enough. Did that get the inside edge? I just wonder if he played outside the line.
Yeah, it could be. He didn't seem to think he'd hit it at all, but the umpire eventually, as umpires tend to do, they like to leave it to the batsman to walk for a few seconds, and but then up went the finger, and well, 77 for 9. We're only 7 balls into the postprandial break, or into postprandial session, I should say. And talking of which, many thanks to Warwickshire County Cricket Club for providing an excellent lunch, much appreciated. And it's given Mel and myself the energy to describe this. Normally when you get back from lunch, you're hoping for a few quiet overs just to digest your lunch. But it's been all action. 2 wickets have gone down in just 7 deliveries. And as I say, it would not be a great surprise if Shane Snater doesn't get the chance to get his 5th wicket here.
Well, Jamie Porter, be a good sport. Just let these ones go.
Oh, he's not a good sport, you know. He's a very, very a terrific fellow, but a very determined character. Great professional. Here he comes. In and bowls to Ollie Hannon-Dorby, and well, maybe I'm wrong there, because he's bowled one that the batsman can safely leave on its way through to Michael Pepper, and 4 more deliveries of this over for Porter either to take the last wicket or to give Snater at least the opportunity to register his 5-wicket haul.
Well, it would be something pretty special to see Snater do that. But there's just been no weak link with any of the bowlers. That has been...
Porter in and bowls, played down to mid-off, and Hannon-Dorby getting solidly in line there, doing the right thing, getting on the front foot. 3 slips and a gully here. Elgar 1, Harmer 2, Critchley 3, and the gully is the tall figure of Paul Walter. Sun shining, and we had a bit of cloud in the morning, but it's virtually entirely clear now. Porter switching to round the wicket, bowls to Hannon-Dorby, relieves that. It didn't miss the stumps by terribly much, but give the batsman the benefit of the doubt there for good judgment. I think in the end went over the off stump and was taken diving to his right down the leg side by Michael Pepper. 77 for 9.
Just looking at Shane Snater's stats, and in 46 first-class matches, he's actually taken 7 5-fers.
Very good going. It was mainly in 2022 when, with both ball and bat, he had a fantastic campaign. Porter's in, City end, bowls, well played by Hannon-Dorby, who gets off the mark with a single. And what has helped Hannon-Dorby, clearly not afraid of the bowling, and he's kept his eye on the ball as he steered that out just wide of cover and scored his 78 for 9, and now 1 ball left. Porter 7.5 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 15, has bowled beautifully.
He really has. You can say that about any of them. This will be certainly an innings where their bowling figures and averages will look pretty good. But Warwickshire fans do know how obdurate and stubborn the likes of Hannon Dolby can be.
Porter's in. Bowls and down the wicket with a tremendous swish comes Chris Rushworth, and well, he didn't know much about that, but thankfully for him and Warwickshire, he didn't need to know much about it. It missed the stumps and went through competitiveness between them. And you know, on some occasions Porter will be the pick of the two, and then it's Sam Cook, and now Shane Snater making it a triangle of certainly on this type of pitch, truly formidable bowlers.
Well, they're also just bringing in another slip.
Yeah, Critchley to third.
Yeah. So it's essentially 3 slips and a gully in now. Hannon Dolby on strike. Snater in around the wicket. He drives straight back, and well, Snater does well to, in his follow through, pluck the ball off the ground with his right hand, prevent the run.
I'll tell you what, that was a splendid shot actually from Hannon Dolby. Left-hander, and everything was right about it. Lovely straight drive and 4 runs, but for a very good stop to his own bowling by Snater, who, having gone through the delivery stride, peeling off to his left, stuck a right hand down and picked the ball up cleanly.
Well, here comes Snater again. He's taken 4 wickets today, but it's just a bit of a defensive thwack from Hannon Dolby. He wasn't really quite sure where that was. I think he might have been looking to turn that into the leg side, but it's just dribbled off the bat.
Yeah, it's not looking the worst of or the least accomplished of the Warwickshire batsmen so far, though.
Well, he's well known as being a real stubborn presence, isn't he, at the bottom of the innings, but he's there now. Hannon Dolby is in comes Snater, angling in. It's a fuller delivery, but again stoutly defended, just to back towards the umpire.
It's a pitch that actually is tailor-made for this Essex trio of medium pacers. You could have someone, Jofra Archer or whatever, at blinding pace, but if you're a reasonably accomplished batsman, you'd rather face that, because the ball's unlikely to move quite as much as these medium pacers are going to do.
Snater in once more. Oh, and that's come off the pad, and it's been given. He does have 5 wickets for Snater. His 8th 5 for him first-class cricket, and he has been absolutely brilliant today. Cook and Porter started the wicket ball rolling, but Snater has picked it up, and he has just been brilliant today. That ball wrapping the pads and wrapping up the innings for Warwickshire, who are all out for 78. Rushworth not scoring, Hannon Dolby on 1, but 5 for 13 for Snater in just 7.4 overs. It has been a brilliant display from him and from all of the Essex bowlers.
Yeah, perfectly described, Mel, and Shane Snater, as you say, has been outstanding, as indeed have all the 3 main Essex bowlers who've got the 10 wickets between them. 5 for Snater, 3 to Porter and 2 to Cook. And it's not often you'd say Sam Cook, who was also the more expensive of the 3, comes off with the figures that look less good than his 2 rivals there. But Snater, being applauded off, has hardly put a ball out of place, not just in case of the instance of the wickets he's taken, but a lot of the balls he didn't take a wicket with had the beating of the batsman. And Essex, in their last 2 matches, have dismissed Nottinghamshire for 93 in their first innings, and now Warwickshire for 78 in their first innings. And in the match before that, although Essex lost it in the end, they dismissed Worcestershire for not many more, well, a little bit more admittedly, but for another lowish total. So the bowling attack has been in scintillating form, but the batting, which has been a little bit more suspect, though certainly not in case of the Nottinghamshire game, but Worcestershire were able to bowl them out for 130 odd, I think it was, in Essex's second innings, and they threw away a 138 run first innings lead on that occasion. They look pretty determined here, and well, 78 all out, and I think we'll invite people to rejoin us in 10 minutes.
Absolutely. We'll see what the response is. We'll be back with you shortly, but the news here from Edgbaston, they Warwickshire all out for 78 for 10. And Snater with that 5 for 13, really leading the way for Essex. We will be back with you shortly.
So welcome back to Edgbaston after the change between innings. Warwickshire now in the field, Essex having made light work of that Bears batting order. Shane Snater with 5 for 13, wrapping Warwickshire's innings up for just 78. 3 wickets for Porter and 2 for Sam Cook. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. We'll have Paul Newton and Mel Farrell back very shortly. But I'm joined in the commentary box by an absolute legend in this stadium. A man who guided the Bears to county championships, to Sunday League titles, to one-day cup triumphs. An England all-rounder. Dermot Reeve is here. Good afternoon to you, Dermot.
Hi, Richard. Lovely to be back at Edgbaston. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you'd like Warwickshire to have had more runs on the board, but other than that...
It's a lovely day. There's hardly a cloud in the sky. But it is a fresh strip. You know, this time of year you think they might be playing on a used, pitch, repeating it.
As Hannon Dolby begins the innings and goes past the edge of the bat of Dean Elgar. So a fine delivery to open the bowling from Hannon Dolby.
You know, it is a big square here at Edgbaston, but you would have thought the chances are this time of year you'd be playing on something that's been, say, used before.
Yeah.
It might be a bit tired and take a bit of spin, but it is a fresh pitch. It hasn't been used all year. I know Warwickshire were going to bowl first as well, but it's, it hasn't hooped around because, it's not cloudy and overcast and humid, but there has been movement off the seam, and that is what has done for the Warwickshire batsmen. And, the game's going forward. Warwickshire got every chance here of doing the same thing to Essex.
4 slips in place as Hannon Dolby comes in from the Birmingham end, and that one, another good line outside the off stump, just withdrawing his bat, Elgar, as that goes through. And it's not about sheer pace with the way that Essex bowled. They just kept the pressure on, kept it in the right place.
Well, I always said, Shane Warne didn't bowl fast, but he moved the ball sideways.
Yeah.
And that's the key, really, to bowling. If someone bowls 10 miles an hour faster, it's not a big deal if the ball is just going straight. But if you're a medium pacer or a lively medium pacer and you've got assistance making the ball sideways, that's what gives you that edge.
Hannon Dolby, 6'7" of him in and guided down into the slip cordon, fielded there by Hamza Sheikh, who's the 4th slip. The 4 of them in quite a steep angle to the left of Michael Burgess. Hannon Dolby, one of these right-arm seam bowlers who's happy to start over the wicket to a left-hander, which you see less and less these days.
Yeah, but he is bowling to a batsman hugely experienced, has had an excellent Test career, and he could be the key for Essex if he manages to stick around and bats for a session.
As he awaits Hannon Dolby again, driven up towards mid-on, diving stop there by Chris Rushworth. I'm sure he'll be likely to take the second over, and he is very much the sort of bowler that Dermot has just described. He's not got pace, Rushworth, but he will get a bit of lateral movement. A lot of his tends to be in the air, but he does get some off the seam as well. So we'll see whether he gets a bit of assistance from this wicket. There's a little bit of a breeze, there's not much of it. The Essex flag is just blowing a little bit from left to right as we look out. And Hannon Dolby approaches once more, that right arm waving out as it does, and just dabbing down on it is Elgar. It goes behind the wicket again, down towards Sheikh at 4th slip, and no run. So, which end did you prefer to bowl at when you were on, Dermot?
I didn't have a preference here, actually, at Edgbaston. The reason I came and actually played at Warwickshire and left Sussex was because it was a well-manicured outfield, so the shine would stay on the ball.
Yeah.
While at Hove, where I first played, it was very abrasive. That's what brought me to Edgbaston, the fact the ball swung.
Hannon Dolby approaches again and past the outside edge of Elgar's bat. It's a good over first up from Ollie Hannon Dolby. You never entirely can judge what a ball's going to do until the lacquer comes off it, but he's put that in the right sort of places. And in reply to Warwickshire's 78 all out, none without loss are Essex in this game. Essex, who of course had that 12-point deduction, otherwise they'd still be chasing the title at the moment. That must be pretty frustrating for them. This is this area of the season where things get won and lost, isn't it? That's where you get excited as a cricketer.
Well, with the movement that's there, and it's still there, you know, you are going to go past the bat a bit. But if it's your day, you'll find the edge of the bat. I always remember the first match of the season, Surrey played Essex, and Surrey were bowled out for 14 at Chelmsford. It was a long, long time ago. But, you know, the game ended up being match drawn. Second time around, you know, Surrey, I think, ended about with 300 odd for 2.
Yeah.
But on that first day of the season, all out for 14. So, you know, Warwickshire have got to just take it one ball at a time and get the ball in the right area.
Robin Dass, the right-hander, on strike for Chris Rushworth's first ball of the day, and he's able to go onto the back foot and just dab it down into the offside. And there's no run. I mean, there was a match last week where Leicestershire found themselves 11 for 6, and that was with the Kookaburra ball as well, doing a bit, which it doesn't do as much as the Duke's ball, which is in play again this week in the Championship.
Right. That is and it is a big difference.
Yeah.
You know, the Kookaburra to the Duke. It's like chalk and cheese. As a bowler, you'd always want that Duke in your hand.
Well, that's what Chris Rushworth has, back from injury these last couple of weeks. And he's in now, and that's a good solid face of the bat from Das, who drives it back up to the bowler, who picks it up in his follow-through. And there's no run. If this was, if we had this sky in June or July, it'd be very hot out there, but it is very much overcoat weather. The jumpers are on for the fielders, hiding away their numbers on their shirts. Craig Miles down in front of us at mid-on. Alex Davis, the captain, at mid-off. And Rushworth into bowl to Das once more, and again just covers up outside off stump.
Yeah, the batsman just gesticulated then, you know, after he played a good defensive shot, that the ball had just held on the pitch as well. And, you know, that's was the key with, is it Snater, if I pronounced him correctly?
Yeah.
You know, with his wickets, he was just getting the ball just to, you know, hit the seam and just slightly going in the, you know, direction from leg to off, like a leg cutter, but actually it was moving off the seam.
Rushworth outside off stump, wanted to oohs and ahs for that line, but Das has nothing to do with it.
And Rushworth, you know, he's got a similar action. You know, bowlers that come right from 12 o'clock, I call it, and sometimes actually slightly past 12. Someone like Curtly Ambrose, you know, he was beyond the perpendicular, but, you know, Snater was just getting that with his action, just getting the ball to leg cut, and he just, you know, bowled a perfect line of length, and Warwickshire just kept nicking him.
Rushworth approaches Das again, pushes forward out into the offside. Alex Davis is in to do the fielding. I mean, I guess with the likes of Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, Joel Garner, 10, 15 years before them, you would want the release point to be as high as possible to make the very most of the size that you've got. Yeah,
well, what you'd want is actually to have a really good sight screen, very high sight screen at the end he was bowling from, because you know, some of the grounds in those days you only had the little small sight screen, and a big tall fella would come from above the sight screen.
Rushworth, rather more average height, and this one takes the inside edge. And Essex will get their first run. It's down to Hannon Dolby at long leg. So Das gets off the mark, one without loss. End of the second over. Only 78 runs to defend for Warwickshire. They're going to have to make early inroads into this Essex innings. Hannon Dolby, by the way, chasing the title of being leading wicket taker, and also trying to get to 50 wickets for the third season in a row. And you know, things have changed from the days of playing 22 or 24 championship games. 50 wickets these days for a seamer is a pretty good season.
Absolutely is. And he's a difficult customer to face because of his height. But he is, you know, the lively side of medium. You put him up there as sort of fast medium.
And has really found a niche at Warwickshire since he got past the age of 30 as well. He's got better and better as he's gone on, and he's got his first wicket as his first delivery to Das has just done a little bit. He appeals for LBW. The umpire says, yep, that's absolutely in front. Das is gone for one, and Essex are 1 for 1.
There we go. Right on the spot. And he just played slightly down, you know, they beat him on the inside edge. He had got a good stride forward. You know, it was an LBW that Dickie Bird wouldn't have given, with them being that far forward, but
I mean, looking at the replays, the only decision the umpires really had to make is whether it's coming back too much, but that has jagged back a little bit off the seam there. And, well, that's hit him in front, hasn't it?
Yeah,
That's hit him in front.
It's going on a hit leg, and what you've got to think as well is you've also got the width of the ball.
Yeah.
You know, you've got leg stump, but actually you've got the width of the ball. It doesn't have to hit the middle of the stump. A lot of umpires in the old days, you know, I remember Kevin Lyons saying to me, he said, "I umpires just there isn't a leg stump."
Okay,
You know?
that's interesting.
So, you know, he's definitely going to be a not outer. Dickie Bird was very much a not outer, and there was a few umpires it was hard to get a decision out of. But
Who were the ones who were the outers, though?
Ray Julian
Yeah.
was a good one. Kenny Palmer, he'd give him out on the front foot if the shape was
Yeah.
right. And so that's the end. If you said to me what end do you want to bowl, it would often be down to the actual umpire.
Dictate by that, yeah, okay.
It would be dictated. I would go, I wouldn't want to bowl Dickie's end.
Yeah.
You know, at the other end I got a bit more chance with a Kenny Palmer or a Roy Palmer.
I think in more recent years, when I think he may have retired from umpiring now. I think Trevor Jesty was quite a giver as well of LBWs. So 1 for 1, Hannon Dolby. Sometimes with him, of course, the height means that the bounce might be carrying it over the stumps, but it wasn't the case with that one. 11 wickets gone in the day already. And we're barely beyond the lunch interval. Hannon Dolby into the new batsman, Wesley, who leaves a ball, I think, on height as much as anything, because that was not too far away from his off stump.
Well, it's nipped back, you know. It's dragged back, so the ball is definitely still moving. And, you know, I always say with the game of cricket, you know, the only thing that exists in the game is the next ball.
Yep.
It's one ball at a time, and all you can do is just do your best, whether you're in the field or, you know, batting or bowling. It's just one ball at a time, and you've got to break it down to that. And Warwickshire absolutely should be believing that if they get the ball in the right area,
As Wesley leaves again outside off stump.
that you know, they're well in the game.
Perhaps a slight difference for a batter and a bowler, and a batter absolutely has to forget what came before and respond in kind. But as a bowler, sometimes you can have a plan, you can set a batsman up as long as you keep them at the right end.
Oh, you know, absolutely you do. But when it comes down to, you know, the actual sport and watching it and enjoying it, it is, you know, whether it's a 20-20 game or a 50-over game or a 40 game, it does happen one ball at a time. And you just got to make sure as a cricketer you're in the right emotional place every ball.
Wesley pushing forward this time, is able to drive the ball up towards mid-on, where it's gathered by Chris Rushworth. You're going to probably err on the side of being full here if you're the bowler, I would think, with these conditions.
Absolutely, that, you know, it's the key. The length you bowl. If you bowl too short, you just give the batsman that bit more time to perhaps leave the ball or adjust to the movement. But you know, that fullish length, not a half volley, but just short of a half volley. The ball doesn't have to move much. A little bit either way. You can find the edge or get an LBW.
And Dolby to Wesley again, and he's whipping that very neatly through mid-wicket for 4.
And that's too full. That's, you know, that's a leg stump half volley, and that's where you can't bowl. And that's where Warwickshire, you know, they've got to bowl with the discipline that Essex bowl with, and not, you know, you don't want to be trying to bowl Yorkers and bouncers and etc. like that. You haven't got to go out there at the moment and try and think of a, you know, a jazzy way to get a dismissal. You've just got to bowl, you know, absolutely spot on line of length, but just slightly fuller than you know, that length that people talk about.
Being a Yorkshireman, Ollie Hannon Dolby will be mithering about that last ball.
Well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It would be, wouldn't it? A bit of Fred here for you, just commentating.
He wants to bowl to Wesley, and he strides forward and then leaves alone a ball outside off stump. End of the third over in reply to Warwickshire's rather paltry 78. Essex are 5 for 1.
Yeah, nice bit of applause from it. You know, that's not many here today at Edgbaston, but the ground does look a picture. And I love the fact that we're so high up because, you know, you can see over the far stand. I've forgotten its name at the minute.
Well, now we call that the Birmingham end. It used to be the City end when you were playing here.
Yeah, but you got a lovely smattering of trees. You know, I don't think that's Moseley that way.
No, so straight in front of you, you'd have Calthorpe Park is behind, and then into the city where you've got all the high towers.
Yeah, you can see the bull ring.
If you go right, if you go over the Holly stand, you'd end up in Moseley.
Yeah.
As Chris Rushworth starts a new over. Good stride forward again from Elgar. Pushes it up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
In fact, I saw those cranes. That's just past Spark Hill, where they're doing some building, because I came in, I missed a turning to come through Moseley, and I ended up going through Spark Hill and had to turn left there. But I did manage to get here on time, but I didn't see all of the first session, so, you know, I arrived and suddenly found out Warwickshire was 7 down.
Yeah, it all happened fairly quickly this morning, that's for sure. Rushworth, Fuller, and just jabbing down at that into the leg side is Elgar. It was perhaps a slightly slower ball from Rushworth. I mean, there's not a lot of pace on in the first place, but Elgar, inconvenience, but he deals with it. You talk about Elgar's experience. I mean, he'll have seen all different surfaces, so he'll know how to react to what's going on out there.
Yeah, it is, you know, there is the movement there. That was a perfect line of length from Rushworth. He just needs to plug away, and you're just waiting for that little bit of batsman error. But Elgar is batting out of his crease.
Rushworth again, and he gets a nick, and it, I think, bounces before third slip. Yeah, I think it's landed on the deck just before it reaches him there.
Now, if the batsman is batting out of his crease by, you know, a metre or a couple of feet, should all the slips come up 2 feet as well?
Yeah.
You know, because the ball never comes as quick off the edge as the bowler's bowling it. But it was a healthy edge. Maybe they just got to risk it and come up a yard at slip.
Yeah, that would make some sense, as this is turned around the corner off his pads for a single by Elgar. He gets his first run in the 4th over. Takes Essex to 6 for 1.
Yeah, with the angle coming round the wicket to the left-hander, you're not as likely to get an LBW, because you know, you're wide on the crease, and with the angle, if the ball jags in slightly, you know, there's less scope to get an LBW than if he is over the wicket. So, you know, I wouldn't be, as he has done, suddenly jumping round to the left-hander. I'd be trying to get the ball just to get that movement and get him LBW.
Wesley on strike now, forward to a straight ball, full face of the bat up towards mid-off. I think the thing I was waiting for, if Elgar doesn't get off strike there, he's been angling the ball into the left-hander. What Rushworth will often do is then come up with the ball that jags out off the seam.
Right.
And you're kind of waiting for that 4-5 balls in, because he didn't get there.
Yeah.
It's very much the Rushworth method. Bears without an overseas bowler for this game due to injuries. Hassan Ali and Michael Booth both ruled out. As this is onto the pads, and that's going to be put away very neatly by Wesley. Just pure timing through square leg. Erring in line, and it's that'll be 10 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yeah, nice shot from Wesley, and interesting in his stance, his back foot is actually on off stump. And then he has a first movement where he actually plants his front foot slightly, early. So when he defends, he actually defends out in front of his pad. But what it means is anything on middle stump, it's a bit like to another batsman being on leg stump.
Yeah.
So you've got to take that into consideration when you're bowling at Wesley, and move your line as a bowler, 3 or 4 inches to the offside against him. Otherwise, he'll just keep clipping it through square leg.
Yeah, so that's what makes him a strong leg side player, that positioning.
That his stance, but also that first movement.
Yeah. Hannah Dolby to begin a new over, and defended out into the offside by Elgar.
Yeah, I mean, Elgar doesn't move his front foot until after the ball's bowled. He's picking up the line and length, while Wesley has a little bit of a plant, which you could say, right, makes him an LBW candidate. But what you need to do then, if you're going to bowl straight at him, is you've got to bring bring one of your slips across to square leg, or even out to deep square leg.
Yeah.
So you've got protection. Because if you're going for that LBW and bowling straight, he will get runs.
And Dolby in, and that one, well, Elgar looks like he's withdrawing his bat. Had it beaten him? I think it had beaten him on the outside edge there.
Yeah, he's one of those, a bit like Mark Benson in the old days at Kent. That I remember a Kent committee man saying, "Oh, well, we should sack this fella. He's playing and missing every ball." But actually, Benson was actually just letting the ball go.
Yeah.
With the old curtain rail technique, which is what Elgar does. But no, that was definitely Hannon Dolby beating the bat before he pulled the bat away.
Mark Benson did earn himself a couple of test caps during his career, as that's left on line. He's just angling it across the left-hander, Hannon Dolby, at a decent pace.
Yeah, it was a good leave, not a difficult one with the fact we're not seeing Hannon Dolby get any swing or shape back into the left-hander. But if he just keeps plugging away, if he gets the ball to pitch on middle and off, that will mean Elgar will attempt to defend it, and it will bring in the edge to the keeper, or first or second slip, perhaps third slip.
Arms pumping, Hannon Dolby approaches once more, and he tries to drive here, Elgar, but he doesn't time that at all. He's almost hitting across the ball there, and it squirts out to Alex Davis, who's quite close in at mid-off.
Yeah, well, no batsman really has looked comfortable at timing the ball. Even there, Elgar, the ball's not quite coming on. It's just holding a little bit. You've got the movement, but it also is just getting that, we call it a bit of a sort of tennis ball feel. It's not a fast and bouncy hard pitch.
Yeah. And Dolby once more, and that's full and a little bit wide, and no real interest from Elgar, who just stands there with his bat aloft, having let that through. They've got all the time in the world, of course, in this game, Essex, because things have happened so quickly. Weather is set fair for these 4 days, so they can bat as long as they want to, but Warwickshire have to make that as hard as possible.
Well, Warwickshire made, a good start, 10 for 1. If they do that consistently throughout the innings, they'll be all out for 100.
They'd take that. They'd take that. The game will be back on an even keel then. And it may well be that the surface, or the conditions settle down. That wouldn't be unusual on this side of the square. As jabbing down at that into the offside is Elgar. Maiden over from Hannon Dolby. 5 overs gone. Of course, you had the luxury of one of the great new ball pairings during your time here, when you've got the sheer pace and quality of Alan Donald, who came from being a very raw bowler when he first came here to being the outstanding international he was, and then Tim Munson at the other end, who, if anybody thought they could relax when they got through an Alan Donald over, they couldn't, because Tim Munson had put it in the right area all the time.
Yeah, both fantastic performers, and Tim did get selected and played a couple of test matches for England. They always wanted someone of Tim's sort of style to play the Headingley test match.
Yes.
But AD, the Bloemfontein Rocket, he was a hell of a performer.
Rushworth in, draws an outside edge from Wesley, but that will roll down to third for 4. And he'll trudge back disconsolately there, Rushworth, because moral victories don't count for much right now. 14 for 1, Wesley already up to 12.
Yeah, it's one of those decisions as a captain. You don't want to be giving away easy boundaries like that, just a thick outside edge. Going down to the vacant third man, there's no fielder down at third man. If he gets his line right, he'd be more likely to have a third man than a fine leg. Yeah.
He's got a fine leg at the moment. He comes in and Wesley's forward a long way.
Yeah, it's a worse ball, isn't it? That if he bowls a ball that actually goes to fine leg, and the batsman actually gets an insider and it goes down there, it's probably actually not quite as good a delivery as the one that takes the outside edge and goes to third man. But what tends to happen is bowlers, you take away their fine leg, and what they do is they shift their line with the ball too wide of off stump.
Rushworth needs to stick at the line that he knows gets results. There'll be an appeal for LBW here, but that's angled down the leg side. It rolls through for what will be signalled as a leg bite.
Only just missing leg, though. It is missing leg, and a good decision. But it's that shot again. If he gets hold of that, that's going to go for 4 down to the deep backward square. I'd be tempted, because you're only protecting 80 odd to start with. I'd be tempted as the captain to actually have a third man and a fine leg.
Yeah.
and I would do without the first slip.
Okay.
Okay.
As Rushworth has gone past the edge here, and that one has arced back as it's gone through to the wicket-keeper. And there's a bit more aerial movement there than I think we've seen from anybody today.
My point with that is, if you actually took the fielder away from first slip and get second slip to move slightly closer to the keeper, so to be about 1.5.
Yeah.
You know, you'd have 3 slips at 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, but you'd still be able to protect the boundary. And what you're saying to the wicket keeper is, you've got to go for everything.
Yeah. He's a good keeper, Burgess. This again is onto the pads of the batsman, and it's a crisply moved round the corner by Elgar. Down to the rather wide long leg, Ollie Hannah-Dolby. That means it's just a single, 16 for 1. 1 ball left in this over on perfect early autumn afternoon for cricket.
Who's at first slip, Richard?
First slip at the moment would appear to be Rob Yates. He's got 25 catches in the championship this season.
Yeah.
I'm just going to work out who's at second. I think Sam Haynes at third when normally he's at second. I can't see the numbers today because they've got their jumpers on. So Rushworth, well, that's not missed off stump by much. Let's call that a very good leave by Tom Wesley. And there was an anxious look round as well, which was a bit of a telltale.
That's probably moved more than anything else from the Warwickshire bowlers so far. A big nip backer and just going over the top of off stump. Just getting back to my point with that first slip is,
yeah,
you know, how many catches do you see the first slip take on the, you know, to the side where the wicket keeper is?
Yeah.
You know, it's so rare. Normally the keeper's going to cover that spot. So, you know, actually I think having a first slip, I'm not saying you take Yates away if he's your best catcher, but just move him a bit wider.
Well, he's done us a favour actually, because he's taken his jumper off, so now I can see that Yates is at second slip.
Right.
So it's Will Rhodes who's at first slip, because they're nearer us now as Hannah-Dolby begins a new over, trying to drive there. It's the inside half of the bat from Elgar, but there will be a bit of a chase, and they'll come back for 2. He's not timed that. Yeah, I mean, Yates is an outstanding slip fielder. I'm not yet willing to put him in the category of Dominic Osler, but he's not far off. I mean, Dominic was an outstanding slipper, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was also outstanding on the boundary, Dominic.
Yeah.
You know, he would fly around the boundary in a one-day game, and he took some spectacular catches. But yeah, he had great hands.
Good arm as well. Had a good arm on him. Elgar awaits Hannah-Dolby again, and that goes past the outside edge on the angle once more. And through to the keeper, 18 for 1 the score.
Yeah, that's the perfect delivery. Just unfortunate for Hannah-Dolby and for Warwickshire that it didn't find the edge. You know, another day that does get a nick on it. So there is still movement for sure for the Warwickshire bowlers. They've just got to be patient and just keep nagging away at the right line and length, and they're well in the game.
Of course, the lacquer now will have pretty much come off the ball. This is often the moment that you see the best movement in favour of the bowlers. Hannah-Dolby looking to aim towards middle and leg. He's guided up towards mid-on to Rushworth.
Yeah, I used to, feel that, particularly myself as a swing bowler, that the importance of the effort put into, getting the moisture into the side you decided to shine and, get it quickly to mid-off and get him into getting the moisture on the ball and then rubbing it really hard.
Yeah.
And sometimes perhaps it's that heat that he's putting into the ball. Maybe that's also the thing that can aid, just get that little bit of swing.
So that was hurried, Elgar. He thinks about a single as he turns it behind square on the leg side. The run isn't really there, and it's picked up by Danny Briggs. Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of what happens in a cricket match in terms of swing and seam confounds the scientist, doesn't it? But you very rarely hear the idea that heat could be part of it, but it makes a certain amount of sense. The amount of friction when the ball is being shined and, I mean, the key for a swing bowler is you actually keep your wrist pretty much locked, and you pull down with your fingers behind the ball, and when you're bowling the seamer, what you do is you flick your wrist. Right. And that oscillates the seam, and then you get the movement either way. So Hannah-Dolby angling it across the left-hander again. Well, it would be one of the things that set Jimmy Anderson apart in his career was the quality of the wrist that he had behind the ball.
Yeah, and he is one that you think of as, for me, a swing bowler.
Yeah.
So when the conditions are, it might be a flat pitch, he can still move the ball in the air by getting one side nice and shiny, and the canting of the seam in the slight direction, and the control of your wrist. When you bowl swing, you never bowl quite as quick as someone who's bowling fast.
As this is driven into the offside. And Elgar, I think, has timed that sufficiently well to get his first boundary. Doubles his score. He goes to 8. It's 22 for 1. Just to Dermot hasn't worked with it before. You will hear in the background a news bulletin going out. That's not unusual. It does mean that in a couple of minutes' time I've got to launch into a report, and then Paul will replace me. But just to get you used to the belts and braces, because it's so good to have you here on a ground where everybody here holds you with such affection, Dermot. It's just wonderful to have you as part of the team today.
Well, it's lovely to be back at Edgbaston and be part of the team, and my thanks go out wholeheartedly to the BBC. They've given me the chance to get back in the commentary box. It's something I've missed doing for a few years. I tried to combine commentating and coaching at one point.
Yeah.
Then I stopped the coaching, went into commentary full time, and then, as a stupid idiot, I decided to do a line of cocaine, and my life changed.
As Chris Rushworth comes in to bowl, and he's defended out into the offside, and there's no run. Well, it's just good to have your expertise and your knowledge, and I think we've learned quite a lot in the first half hour about the techniques of the game, which is really good as well. Just now, all we need now is for Warwickshire to try and get their way back in the game, but then Paul, of course, will be very happy to enjoy how brilliantly Essex have performed. I don't think it's a 78 all-out surface by any stretch of the imagination. I just think the bowling attack executed everything to perfection. Rushworth now thought for a moment he might get that through, but Wesley, again demonstrating what you've been saying, Dermot, his start position means he's so quick to get onto the ball on his pads, dispatches it through a straight mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, that was on probably middle and off, maybe slightly more towards middle. But he's got that right off the middle of the bat through mid-wicket. A really good shot, and it shows that's his strength as a batsman. And you've just got to, as a bowler, move your line. I mean, they got the man out at deep square leg now, which isn't a bad move, but he didn't stop it going for 4.
Got a short mid-wicket in now as well for Wesley because of that shot, as he pushes forward and defends the next ball from Chris Rushworth. Right, if I just hold you silent for a moment, because I'm going to get into this report when my phone ticks across to 3 minutes past, because 2 radio stations, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR, take this report. And we'll let them know what is a bit of a tale of woe locally as the tale of the day unfolds. Rushworth coming in to bowl. Let's break off to get this report done. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire are having an uphill struggle, to say the least. Bowled out for just 78 by an excellent Essex attack, led by Shane Snater, who took 5 for 13. Immaculate line and length from him. Will Rhodes, the only player to bat for more than an hour, he made 29 without ever looking at ease. The Essex reply, well, they lost Robin Das early. Excellent delivery from Ollie Hannon. Dolby trapped him LBW for 1. But Wesley and Elgar are starting to gather runs rather more steadily now. They're 30 for 1, Essex, trailing by 48. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston. As we continue now with Rushworth, and he's going to be hit immaculately off the back foot there by Wesley. Stood tall, punches him through extra cover for 4, and this is becoming a very expensive over. 34 for 1 now, Essex. Yeah,
3 boundaries to Wesley in this over, and still a delivery to come. That was a poor ball. That was just short and wide and got the treatment. One of them was a thick edge down to the vacant third man, and there was that lovely clip through mid-wicket off the second delivery. Into completely over now, and it's Rat Wesley on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW. It's sustained from Rushworth, but the umpire says no. Dermot will have a look at the replay of that, and I will make way for Paul Newton. Well, that was very close. On another day that gets given. Perhaps it was just a little bit on height. Rushworth is fuming. He's taken his jumper from the from the umpire, and you can see by his body language that he thinks it was out. But no, the umpire is the man with the power, and he has said, just didn't feel perfectly right to put my finger up. But, you know, on another day, that does get given.
Yep, thanks very much, Dermot. Great pleasure to join you. I think you've been giving a masterclass for the last half hour, and I'm sure for the coming one. Lovely to see you.
Thanks. Nice to be here.
Well, it's going to be Hannon Dorby from the Birmingham end into bowl to the left-handed Elgar. Plays it for a single into the gap between point and cover, and scored at 35 for 1. I certainly couldn't rival you for cricketing expertise, Dermot, but one thing we probably do share is an ability to get lost trying to find the ground here. I've often circled round having taken the wrong turning, and I think you'd agree, if you do miss a turn that you needed to take, it can take an awful long time to get it back.
Yeah, and what I'm finding at the moment around the Birmingham area is there are a lot of these temporary traffic lights.
Yes.
And they do hold you up, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not easy. Well, unfortunately, I've always had a bit of a blind on finding the ground here, and even on my way in this morning now I'm fairly used to it. I still almost got in the wrong lane. Here's Hannon Dorby in, and bowls to Wesley's played thoroughly well so far, and this is a bit streaky. It's gone down for 4 to the vacant third man area, and that had him looking to flick it into the onside. Instead goes past third slip and score up to 39 for 1, of which Wesley has 28.
Yeah, that was a really, you'd say credit goes to the bowler there. It wasn't a great delivery, but it was straight, and they've got that man out at deep square leg as protection, and that's where, you know, Wesley was aiming it to square leg, and the bat's nearly gone all the way round for it to then come off the it's done a half turn of the bat to get the outside edge.
Here's Hannon Dorby again to Wesley. That's a leave outside off stump, 39 for 1. Well, I have to say, looking back on your career, Dermot, a fine all-rounder, but it was your tactical machinations that I particularly enjoyed. It's a wonderfully tactical game, cricket, and you seem to me to be an intense thinker about the tactics of a game.
I, as a captain, I just tried to make all the decisions that I was just, I might have been analytical in my personality, but I was just trying to make, the logical choices out there.
And very good ones they turned out to be, as here's Hannon Dorby in again. Bowls to Wesley, back to the bowler, and score remaining 39 for 1. Essex halfway to Warwickshire's 78 all out.
But for me, I think a lot of the key to my captaincy, and it's a bit like, I always think, as a captain in cricket, it's a bit like being the football manager.
Yes.
Because actually you're the one out there for the day making all the decisions.
Yeah.
Who to bowl, where to put the fielders. It was a great honour to captain Warwickshire, but it was getting the attitude right of the players towards their fitness. That was the first thing to get right.
Hannon Dorby's in, bowls to Wesley, and again he's guided this ball down. It wasn't actually an inadvertent shot there. He took the way off the shot. It doesn't reach the boundary, but he gets 2 runs and the score up to 41 for 1. Score to Wesley is 30. And I used to take junior teams when I was a school teacher, and what you say rings true in that particular instance, taking a side, you are like the manager, sort of telling these kids how to actually think for themselves a little bit out in the middle, and it's a fabulous game, from a tactical point of view.
Well, I think it's the most complex, fascinating sport in the world.
Couldn't agree more.
But it does happen I keep saying, just happens one ball at a time.
Yes. Here's Hannon Dorby and bowls to Wesley. Oh, that's got to be close, and he's out. That is the end of Wesley, who's played a very important hand here in the context of the game. He's getting toward the end of his career, but he's put 30 runs on the board, and in a low-scoring game, they may prove to be useful.
Yeah, well, I think that's the fortunate LB. He was actually hit quite high on the pad. The ball had jagged back. I don't think that was as close as Rushworth's, appeal on the last ball of his last over. We're just watching the replay here. He's out of his crease. It is high, and there he's actually rubbing his leg where it's hit him. It's hit the back leg.
You're right.
But, that would have gone over the top of off stump. And I don't think that would have flicked the bails.
And he's trying to make that point to the umpire. I don't think so much that he's in pain. He's wanting to show where it's hit him. And saying, see where it's hit me, umpire? That's above bail high. And you're absolutely spot on. That's a harsh decision. But then again, you win some, you lose some. And probably the luck went the Essex way in the previous over.
Yeah, I'm going to put you on the spot now because I wasn't here for the first session. How many LBs, in the Warwickshire innings? I think there was 3 at least.
Yeah, there were 3. In fact, four.
And which umpire gave them?
That's a very good point. Well, Porter got one bowling from the Birmingham end, Cook from the opposite end, and then Snater's 2 were also from this end.
And here's my next question, and I can't believe I'm actually asking this. I should know this. Do the umpires, they stay at the end for the first innings that they've umpired for the other's team? It's the second innings they change?
That's right, yeah. So, in other words, they're where they were to start with.
Yeah.
And 41 for 2, so still 37 behind. That's a very significant breakthrough.
And absolutely a fortunate one. Or Warwickshire, Wesley can count himself unlucky.
Ed Barnard around the wicket, bowls to Elgar, who's completely taken aback by this delivery, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Fortunate still to be there on that one.
Yeah, Barnard's first delivery, and with the angle round the wicket, that draws the left-hander in. He's more likely to have to play at something that's outside off.
Yeah.
But the ball has jagged. Barnard's first delivery, he's got the ball to jag from leg stump to the offside.
And again, this one goes through to the wicketkeeper, but Elgar didn't know too much about that either.
Yeah, well, he's got away with it because of the width that the ball's landed on. It's actually missed off stump by quite a bit, but you can see the concern in Elgar's body language here. Yeah. Because he's getting stuck in. He's only on 9 from 27 balls, but he is finding batting a challenge at the moment.
Barnard in. Around the wicket, bowls to Elgar again. He's a little bit ungainly in the shot here, but he keeps it out, playing the ball into the covers.
Yeah, he played it nice and late. He let it come to him, and played it underneath his eyes. But he does have that occasional sort of. We used to call it like an electric ball, that
Yes.
can make the batsman just look like he's something that's just...
Yeah, just got a bit of an electric shock almost.
Yeah.
As Barnard's in again and bowls to Elgar. And has that taken a bit of bat? Apparently not. The keeper takes it, diving to his right, as that ball was slanted across Elgar. But Elgar hasn't known much about any delivery in this over.
Well, that's jagged back. And from where the keeper's taken it, you would think that there was every chance of an inside edge because it's, the keeper's gone a long way. But the ball was outside off and got that leg cut movement if it was to a right-hander.
Barnard, superb over so far. He's first. Comes in and bowls, and this time Elgar's got one a little further pitched up, and he can push it into the offside for a couple of runs through the covers. Ball is reached about 10 yards shy of the boundary and scored a 43 for 2. This very good scoreboard already has the runs on the board. Elgar has 11. Critchley has joined him after that dismissal of Tom Wesley.
Yeah, Elgar pleased just to get something there that he could just punch a little bit through the offside. But you're right, it has been a very, very good over from Barnard.
Who is about to complete it. Bowls. That's a leave, and it jags back, and it didn't miss the stumps by very much. And I think Elgar, who's a very honest man, would be the first to say I got a bit lucky there.
And he actually nodded after that last delivery at the bowler.
Yes.
Basically saying well bowled,
And not just for that ball either, it was for the whole over.
No, very good from Barnard, who's a fantastic cricketer.
He is.
He really is. It's a fantastic all-rounder, and I'm hoping that he does get an England call-up at some point.
I think that was the best over we've seen of the innings.
Every chance it was. And, wicketless, but
probably not going to stay wicketless for much longer.
well, no, Elgar's been in a while, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And he, that just every delivery, apart from the one he sort of pushed for a 2 in that over, tested him.
And I mean, he's as good a test, really, Elgar. I mean, he's had such a wealth of experience at every level. As here comes Hannon Dalby continuing from the Birmingham end, and Critchley, who hasn't been in great form lately, had a great season last, but hasn't been able to match it this, and he stretches forward, plays it back to the bowler, 43 for 2.
Yeah, he didn't play that. He didn't play that with soft hands.
No.
That was his first ball he's facing. It was a decent line and length, but there was just a little push at it.
And
it's that push. It's that push that can encourage the edge to carry to slip. It's the first time I've actually seen Critchley bat. But he does look like somebody who probably wants to punch the ball and get on with it.
Hannon Dalby bowls to Critchley. Critchley plays it to mid-off this time for no run.
Yeah, that expression, soft hands, that we use when we're talking about technique. Certain batsmen, just as they're defending the ball, they try and play it nice and late, try and play it under your eyes, and just sort of as you're defending it, you just relax your grip. Some batsmen can't do that. They've got a firm grip on the handle, and when they defend, they keep that feeling of the ball, the hands firm on the handle, and that's someone we call who's playing with hard hands.
Hannon Dalby again to Critchley. Didn't know a great deal about that one, but he's managed to get the ball safely enough along the ground to mid-wicket. He is yet to get off the mark, and it remains 43 for 2, 35 behind.
And I'll just, make the point again, at the moment, it is still bowler-friendly conditions because of the pitch. There's obviously a moisture level in the surface, and the fact that they're bowling with a duke. But it's definitely conditions favouring a good medium or a good fast bowl at the moment. It's in their favour.
Hannon Dalby bowls to Critchley and defends down to mid-off. It's a sort of pitch, if someone got a 50, you'd say, well, that'd be worth 100 on many a pitch.
Yeah, as it's playing now, and probably sort of for the first 2 days.
Yeah.
That would be the case. I mean, sometimes you get on such a flat pitch, that's so true in its pace, and there's no moisture and there's no movement off the seam. Sometimes you think, how am I going to get a batsman out? And you've got to go into plans of bouncers and yorkers and slower balls and funky field placements. But for the moment now here, you just got to get the ball in the right spot.
And Hannon Dalby is in and bowls, and Critchley has played this. Is well stopped at backward point, so there'll be no run. 43 for 2. And on that point you're making, I've seen quite a few instances this season of where on flat pitches a captain has sort of not particularly recalled his opening bowlers again for the rest of the innings, just bowled spin at each end, not because he thinks they're going to take wickets, but just so that you're not wearing out your quicker bowlers.
Well, the one delivery that takes the pitch out of play completely is a yorker.
Yeah.
They bowl them in one-day games, and bowlers are good at them, but you rarely see them bowl yorkers in 4-day cricket.
True. Here's the next delivery, and Critchley plays this down to mid-on. There's no run, a maiden over, 43 for 2. A maiden over, but not creating anything like the danger that its predecessor did from Ed Barnard, who is going to bowl the next over. And I think this will be quite a taxing one. Elgar has 11, Critchley yet to get off the mark, 43 for 2.
A good over. I mean, there wasn't the movement sideways in that over from Hannon Dalby, but he got the ball, every ball was in the right spot. One was a touch full, that Critchley sort of squirted to a deep gully. But I'll be imagining now that Hannon Dalby is probably thinking, maybe, have I got one more left in me? He's bowled 6.
As Barnard comes around the wicket to Elgar. And Elgar, again, stretching forward. It comes off a rather inadvertent edge to the bat, goes down for 2 runs to third man. 45 for 2 and 13 to Elgar.
Well, that shows the movement. The ball, it wasn't a great delivery. The ball was actually on leg stump. But Elgar, what he didn't do, he didn't go, oh, that's leg stump, I'm going to whip it. It was leg stump, and he thought, I'm still going to play with a full face. And the ball ends up coming off the edge and going through, between the slips and the gully. So smart batting from Elgar. You know, he's really saying, I've got to play with a full face and give myself the best chance to survive with the movement that's there.
Barnard's in. Bowles, takes Elgar on the pad, and an abortive peel only from behind the wicket. Score remaining 45 for 2. I think quite a few of our older listeners would love to hear you just reminisce here and there about some of the outstanding Warwickshire players that you played with here.
Well, yeah, I was very fortunate that we, you know, there were cricketers, you know, the likes of, you know, for one for me that always stood out was Roger Toos.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I remember him getting a double hundred against Lancashire, against Akram on a bouncy pitch.
Barnard bowls, and that's going for 4 down leg side. I think he's got a bit of bat on that, and indeed that is the case. Leg glance, and the score to 49 for 2, and Elgar to 17.
Yeah, a poor delivery, but, you know, it's one of those ones, sometimes as a bowler you get lucky, and they nick it to the keeper because it's sort of wide of leg stump. And that wasn't far away from the keeper, just beat him on a full dive, but it's gone very fine for 4. Really Barnard's first poor delivery. He's already gone for 6 off the first 3 balls.
Here he comes again. Bright sunshine, cloudless skies now. And bowls, and that one is edged and taken, and that is the end of Elgar. Caught in the slips, and 49 for 3, and Essex is still 29 behind.
Only just carried, but it did get there. And, you know, Elgar's walking off, and he's having a little look at the pitch and tapping it as he leaves. But, you know, that's good cricket from Barnard, good cricket from Warwickshire all round. And it's Rhodes, isn't it, at first slip?
I think so, yeah.
It's just got there. You know, he'd got to come up 6 inches to make sure in the future, especially with Elgar batting out of his crease. But, you know, that's just a pretty much a straight ball. It's just bounced a little, but it's only just got there to first slip. But it's a very, very important breakthrough for Warwickshire. We know that Elgar can stick around, and you know, we've seen him in test matches back for a couple of days, but he has departed. And 49 for 3, they've still got every chance of, you know, running through the Essex order here if they keep their discipline with the ball. You know, you bowl them out for anything under 150. Yeah, you are, you know, you're nicely in the game. But I don't see this game. I don't see me coming back on Friday.
No, I don't think
to commentate.
Yes, you won't be watching any cricket if you do. But Paul Walter, 6'7" tall, the left-hander, has now come out to join Matt Critchley with the score at 49 for 3. And Essex, well, we always knew they wouldn't find it any easier really than Warwickshire had in being bowled out for 78. Das, LBW to Hannon Dalby for 1. Elgar caught Rhodes bowled Barnard for 17 just now, and the ball is played out to point, and batsman has to hurry back into his ground there. But score remaining at 49 for 3. The other wicket to go was Wesley, harshly adjudged LBW to Hannon Dalby for 30. Very delighted to hear you mention thing I love about county cricket. There are so many fantastic cricketers that you tend to forget as the years go by, and Roger Toos there, a prime example, wonderful player.
Yeah, I mean every day out in the field with Trevor Penny in the field, you know, you'd see a bit of magic. He was a brilliant fielder.
And here is Walter, who's been cleaned out for naught, and 4th wicket falls at 49 for 4. And well, Ed Barnard wasn't quite as good as in his first over for the first half of this over. He's more than made up for it in the second half. Yeah,
2 wickets in 3 balls, but you know, fortune going the way of the bowler. It's just moved, but it's got a thick inside edge from about 6 inches, 8 inches outside off stump and gone back onto the stump. So that's where as a bowler you feel, well, this could be my day. But you know, super movement. I think aided by the inside edge. And we'll just see on the replay here. This has got to have hit the inside edge. Oh no, it hasn't at all. That's just, that ball has jagged back from, you know, 1.5 foot outside off. Obviously with the angle coming round the wicket, but it hasn't hit the inside edge. I mean, that's huge movement.
It is.
You know, that's you know, a Shane Warne leg break movement. But you know, you're seeing it at 70 miles an hour. So, you know, there was nothing that the batsman could do on that occasion.
Well, we have the inexperienced Noah Thane making his way out now at fourth drop to join Matt Critchley. And, well, when as good a player as Dean Elgar, who looked thoroughly uncomfortable throughout, struggles the way he did, it does just show you it's not easy out there.
It's far from easy. And if it keeps, if this moisture stays in the surface tomorrow, you know, you could see a game over in 2 days.
Well, it have to be long odds on at the moment that it will be. So that was the last ball of Barnard's over, and he really has bowled some absolute corkers.
Yeah, I mean that delivery showed that, you know, how much of a bowler-friendly surface it is.
Hannon Dalby from the Birmingham end continues this long spell of his, and Critchley plays the ball firmly back to the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, another day and on a flat pitch, you're just letting that ball come on a little bit more, and you're working that through the leg side with ease. But,
yes,
you know, Hannon Dalby's pace, Critchley was watchful, but, you know, the ball did jag again. It went, you know, just about every ball I've seen has moved off the pitch, has moved sideways, and that's the key to getting wickets.
Hannon Dalby again. Critchley this time has would have gone for 4, but he picked out the one man who could have stopped it at mid-wicket. Either side, it's 4 runs, but really the only player I've seen all day on either side who's batted with any certainty at all is Tom Wesley. You know, he really was playing well. Yeah,
Wesley was. He has a slightly more unusual technique than the others, in that, you know, where his back foot is, it's on off stump to start with.
Yeah.
So, you know, anything straight to him can get hit through the leg side.
Next delivery is another very good ball that leaves the batsman off the pitch, and Critchley groping at thin air there, 49 for 4.
Yeah, that's unplayable. That's one of those balls that you know, if you face that every day, you wouldn't get a bat on it, because it's moved that much. You know, the only way you would get an edge was if you fenced it and really followed the movement quickly with your hands. And Critchley didn't. He just played straight, and, you know, the ball beat the outside edge probably by 3 inches.
And your problem is it's doing that both ways, so you don't know which way it's going to be, as Hannon Dalby's in the bowls to Critchley, and Critchley taken on the pad. I think that would have gone down leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, when that movement is happening at 80 miles an hour, that's what makes batting so difficult. You know, it's hard enough to, you know, to bat against movement of someone who's bowling at 60 miles an hour if the ball's going sideways. But when it moves that much at the pace of Hannon Dalby, it can make at times batting a lottery. And what I mean by that is whether you nick it or whether you miss.
Hannon Dalby in again, both to Critchley, and Critchley's hit this ball back without timing. Goes past the bowler and fielded at mid-on. Again, there'll be no run, and score remaining 49 for 4.
Now, if this was a 2020 game, or even a say slightly longer version of a one-day game, as a batsman, you'd be skipping down. You'd be skipping down at the batsman, changing a length ball into a half volley. But what happens when we get that movement in 4-day cricket is, you know, batsmen trying to bat time, because they know they've got days and days if they can get through a difficult spell. But you know, at times, you know, someone like Rod Marsh, the Australian wicketkeeper in the old days, you know, if he was on a pitch here doing a bit, he'd go the other way. He'd go, I'm going to go ultra positive, and just try and get runs.
Hannon Dalby in, bowls to Critchley, no run, but he plays it out of the middle of the bat to mid-on. The end of the over, a maiden, 49 for 4. And just on the point you're making there, it's why in the old days, as you know, there used to be betting shops on grounds, and you'd be able to back who you thought would be the top scorer. Now, on a pitch like this, if you've got a tailender who's actually no mug with the bat, he'd be quite a good bet, because he'd be quite a long price. But very often, the shine's gone off the ball by the time, you know, your number 9 gets in, who can perhaps on the lines you were mentioning, come down the pitch a bit, throw the bat and get away with it for a while.
There's a story of, I think it was Tim O'Gorman at Derby, who was picked and playing in the first game, but on the scorecard he was a batsman, but on the scorecard they put him down like a number 10. they'd put him down like number 10.
Yeah.
You know, so the odds on him being top scorer were very high.
Barnard's in and has the beating of young Noah Thane there, and the ball comes off his thigh pad, I think, out into the offside. No run.
And I believe a few of the Derby players heard that they'd, you know, oh, come on, he's 50-1 to be top scorer, you know, and you know, went over and put a few quid on, and and you know, lo and behold, he was the top scorer.
Yeah, no, it's lovely when that works. Here's Barnard again, been absolutely outstanding in his short spell so far, and here Thane gets everything behind it, does the right thing, I think, in getting on the front foot, coming down a pace or two, playing it into the offside for no run.
Yeah, as I keep making the point, it's bowler-friendly conditions, and all you got to do as a bowler here is you just come in with your mechanics, and the key is to just bowl the right line of length.
Which Barnard has done, in fact all the Warwickshire bowlers really, as Barnard's in, bowls, and here Thane just jabs at the ball, and it fortunately for him misses the edge, goes through to Burgess.
Yeah, once again it's a play and miss, and if we counted up how many plays and misses there have been in today's cricket, you probably you might have had as many already as you might get another day in a full day's play.
Yeah. No, it's quite right, and really I think the only difference between the two sides batting is Barnard's in and bowls, and this ball is played one-handedly by Thane as he guides it down to backward square leg for a single. That brings up the Essex 50 for 4, Essex 28 behind. To me the only difference really between the two sides is that there were one or two 4 balls bowled to Tom Wesley that he took advantage of. Apart from that, nobody's found it at all easy.
No, I mean, the wickets are falling. If you take, you know, the 7 wickets, sorry, the 4 wickets that Warwickshire have gone, and the 10 that Essex, you know, that's 14 that have fallen at the minute in the day for 127. So,
yeah,
you know, they're falling at the minute at 9 runs each.
Barnard in, bowls, and this ball is played by Critchley, who comes down the pitch, meets a ball outside off stump, guides it to mid-wicket, perfectly safely along the ground, no run.
Yes, but what he's here, he's got a bit unorthodox. He's only just come in. You know, he's yet to get off the mark, but he said, you know, I'm going to walk down at Barnard. I'm going to try and make a length ball a half volley.
As Barnard's in, bolts to Critchley. You know, Critchley's edged this, and I don't think that quite carried to slip. It very nearly did, and that is confirmed. It's not out, but that could easily have been the end of Critchley.
Oh, that was so close to carrying. You know, it was a healthy, thick edge. Really good over from Barnard again. Just a 1 run coming from it, but he nearly got a wicket off that last delivery.
And what Essex did when in the morning's play, Dermot, was at one point, I forget which Warwickshire batsman was wising up and coming down the pitch a bit. They got Michael Pepper, the Essex wicketkeeper, to stand up to the stumps. Right. He donned a helmet, and in the end, whoever it was bowled. So it you know, it was a bit of clever thinking.
Yeah, when the keeper comes up, you know, as a batsman, you've obviously got to go and stand back in your crease.
Yeah.
So it brings in the LBW back into play. But for me, if you're going to use your feet and decide I'm going to go down to a medium pacer or a fast bowler, you've got to come late and fast with your footwork so he doesn't see you coming.
So here is Rushworth now taking over from Hannah Dolby and switching to the Birmingham end, and there's a play and miss immediately from Thane. Yeah. 50 for 4.
Yeah, and just that movement again from leg to off. It was a little bit wide, probably could have been left, but you know, it might have nipped back.
Yeah.
And being a delivery like we saw from Barnard to Walter.
Yes, what a corker that was.
That was a great delivery.
Here's Rushworth again. Bowls and appeal for LBW. Might it just have been going down leg side was the impression I got, but for whatever reason it has been turned down. We'll have a look at the replay in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big appeal. They were, you know, the Warwickshire bowler, the fielders as well as the bowler were thinking I might be in here, but not out the core. I think it might have just jagged a bit too much or been a bit high.
In fact, we haven't seen the replay, annoyingly. Usually, to be fair, it's the first time they haven't shown something that we'd like to have seen again. Rushworth's in and bowls, and this ball's forced off the back foot by Thane, but only in a defensive way out to Hamza Sheikh, and there's no run.
It was a nice shot. It was a little bit on the short side, but it's quite straight, but he was looking to punch it through the offside. He looks like he can hold a bat, Thane, for sure.
He's a teenager, promising player. Still, he's only just got into the side and fair bit to learn. But
for any, you could be the best player in the world, and go out and bat on this, and it wouldn't be easy for you.
Rushworth again. Bright sunshine, cloudless skies. Bowles, and Thane plays the ball again down to mid-off with a nice straight bat. 50 for 4, and what he's trying to do out there is hang around for a bit, and even if you don't score any runs, you might just be enabling someone a little later down the order to just find conditions easing a little bit later in the day, though that's yet to be proved.
He reminds me of Darren Maddy. I've just watched him just place a few balls here, and I feel like I'm watching Darren Maddy bat. He
was a player, wasn't he? I used to enjoy watching him bat. Here's the next ball, and Thane plays it to Hamza Sheikh in the covers. There's no run. The over ends. Good tidy over. 50 for 4 on the board with Critchley, who seems to have been out there quite a while now, but he's yet to get off the mark. And Thane has won.
He played it well. He batted well that over. He played the ball nice and late. And there was movement from Rushworth. Not every ball moved. But Rushworth, he's of that pace that if it, that he needs a wicket that gives him assistance, and if it's on his day, they'll nick him. He'll end up with good figures. Yeah,
he certainly took a lot of wickets in his Durham days. As here's Barnard in and bowls, and met with a straight bat by Critchley, goes down to mid-off. And to be fair to Critchley, although he goes a bit hard at the ball, as you say, he's sort of battled away there reasonably well.
Well, he's forced, mid-off to go deeper. They've gone down now to just 2 slips, and they're bringing the helmets coming on, and that's the helmets coming on for the wicketkeeper, making that point that you made that happened in the Warwickshire innings. It is 3 slips because the wicketkeeper. I thought he was still back there, but no, he's coming up. He's standing up now. So we've got 3 slips, and then we've got a ring of 3 on the offside, mid-off slightly deep, and then mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg.
Barnard, keeper standing up, bowls, and Critchley plays this comfortably enough. Out to Hamza Sheikh in the offside and the covers, and Essex remain 28 behind at 50 for 4, and that scoreboard, particularly since Wesley was out, has barely moved. Except in the wickets column.
Yeah. Well, Barnard, he's a decent pace, Barnard. He's quicker than Rushworth. Probably nearly as quick as Hannon Dolby.
And Barnard comes in, bowls, and ball again well defended by Critchley down to that deepish mid-off.
Yeah, a really good line and length. That ball at that length, if it does a little bit, that's when you're more likely to find the edge, or you're going to get an LBW because the ball's nice and full. It's not going to go over the stumps if it's an LBW, and because it's full, you might just get that little edge. So very good from Barnard. Starts off with 3 dots.
Here's the 4th, and it won't be a run either. I thought it was just going to beat the dive of Hamza Sheikh in the covers, but he retrieved the ball without a run being taken, and the score remains 50 for 4.
Yeah, nice bit of fielding. He moved quickly to his left and then had a dive, and he managed to dive with 2 hands and then sort of roll and get up in a position that he would be able to throw the ball. But another day, that's just, another foot to his left, and it's gone for runs.
Barnard to Critchley. Oh, and lovely bit of cricket. The wicketkeeper standing up. Very good take as Critchley looked to force it through the covers, missed, and beautifully taken.
Hugely testing for any keeper to be standing up to Barnard's pace, but the key that makes it so tough is the movement. You know, is it going to nip away and go past the outside edge, or is it going to jag back in?
And of course he's stumped there if the batsman gets out of his ground and misses it. It was splendidly taken, and great reactions from Burgess as Barnard bowls slightly over pitched, but hit back firm to the bowler who feels well to his own bowling. The end of the over and the score 50 for 4. It's been great. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, Dermot. Thanks very much indeed.
Lovely to be on with you for that half an hour. Oh, I'm an old man getting out of my chair now.
I know the feeling, an even older man.
I will say cheerio.
Well, it's been marvellous to have Dermot join us there, as Mel, it was also marvellous to see her put the headset on, and what an education listening to Dermot there.
Yeah, it was wonderful to listen to Dermot. I have to say, downstairs, when you walk into the ground, there's this wonderful, massive black and white photo of him that I love.
Over to you.
As the first ball of Rushworth's over, it's just driven out to mid-off. Yeah, it's a wonderful photo. He still has marvellous hair, Dermot, and that photo down there is just hair, the smile on his face, the hair blowing away as he celebrates, and it's just a really iconic photo that I always walk by. I could never walk by and not look at that photo downstairs. And yeah, it's wonderful to hear some of his knowledge surrounding this match. It's in again, there's a nick, and it's taken a second slip. Well, Thane did not last long, just the one run, and yet again it's proving difficult. Good bounce there from Rushworth. It just really rose on Thane, and he just held his bat up in defence, really. The ball carried nicely at chest height to second slip. So the wickets keep coming. 50 for 5, and it's hard to believe that we've only just passed the halfway mark of the first day.
Yes, I know. Well, I mean, you wouldn't be sure. We're still going to be here in 24 hours' time, the way these wickets are falling.
Just looking at that again too, not only was there good bounce, but that ball moved away very late. It really has been difficult for the batters here at Edgbaston today.
Yeah, we've got Michael Pepper coming out. Now, I wouldn't particularly say that anyone is likely to get any worthwhile runs at all on this pitch, but he just has something about him, Michael Pepper. As I was saying earlier, he's got 2 T20 Blast hundreds this season and 2 county championship hundreds, which may even be a unique feat because you don't get many hundreds in the Blast. And to say that he's done it twice in the Blast and twice in the championship marks him out as a very not only promising, but he's improving considerably as he gets a chance for the first time this season to play in the championship. I don't think he's going to play T20 style, but on this pitch he might just as well in many ways. Mel, chance his arm a little bit.
Well, I was talking to Richard just a moment ago while I was waiting to come on, and we were just saying, at what point is someone just going to come in and have a bit of a dip?
Yeah.
Because look, it is really difficult, and you just don't imagine anybody is going to be out there and see 150 balls.
Yeah, if you did give it a chance your arm, Mel, and you lasted just 6 overs, but just swung the bat, got a few boundaries off the edge and some out of the meat of the bat, you know, someone making a quick 30 to 40 on this could completely turn the fortunes of the game, because at the moment Warwickshire might have a first innings lead.
It's incredible, isn't it? In comes Rushworth, first ball, again that away movement, sharp from Pepper, and in the end was fortunate not to actually make any contact, because I think that would have been another one. Wow, what a day this has been.
And I have to say, in saying thank you and goodbye to Dermot Reeve, that he really has been tremendous, actually. You know, it's always great to have a former outstanding player, but he's still very much absolutely out there in the middle, living the game.
Oh, it's wonderful to listen to. So Rushworth is in again. This time that's much more deliberately left by Pepper. Rushworth is really getting that ball to move away, and quite late as well.
Yes, he didn't bowl at his best, I felt, in his first spell from the pavilion end here, but he's having very much more joy. Switch to the Birmingham end.
He is at the Birmingham end now as he takes a slow circle, turning around, starting his run in. Pepper waits and takes a little half step forward, only manages to turn it to mid-on.
Yes, I think any batsman who gets well forward on this pitch is basically doing the intelligent thing, because if you let the ball come at you, you just don't know where exactly it's going to be by the time it reaches you.
Yeah, well, it's just been moving both ways. Bit of movement through the air, but off the pitch is the real killer as well. I mentioned the good bounce that's still there on offer as well, as Rushworth rumbles in. And that one is whistled through, and they're all hands in the air, hands on heads. I can't believe they're not taking a wicket with every ball at the end of the over from Rushworth. It's a wicket maiden.
Yeah, terrific bowling, and it's no exaggeration or no fantasy to say that Warwickshire, for all their seemingly meagre 78 all out, could well end up with a first innings lead, because where these 28 outstanding runs from an Essex point of view are going to come from is not immediately clear.
Oh, well, this stage, it's getting runs. It's going to be like digging words out of your soul with a blunt spoon, which is how I feel sometimes when I'm writing.
Yes.
It's that kind of thing, isn't it, where you're having to dig deep and find something.
And I'll tell you what, Critchley has been one of Essex's players with a better technique, and he's not out. He's faced 20 deliveries, and he's played quite well there, to be fair. Barnard's in and bowls to him, and he defends this to short mid-wicket, and there's no run, 50 for 5.
The problem is they're going nowhere, and you just feel that at the moment you can hang around there for another 20 balls and not score, but there's going to be one with your name on it at some point.
Well, it's getting to the point where you feel there's probably 6 with your name on it, because any one might be the fatal delivery. And it's been a very eventful day, to say the least, as Barnard's in bowls, and this ball almost saw Critchley get off the mark, but wicketkeeper Burgess is quickly round to backward square leg, where the ball, not quite sure exactly what that came off, but there is no run, and the score remains 50 for 5.
He had absolutely zero idea where that ball had gone.
No, he looked about him. Oh, there it is.
It's I might have just been the inside edge, but I think it was pretty high on the bat as well. It's tough going out there.
It certainly is. Barnard bowls again, perfectly pitched delivery, and probably a leg by. There may be a bit of bat in this. Goes to backward square leg, giving sufficient chance to get through for a single. Yeah, no signal, so 51 for 5. And at last, Critchley is off the mark, and can't quite see the figure there. I think it's 23rd delivery he's got off the mark.
Yep, 23rd delivery, and that was another inside edge as well. So it's streaky stuff. And no run here can be taken for granted.
Michael Pepper now has the dubious privilege of facing the next Ed Barnard delivery. I certainly wouldn't want to be facing him myself. He's taken 2 for 10 in 4.3 with 1 maiden. And the times he's beaten the bat, quite apart from the 1 wicket he's got, with an absolute peach of a delivery, that an off-cutter that jagged back by a good foot and left poor Paul Walter staring in disbelief as he heard the death rattle. Barnard's in bowls, and Pepper, to his credit, plays a good forward defensive shot and out into the shorter mid-off region.
Well, Pepper made him wait a long time before Ed Barnard could actually bowl that ball. And he just went down and did an awful lot of gardening, bent over, picked up a wisp of grass and threw it away. So I feel like he's just trying to create a semblance of control.
Barnard's in bowls to Pepper, and he knew very, very little about that one, but survives, more by luck than judgment, you feel, as it goes through to the keeper, and the score remaining 51 for 5, with Critchley just off the mark at the 23rd attempt and Pepper yet to get off the mark.
Well, Pepper didn't miss that last one by much. Just watching it back on the replay. Just every ball feels like an event here at the moment.
Barnard to Pepper, and again Pepper gets forward and basically plays a defensive shot to thin air, as once again it ends up in the wicketkeeper's gloves. 51 for 5, still 27 behind, and seldom can 27 runs have seemed so far away as they are for Essex appearing at the moment.
Yeah, I have to admit, I wasn't expecting this coming to Edgbaston on a very sunny autumn day. I did not realise just how much it was going to move about this ball here. But boy, it's been...
Me neither, because Essex have quite often played here at Edgbaston late in the season, and usually, although Warwickshire have nearly always had the better of recent games here at Edgbaston, but usually it goes through to the 4th day. I don't think this one's going to.
I'd be lucky to get to a 3rd, I think.
Or even a 2nd, yes.
The way things are going, unbelievable. Here comes Rushworth in, and he's batting a long way. Outside his crease is Critchley. And that one goes through, and he had to hurry back into the safe zone.
Yeah, while ever the wicketkeeper isn't standing up, I wouldn't blame any player for getting forward a couple of strides, because the more you can get close to where the ball's going to pitch, the better.
Well, you're just trying to negate that movement, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it is really difficult. So he takes his guard again. Critchley, it's Rushworth. Runs in, bowls over the wicket, driven firmly, but only to mid-off. He runs across and cleans that one up.
What he did achieve there, Critchley, is although he hasn't got a run, he got close enough to where the ball pitched by coming a couple of strides down to play a confident shot that went all along the ground to mid-off. And although it was straight to the fielder and there was going to be no run, but at least he was in no danger of getting out.
Well, it's just something to see the ball driven with the full face of the bat. Here's Rushworth again. Bowls down the pitch is Critchley, but he just got himself almost tangled up with that one. The ball just drops right in front of him in the end.
Yes, you feel you could almost award a prize out there. And people go out and they have to see if they can survive for half an hour. Not many would have managed that in the course of the day so far, and we've now seen 17 different batsmen out in the middle.
Incredible, really. 15 wickets so far, and we've not even got through 2 sessions. All in bright sunshine. It's a completely cloudless sky now.
Yes, you'd think they were perfect conditions for
batting. You said it, read my mind. It's extraordinary. Well, here comes Rushworth. He's in, bowls, and that's a play and a miss. Well, Critchley, he ended up with just one hand on the bat as he drove that one. Drove at it.
Yeah, Burgess now is duly standing up to the stumps to stop Critchley taking a couple of strides down. Be interesting to see whether to get a single if the wicketkeeper would remain standing up if Pepper were on strike.
Yeah, well, we've seen Pepper do the same thing behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's well capable.
To great effect. Did bring about a wicket as Rushworth is in, and it's a step forward by Critchley. It is actually that ball moving away a bit.
And once again, as was the case when Warwickshire were batting, we hear the fielding side with their sort of almost automatonically, if there is such a word, shouting out sort of, oh! It's a reasonable thing to do on this particular occasion, because nearly every ball is almost getting the batsman out.
So Critchley on strike as Rushworth is in over the wicket, drives that firmly and handsomely all the way along the ground. So that is the most convincing shot we've seen in quite some time. A lovely stroke, gets the 4 runs, and that he came out of nowhere, perhaps just slightly overpitched by Rushworth.
Yeah, lovely on drive from Critchley. We haven't been able to describe anything as a lovely shot since Wesley was out the better part of an hour ago, but that was the real McCoy, as it were, and he races along to 5. And he's played very well. When you look at how many deliveries he's faced, getting on for 30, you think, well, I wouldn't have wanted to watch that if you're at a distance. But actually, it's been an excellent effort on his part to somehow negotiate these very, very difficult waters. As Bernard is coming in now, Ed Bernard and bowls, and this ball produces a single, this time to Pepper. And that's his first run. It wasn't where he was intending, but it ended up at deep backward square leg. Single, 56 for 5.
5 runs off 2 balls.
Yeah.
It's going off.
Yeah, cricket.
This is free-flowing run scoring.
Yeah.
You've got to feel for the batters trying to deal with this. It's really not easy.
Barnard to bowl again, had a terrific season because he's got a mountain of runs with the bat, particularly in those early games, as he comes in now to bowl to Critchley. Critchley, model defensive shot, plays it down to mid-off, and just for the moment, as we observed on one occasion when Warwickshire were batting, perhaps just in the last sort of 5 minutes, the ball hasn't appeared to do quite so much, and you wonder if things are getting easier, but it turned out they weren't getting easier before. It was just a slight relaxation in the torture for the batsman. And dare say it'll be the same here as Barnard comes in again. And bowls to Critchley, who's beaten here on the forward shot, and nicely taken by Burgess, who's standing up once more, 56 for 5.
I mentioned before, I'm always a big fan. I get very interested when we start seeing the keeper up to the stumps. Just the challenge to the keeper.
Yeah.
In needing to have sharp hands, the challenge to the batter, and bowler having a little bit more freedom to do what he wants.
Barnard is in to Critchley, and again, repeat of the previous ball. He comes forward, not totally sure he was really trying to play at that, but he covered his stumps, and Burgess takes it very nicely, and 56 for 5. As I think at the end of this over, we'll welcome Richard Wilford back to join Mel. And here is Barnard into bowl to Critchley. Critchley's played this and get at least 1 run here, possibly 2. Don't think it'll quite reach the boundary, but they're easily able to come back for a second run. 58 for 5. 1 ball left of this over. And that means Essex are now 20 behind, with Critchley on 7 and Pepper on 1.
Really is just extraordinary when you put it that way. They said 20 behind, 5
Yes.
wickets down.
Yes. And of course, Warwickshire may yet have a first innings lead. All right, Essex have got 8 runs quite quickly in the last half dozen deliveries. As here is Barnard to completely over bowls, and it's played handsomely down to mid-on, but for no run. So I will now make way for Richard and leave you in the capable hands of Mel.
Thank you very much for that, Paul. Yeah, it's quite incredible to think that 20 overs have been bowled, 58 for 5, and I know they say a quick game is a good game, but this one has moved at a frenetic pace, and has to be said. And it just the sort of day you'd be, if you looked at the figures, so welcome Richard Wilford back, they're the sort of figures that you'd imagine it's a early in April, cloudy day, as Rushworth is in. First ball, half-hearted shout as it dribbles into the onside off Pepper's bat. It's the sort of one where you'd think, oh, it's overcast and it's cold, and you know the ball's just hooping in these bowler-friendly early April conditions.
And it's just not that at all, is it? Yeah, no, it's a bit like a trick of the eye, isn't it? That you see these beautiful cloudless skies, and the ball's just done it. It's just done it off the seam more than anything else. Just a bit of nibble.
In comes Rushworth again, and he tried to flay that one away on the offside, did Pepper, and all it did was drop straight at his feet. So it is just that enough movement. There's been a bit of... Rushworth's been able to get the ball moving a bit in the air as well, I think, as off the seam.
Yeah, considerably better second spell from him to the first one, that's for sure. They've still got Craig Miles and Will Rhodes up their sleeve as well as seamers, with an awful lot of cricket still left in the day. I mean, there's 45 overs after this.
Heavens above. In comes Rushworth, and on his toes. It's Pepper just defending that one back out towards mid-off. I'm pausing because I'm hearing someone in my ear.
Yeah, a couple of minutes away.
Oh, okay. I just never know. I just suddenly hear a bit of nattering in my ear. It's
Well, all I can say is it's fascinating to hear a local radio BBC news bulletin starting with a story about Instagram.
well,
that's fascinating.
I did like the Kate Bush earlier. Anyway, here comes Rushworth in over the wicket, and that's just shouldered arms by Pepper. Lets that one through to the keeper.
Well, I mean, you are known when you're doing karaoke to do Bjork, so you would like Kate Bush.
Whatever gets me through the day.
It's the way you do the hair in those two buns either side as well. I mean, some of those notes aren't easy to reach.
No, they're not. Oh, you're just lucky that I didn't actually come out and start singing it. So's the audience out there.
It was performative dance.
Rushworth in again. That's just left by Pepper.
Your arms went up and reached heights whilst the rest of your body below was wuthering.
I don't know if wuthering wasn't the word I was going to use. Writhing, perhaps.
Writhing. Yeah, well, wuthering is the Yorkshire Moors expression for writhing.
Is it?
It is now.
What does wuthering mean? That's a really good question. Pepper waits. In comes Rushworth. And, he absolutely races his hands through that ball, but it just goes out to mid-off and there's no run. He had a bit of a dash at that one, and it's a maiden over for Rushworth.
I will have an update for the two radio stations, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR, very shortly.
58 for 5 here now after 21 overs. Yeah, what does wuthering mean? You're looking it up, aren't you?
I'm looking it up because...
What does it mean?
No, but see, part of the BBC, our commitment is to educate. And I'm going to educate myself in a moment, but I'm going to hold back because I've got to do this report when it gets to 3 minutes
Oh,
past.
the suspense.
Well, exactly. That is why we keep our audience keen. As Ed Barnard comes in to start a new over, bowling to Critchley. And Critchley is forward in defence. These two batters would like to get this ball older and softer and see if that's the point that they can kick on and try and build what could be a pretty respectable lead fairly quickly here once they get in front. Let's do this update now. At Edgbaston, something of a fight back by the Bears attack here, defending the meagre total of 78 all out. They've reduced Essex to 58 for 5. 4 wickets in the last hour. A second for Ollie Hannon Dolby, trapping Tom Wesley LBW. May have been a harsh decision. Ed Barnard then get 2 and an over. Elgar caught low down by Will Rhodes at slip, and Walter bowled through the gate, a ball that jagged back. Thane, the youngster, was then caught at slip by Yates off the bowling of Chris Rushworth. So they've got themselves a little bit back into the game. 58 for 5 Essex, they trail by 20. Richard Wilford at Edgbaston.
Now,
yes.
What does wuthering mean?
Right. It's an adjective used in Northern English.
Yes.
Oh, actually, it's quite disappointing.
Oh,
no, it's really quite disappointing.
Oh no.
No, it means very windy.
Ah.
So very windy heights. You can see why they went for wuthering. As Barnard is in, and let's hit him high on the pad there, Critchley into the leg side.
Yeah, do you know, I'm going to say something. It might be a little bit controversial.
Go on.
But I never really liked Wuthering Heights that much. I feel really, disloyal to the Brontes. It's an amazing story, the Bronte sisters. And I've been up to the parsonage up at, is it Haworth?
Haworth, yeah.
up in the Yorkshire moors.
The Black Bull
No,
pub in the village, yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there's a reason that it didn't appeal to me.
Barnard to Critchley, who pushes behind square on the offside, and there's no run as we continue our literary review.
I thought Heathcliff was a bit of a word I can't say on the BBC.
He was a bit of a nose.
Well, and everyone was so dramatic, and they were all running around, and yeah, every second paragraph someone was dashing their head against a wall, or gnashing, or grinding their teeth, or throwing themselves to the floor.
Barnard in, full, and again forward. Critchley just happy to bide his time here. Will Rhodes and Craig Miles are both warming up.
I mean, I'm a bit more of an Austen if I'm going for that sort of literary romance of that
Jane
era.
Austen or Austin Rover?
Definitely Jane Austen.
Okay. Yeah.
Not Ethel Austen, who's also well known in the north.
I've never read a Jane Austen, but I did go to the
What?
I did go to the most recent version of Emma at the movies, which was rather tremendous actually. As he's full onto the pads of Critchley, it's a bit of a help yourself ball. Really clips it round the corner for a single. 59 for 5. Was it? Someone was it? Anya Taylor-Joy or whatever, who played Emma in the most recent movie version.
And
It's very good.
That was quite good.
Yeah.
There have been quite a few versions of it. No, I
So actually, I was
a bit
thinking
of
of more
Austen.
of a scenario that when you're in a local hostelry in Harborne, and maybe with a few mates you've been for an Indian meal, and the combination of the Indian meal and pints take a bit of a toll on a member of your group, and you suddenly notice certain fragrance coming across the table. You can say, "Crikey, it's wuthering in here, isn't it?" It's wuthering. Hey? Is it you? Are you wuthering over there?
I don't believe that you've basically compared one of the great Bronte classics to flatulence.
Yeah, well, that could have been what she had in mind when she wrote Wuthering Heights. Because when you think about it, when you see them, they're greeting each other as they run across the moors with the wind, you can't tell what other noises have been made. Oh, Heathcliff, that's wuthering.
Oh, look, it's Rhodes has come into the attack, by the way. First one left alone well outside the off stump.
That's wuthering, lad.
I can't believe I'd never actually looked up what it meant before. The old wuthering.
It's like when people go on holiday to the Canaries, they go to Fuerteventura and they say, oh, but it was very windy. I think, well, Fuerteventura is strong winds. I mean, that's what it means.
Oh,
That's what it
of course
means.
it does. Well, I never really thought of that. I've never been.
The clues are there.
Rhodes, he's in again over the wicket, and then that ball it's left by Critchley, but he went to play at it and just flicked his bat back up at the very last millisecond. Well, my views of this country, because I did read a lot of Austen in high school. She was our author, if you like, for our equivalent of A levels. So I did read a lot. My view of this country was very much shaped by Austen. As Rhodes, he's in once more. It's full, good Yorker dug out well by Critchley in the end, with a little flamingo flick of his back foot. So the three things, I reckon it was formed by Jane Austen, Enid Blyton books of the ilk of the famous Five and the Secret Seven, because my older brothers and sisters had all of those. And the other one was The Goodies, because that was shown on TV all the time in Australia. In comes Rhodes. Again, a little flamingo flick of the back leg, but it's just driven straight to mid-on, no rum.
From what I could work out, I think only one of those has a Birmingham connection. But yeah.
Right, yeah. Well, I do happen to live. The other thing is, I happen to live just by Edgbaston Reservoir. And along Edgbaston Reservoir, there are two towers. There's Perry's Folly, and the other one is the Waterworks Tower. As Rhodes is in, walks down the pitch and just walks straight past the ball, does Critchley. Doesn't play at it at all. But those two towers were the inspiration for J.R.R. Tolkien when he was writing Lord of the Rings, and obviously the Two Towers. Well, there's it's Parrot's Folly or Parrot's Folly, I think, or Perry's Folly. I'll have to check. But it's a Victorian Folly Tower, and the Waterworks Tower. There you go. Mordor. Rhodes in. Again, he walks down the drives this one through the covers. It's a fielder out at deep cover, so they'll just get the one.
If nothing else makes you ask the question why Peter Jackson chose to shoot the movies in New Zealand and not in Winston Green, but nonetheless, no, I think you evaded the question there.
What was that?
In as much as you said there were three things, which the Austin bit explains why you always come in a hooped skirt, so that's fine. I've no problem with that. Has that got the Birmingham connection? I'm giving nothing away. Your second one was Enid Blyton. Is that a Birmingham connection? And your third one was the Goodies. Is there a Birmingham connection there? Which one of them has the Birmingham connection? As Craig Miles prepares to enter the attack for the first time as the fifth seamer that's going to be employed in this innings. Essex trailing by 18 on 60 for 5.
It is Parrot's Folly, by the way. I did just double check. Parrot's Folly. It's quite dramatic. I'm quite happy that I live right near those two towers.
No.
But yeah, there's no.
You are drawn to folly. I think we know that about you.
Oh, I love a Victorian Folly.
Okay.
That's one of my favourite things. Oh, I do love a Victorian.
Anyway,
Folly.
which one of the three has a Birmingham connection?
Well, that's a very good question, and
whenever we work together, it comes down to this.
think.
It comes down to testing your knowledge of Brum, doesn't it? As an adopted Brummie. Here's Craig Miles then coming in enthusiastically and bowls and is turned into a vacant mid-wicket for a single by Critchley. He gets into double figures. He's 10, 61 for 5. The difference is 17 between the two sides now.
Well, it's funny. I feel like I've hardly been in Birmingham this summer. I haven't been since that first little bit of April and May when I did quite a few games here. But
So the irony is the last time we met, we were in London.
yes, that was just before I went to the Men's T20 World Cup. So, and since then, I've been all sorts of places watching cricket in Germany and Guernsey and Scotland a couple of times, Ireland.
Miles back of a length, cut through the offside for 4. There isn't much joy dropping the ball short here. You will get punished. Pepper has waited a long time for that sort of delivery to feed upon, and he lashes it away and goes to 5. 65 for 5. He is a hit-the-deck bowler, Craig Miles. This is not necessarily his surface. Gets a word of encouragement from Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
Yeah, that one just a little bit of a gift, and possibly one of the most aggressive shots we've seen today.
Fuller this time, but onto the pads of the batter. He gets another single, this time down to Rushworth at long leg. So you're giving up as to which of the three. Have a guess as to which of those three has a Birmingham connection.
Okay, so I genuinely can't think of any with Austin.
It would be a little bit unlikely,
No.
wouldn't it? It would be a little bit
She's a
unlikely.
Hampshire lass.
Well, right, Emma. No, it wouldn't work, would it? Right, Em.
Although obviously Mr. Darcy,
Mr.
Derby's
Darcy,
is not too far away in Derbyshire.
No, she never used the word Boston in a text, so you know she's not. This is very full from Miles, but down the leg side he couldn't get his length right at first. Now he's struggling. Sorry, he couldn't get his line right at first. Now he's struggling with his length.
I think it's got to be something to do with the Goodies. I can't think of anything with Enid Blyton.
Okay. It could be that one member of the Goodies went to school in Edgbaston.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Who was that? Well, it can only be one of three. Graham Garden.
He's one of the three.
So it's not him. Bill Oddie.
Bill Oddie is one of the three.
Oh.
I didn't say no. It's onto the pads of the batter again, and his deep mid-wicket Hamza shakes. There'll only be a single to Critchley, but Miles is bowling in at the pads at the moment, which isn't going to get him very far. 67 for 5.
Tim Brooke Taylor.
It wasn't Tim Brooke Taylor. It was Bill Oddie went to school at King Edward's in Edgbaston, as did J.R.R. Tolkien.
Well, that's...
I'm not sure. He went to a few schools, to be fair, Tolkien, when he wasn't perusing Moseley Bog.
Oh, well, honestly, it's basically... Most kids in Australia are well versed in the Goodies.
Miles again into the pads, and Pepper will help himself to another comfortable single. So that's just eased things off a little bit for Essex, who've closed the deficit to just 10 now. They're 68 for 5 at the end of that over. We are still 10 overs away from tea, which should have started 4 minutes ago. So we are probably about 40 minutes behind schedule, which makes it very unlikely that we'll get a full day's play, because the light will tend to recede too early to achieve that. I can't see us being here watching cricket at 6:30. 5:30 the scheduled finish.
Well, we were talking about the shadows, or the shadow of the light tower to our near right, being almost at the foot of the batters out in the middle. Well, now it's the other one. It's the one to our left, which is just cast its shadow, and it is pretty much right at Pepper's feet. Very close. In comes Rhodes, first ball, just watchfully left by Pepper as he took a step forward.
You're really keen to know what's happening in the title race, aren't you?
I really am. Now I've been so distracted by all of our talk of Austin and Wuthering Heights and flatulence.
I know that Brian Halford, who's going to be working with you tomorrow in my stead, points out that amongst the other local places that J.R.R. Tolkien is linked with, he was married in Warwick.
Oh,
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
Rhodes is in, and it's flayed away on the offside square of the wicket. It only goes for one, though. So there is a fielder patrolling out there.
She only had 3 toes on each foot.
Who only
His
had
wife.
3 toes?
No, it's a Hobbit joke.
Oh.
No. I'm working the room too hard.
I've just said I'm a bit slow.
No, it wasn't very good. It's advantage Somerset in terms of this week's games at the moment. They bowled Lancashire out for 140, 4 wickets each for Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton, and they are 40 for 1 in reply.
As Rhodes is in, down the wicket comes Critchley. It's one bouncing into the hand of Rhodes, who just plucked it out of the air with his left hand.
That was a nifty piece of fielding.
It was.
Now, Surrey made quite a lot of inroads with the new ball, but have got stuck since. Durham 204 for 5 at the Oval. Ackerman and Tailender are both 36 not out. They've got 6 seamers bowling in that match. Surrey, they've used all 6.
Here it's Rhodes coming in, and down the wicket comes Critchley, and well, he's just missed it, but it's gone through to first slip in the end. I don't know. Did he pull his bat out?
I think he's played a miss there. But what Rhodes did really well is that he dragged his length back. So having advanced down the wicket, he then received what was effectively a full length delivery to him, and played and missed inside it.
He comes down the track again to another Rhodes delivery and just plays this one out towards deep cover. They'll go through for a single.
As we speak, Baz Tailender is out. It's a second wicket for Tom Curran, so 204 for 6 at Durham.
Are we heading towards a Somerset and Surrey showdown in the last week? Is it on? Is it on?
What? As in, either team could win the title in the final week?
Yeah. That's what I want.
It's well.
Rhodes turns, runs in, and this ball is rather swashbucklingly played out to deep point, just for a single. That was a very expansive shot in the end, and that is a 3rd single to come off the over, a productive one in the context of things, and after 25 overs. Essex are 71 for 5, trailing by 7 on an extraordinary day.
Because Essex will have a say in the title race, because they play Surrey next week at Chelmsford.
I know.
Which is a really interesting prospect, isn't it? Because, you know, with whatever the surface might be at Chelmsford, if it suits the seamers, we've seen what Porter, Cook and Snater can do today. They were brilliant. If it's turning, then you've got Harmer and Critchley. It's fascinating. It really is. Somerset home to Hampshire in their final game.
Yeah, I think it could be a very, very interesting finish to the season.
Craig Miles in to begin a new over. He's driven straight by Pepper. Sliding and making a one-handed stop there is Hannon Dolby. But another single. Runs are starting to come a little bit more freely for the first time in a while. And the score goes to 72 for 5. Because Hampshire won't want to give Somerset anything easy, because there is a real rivalry between those two. Somerset have the Metro Bank one-day cup final before that at the weekend. Although the treble got pegged off, they've still got the potential of the double. As Gloucestershire taking the spoils in the T20. Miles, back of a length, guided out towards point by Critchley, 73 for 5. Alex Davis will be just pondering now which of his other bowlers might be ready to come back, because I don't think Craig Miles is going to be a bowler he can afford to stick with for very long here.
Well, the problem is, it maybe under normal circumstances, but when you've only scored 78 runs, then you don't have much to play with, do you?
No. Hannon Dolby had 7 overs earlier. At what point he'll be ready to come back will be interesting. Miles in again towards the pads of Pepper, who guides it towards short mid-wicket, which is where you'll find Sam Hain at the moment.
Yeah, just a few singles. It's not like suddenly there are boundary balls, but it says something about the way this innings or this day has unfolded, that you get a couple of singles and it does feel like, oh, the runs are coming.
Yeah, it feels like you've released the valve a little bit. This again is straight into the pads, if not further, and turned down to long leg where Rushworth picks up. So another single, 74 for 5, just 4 runs the gap now.
And the difference is just being able to make contact, because we've seen so many plays and misses. We've seen so many edges inside and outside. Very little coming off the middle of the bat. And so just becoming slightly easier. There are more balls coming off the centre, or at least near the centre of the bat.
Miles once more to Critchley into his pads. He gets a single through mid-wicket. It's just a repeating error at the moment from Miles in terms of the line of attack. 75 for 5. I've done my crane count, my first crane count of the day.
Oh.
I think sometimes they turn, you see, and it. Oh, did I miss that one? I'm gonna have another go during your over.
There are actually quite a lot. I've never really looked at the cranes before.
I think I've got 19, but I may have missed one. They're always building something. That's a better line and better length from Miles. Coming forward watchfully is Pepper. He's got 11. Critchley's got 14. Essex trying to make sure that they build on the outstanding job that the bowlers did earlier. 5 wickets for Snater, 3 for Porter and 2 for Cook, as the Bears were bundled out for 78. Only 2 in double figures. Rhodes 29 and Burgess 17. In reply, trailing by 3 now. Essex is 75 for 5.
Rhodes is going to continue from the Birmingham end. And how many of you? Are still counting?
I'm having a second go here.
Oh.
Because there's one I missed, at least.
Well, there are. Oh, because there's a bunch to our right, and then there's a bunch straight on, and then there's a few more over near the BT tower as well.
My revised number is 21 visible cranes from this end today.
It's a thriving metropolis, Birmingham.
Yeah. I wouldn't like to work in any of those cranes. Can you imagine being all the way up there and the breeze gets up a little bit and you've got to turn around 90 degrees?
I'd rather not. Critchley on strike. Rhodes is in, and that's just, well, played down in between the slips and point, and that's going to run all the way for 4. The first boundary we've seen in quite some time. And it was controlled. It was played with soft enough hands in the end. Just guided down through that vacant gully area.
And Essex lead.
Essex lead. Goodness gracious me. Yes, 79 for 5. They've just squeaked past Warwickshire's total from earlier today in the first session. Eventful first session.
Total's quite a grand word for it. the runs that Warwickshire mustered earlier today.
In comes Rhodes, walks down the pitch, does Critchley, just punches the ball down to mid-off. No run.
about half an hour from the tea interval now, given the number of overs remaining. So if we come back out at about 4:15, scheduled finish 5:30. We're looking at, so it'll take till about 25 past 6 to get through the overs this evening. Will the light allow us? I mean, the one thing you would say is it's clear enough.
It is clear. It's very bright as Rhodes runs in over the wicket, and that's just played out in front of point. They'll come through for a single. The fielder running in from deep point cleans that up. Yeah, I mean, there are no clouds in the sky. There's just a little trail from a plane a long way up overhead, but that's about it. It's a really stunning clear day. So whatever light there is will hold, but as I mentioned, those shadows are lengthening now as the sun moves around. Rhodes turns, rumbles in over the wicket. That's just played out into the covers. No run. Must be lovely sitting out there in that sunshine. I must confess, I did go there is in that sort of breakout meal area upstairs, the media area.
The breakout meal area, everybody. There's modern English in a nutshell.
Well, so you do call it breakout area, or where you eat, whatever it is, where you get your coffee. I went up and got a coffee as Rhodes is in over the wicket again, and that's a play and a miss that time, and he is frozen there for a moment, Pepper, because that did not miss by much.
Yeah, frustration for Rhodes. I think he felt that he deserved one for that. Beautiful ball.
But I went up and so I got myself a coffee and I couldn't help it. I sat in the couch just for a second because there is a couch that's right in the sun. It overlooks Cannon Park and it was so warm. It was like it was a heated couch. It's lovely. I was so tempted to stop and snooze for a bit. In comes Rhodes, bowls, and that's just played back again to the bowler. One bounce, and he takes that one. So is the end of his over, 5 runs coming from it. An expensive one in terms of what we've seen. 80 for 5 now. Essex having taken the lead. They now lead by 2 runs. Yeah, it took a lot of self-control for me not to curl up like a little cat in that warm seat and just.
Well, as you
to
pointed
sleep.
out earlier, Mel, obviously you are. I mean, we're very lucky to have you today because you're extremely tired, having made that energy-sapping trip from Dublin yesterday. That long-haul flight from Dublin. Craig Miles in to start a new over, and just to keep the recurring theme going, it's into the pads of Critchley, who steers it through mid-wicket for a single.
Look, I might have been suffering the effects of having a few Guinnesses the night before.
There we go. There we go.
I'm being honest. You've caught me. So it was hard. I was emotional and fragile.
Yeah, honestly, it's no good. It's no good. Melinda Koala Yabby Farrell. You have self-inflicted wounds to consider there. Miles tries to York Pepper. It's leg stump line. It's jabbed out and picked up at short mid-wicket along the dirt to Sam Hain. 81 for 5. They lead by 3.
Can't believe I get no sympathy from you. You're a hard man.
Well, I love the fact you just accept that those are your middle names as well. I guess fair dues.
Well, you can't go to Ireland and not have the odd Guinness.
Never been. Here's Miles driven into the offside. That's a beautiful shot for 4 from Pepper. That is the best timing he's shown so far. It wasn't a particularly wide gap that he had to aim for, but he's hit it through perfectly between Barnard and Davis. 85 for 6, and this is the second highest partnership of the match, challenging Wesley and Elgar, who added 40. Pepper and Critchley have put on 35, and we do know that if things settle down a bit and as the ball gets older, these two can score very quickly and very entertainingly.
Well, at the moment, it feels like they're finally just having the ability to cash in a little bit after doing so much hard work.
Miles bouncer ducked under by Pepper. I would say that's the first genuine bouncer we've seen today. And it's, it is difficult where the conditions do not necessarily suit your strengths, and that's the position that Craig Miles is in today. This is very much a length and line surface for the seamers.
Oliver Hannon-Dolby's just doing a bit of stretching now. He's down on one knee. He's been windmilling his arms and going through his action. So it looks like we'll see him back into the attack soon.
Miles again, that's a better line. Wraps the batter on the pad out into the offside. That last exercise that Ollie did, I don't know whether it actually was about hip flexibility, but it was quite the wiggle of the derriere.
Wow, maybe he was just, I don't know, doing his own wuthering heights.
Well, yeah. Have you wuthered, lad? Have you? It's really disappointing, though, that wuthering just means really windy. Really windy heights. Full from Miles. Better line again. Pushed up towards mid-on. Hannon-Dolby does the fielding with the 3 overs that Miles has bowled. Have cost him 17. We still have half a dozen overs to go until the tea interval. And this is the moment Ollie Hannon-Dolby comes back into the attack. The Bears really need a wicket. And from Essex's point of view, they'll be delighted with the work that Critchley and Pepper have got through. Critchley, 58 balls for 20. It's not the way he bats. It's the way he's needed to bat today. 85 for 5.
Well, it's the sort of game, isn't it, where you feel like even a 30 or 40 run lead, it could be very significant. It's so hard to come by, although things may change as we go into the second day. Who knows what will await us. Have you checked the weather forecast?
It's really good all week.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Well, I'm not sure it's going to be great on Friday. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, well.
No, it's... I mean, if this game goes to Friday, then something really extraordinary has happened, and some people have made some big runs. But genuinely, Friday has a slightly difficult forecast in the afternoon, but I can't see that being an issue now for this game. Tomorrow, expect some pretty good sunshine and some high 19 degrees tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, I'll have a bit of that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Oliver Hannon-Dolby from his favoured Birmingham end. Runs in, bowls to Critchley, who just turns that one square. Fielder strolling in from the deep will keep it to 1. This is the bowling change now that signals Warwickshire. And Alex Davies just desperate to break through, because they know if they don't bowl them out quite quickly, Essex are going to be in such a commanding position. Even if they can just get one partnership going at last for 70 or 80 runs, that's going to be really significant. Hannon-Dolby in once more over the wicket, and that is flicked away to a fielder diving across from mid-on. Run through for the single because it wasn't taken cleanly.
Yeah, Chris Rushworth there. It was one of those things that, most people when they dive, it's one fluent movement. In that case, it was right. I'm going to start going down, then I'm going to drop my knees. Then when I get to my knees, I'm going to go down onto my stomach. And when I get to my stomach, I'm going to wave my hand at the ball. And then he flicks it away. I think he's a little bit stiff after his 2 spells.
You do the hokey pokey and you turn around.
There's another difference between Australia and England.
In comes Hannon-Dolby. That's driven straight back to him and takes it on the bounce. What's that?
It's not the hokey pokey in English.
It is.
That's the hokey cokey.
Oh, I think I had this discussion last year with Jonathan Doidge when I was in Yorkshire. That's absolutely ridiculous. It's always been the hokey pokey.
No, it may have been. It may be on the other side of the world that's the case, but not here.
Hokey cokey sounds ridiculous.
Not as ridiculous as hokey pokey.
Hokey pokey sounds perfectly normal. As in comes Hannon-Dolby, and there's a little flash at that. It's moved across very late because it's jagged back in off the seam. So really cut Critchley in half. So the introduction of Hannon-Dolby already just making things a little bit more exciting. And now you're looking up hokey pokey.
No. They both exist, which is the fun of it.
Well, Yeah, definitely, Hokey. But I think it's something else in New Zealand. In comes Hannon Dolby. This has just played out into the covers. No run. I think in New Zealand, we worked out it was something else as well. The Hokey Mokey, I don't know. Hokey Stokey, perhaps? Toki, Hokey Toki, maybe, in New Zealand.
Oh, okay.
Now you're going to have to find out what it is there. But it's...
Well, these are major nationalistic differences.
These are the important things that we must know the answer to. So Hannon Dolby turns, runs in, and this one is just flayed away, manages to clear the leaping fielder at short mid-wicket, and that is a boundary. Critchley has just started to find his feet. He started to find the ball with the bat as well. As we reach the end of that over from Hannon Dolby. What didn't produce the breakthrough Warwickshire were undoubtedly looking for. 91 for 5 with Pepper on 16 and Critchley moving on to 25.
So,
yes.
Hokey Cokey, as it's known in the United Kingdom, Ireland, some parts of Australia and the Caribbean. Hokey Pokey, as it's known in the United States and Canada, originates as a British folk dance with variants dating back to 1826. There's an original Popular Rhymes of Scotland book by Robert Chambers which described it not as the Hokey Pokey or not as the Hokey Cokey, but as the Hinkum Booby. It may be as well that that's changed. It may well be that that's changed.
The Hinkum Booby.
The Hinkum Booby.
The Hinkum Booby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also a version known as the Ugly Mug. But yeah, there you go. Change of ends for Will Rhodes. Bowls outside off stump. And Pepper moves forward, defends out into the offside.
I'll tell you what, you wouldn't want to do the Hinkum Booby in Wuthering Heights, would you?
Well, it can if you wuther hard enough.
At the Hinkum Booby.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I am 5 years old.
People tuning in now will be a little bit confused, but we got inquisitive today as to what wuthering actually meant, and we were rather disappointed to find out it just means really windy. And that did set us off. Rhodes in again, and that's neatly worked into the leg side, despite some oohs and ahs because he was in front of middle and leg, but he's got his eye in now as Pepper. He goes to 17, 92 for 5. This is now the biggest partnership of the day, 42 runs added since this pair came together, and they would love now to get through to that tea interval, which is, 28 deliveries away. It's going to be a long old day. We haven't seen any use of spin at all. It would almost feel like an admission of defeat if it happened now. The seamers have been so effective. Warwickshire out for 78. 5 wickets for Snater, 3 for Porter, 2 for Cook. Now 2 for Hannon Dolby and 2 for Barnard in their collection. Will Rhodes looking to add his name to the list, and he's gone through there, but it's an inside edge onto the pad. So a stifled yelp from behind the stumps. Rushworth with the one other wicket to fall. Of the 15 wickets to fall, 5 have gone to the final ball of an over.
Yeah, that's odd, isn't it?
It's a curious one.
It is curious.
5 to LBWs, that's less curious. 3 to the wicket keeper. And 3 to the slips.
It's all just that says one thing, doesn't it?
Now he's using his feet here and driving immaculately down the ground is Critchley. I wouldn't say it was with timing, that was with power. You could hear the different sound on the bat there. 29 for Critchley, 96 for 5.
Oh, that was a terrific shot. As you said, it was not necessarily just sweetly timed, but there was a fair bit of determination in that. And it really is the difference. They've just been able to get a couple of partnerships. Essex and Warwickshire really struggled in that department, and such a low scoring affair with wickets tumbling as just those partnerships are gold.
Critchley down the wicket again, but this time it's half in defence that he pushes it into the leg side. Shake moving to his left at mid-wicket. He picks it up and there's no run. The breeze is straightening a little bit, almost angling towards us now.
It's wuthering that way, is it?
Now you can't use it all the time. It's not wuthering, 'cause that's a strong wind. This is barely a zephyr at the moment.
Ah.
So it's a wither, not a wither. Rhodes full outside off stump. Face the bat from Critchley to defend. End of the over. 4 more then till the interval. 96 for 5. Essex, who lead by 18, and this partnership is now starting to increase their stranglehold on this game. And Alex Davis will be acutely aware that the home team need a breakthrough before the interval here.
Well, that's it. I mean, normal circumstances, you'd be saying 96 for 5. We've done well here, lads. This is looking pretty good. But really, if they can get that lead out to anything beyond 50, it could change. Second innings by Warwickshire could be quite different. Just never know.
There is a history of wickets here often flattening out as they go.
Yep, could flatten out day 2. Here's Annan Dolby. And that's come out off the inside edge of the bat, but just rolled along the ground in front of point. In front of square leg, I should say. Completely opposite end. Those shadows starting to really lengthen out that way as well. So the light question's going to be quite interesting as we get past tee. There's quite a few people today, though. They look all set on that sunny side, don't they?
Got to make the most of the last game of the season here.
Annan Dolby in again, and that ball dribbles out to a short catching mid-wicket. It's come in lurking, trying to force something. 2 slips in for Annan Dolby. And that catching mid-wicket, just coming in and out, making sure he's in the eye line, I think, of Pepper, letting him know that he's there. Annan Dolby, he's in over the wicket. It's just defended back out to Annan Dolby, who sticks out a foot. Make sure it doesn't go too much further. Now I don't know what Richard's looking up, but he's got me nervous.
No. I was still looking up the hokey cokey and how Australians get absolutely puzzled that that's what it is.
I'm sure there's a different one in New Zealand. Annan Dolby bowls, and that has just turned away down to deep square leg. I'll stroll through for a single.
I think that some countries do have, as you suggested earlier, hokey tokey.
Hokey dokey, there you go.
Yeah.
I think that might be the New Zealand one, the hokey tokey.
Yeah, it is New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of controversy over the origins, but I don't know.
What did you call the something booby?
Yeah, there was some, well, yeah, see what's stuck in your mind.
Here comes Annan Dolby. Again, that's flicked away down to deep square leg for a single.
It's only going to get us into trouble if we go further down that route, I think, to be fair. So I'm backing off now. I'm leaving it alone. Somerset have had a wobble against Lancashire, replying to 140 all out. Somerset are 60 for 3. Bailey, Balderson and Williams with a wicket apiece. Lancashire scrapping for survival. Warwickshire have to have a little look over their shoulders, especially having not picked up any batting points here, which was not ideal. Nor did Lancashire. It's a gap of 36 points going into this game.
Pepper waits, in comes Annan Dolby, and he just punches that straight up to mid-on, no run. And that's the end of the over from Annan Dolby. So just the 2 singles coming from it. He has figures of 2 for 25. Critchley is on 30 off 68, 18 off 40 for Pepper. And they're closing in on 3 figures now, Essex, 98 for 5.
Paul Newton will be back after the tea interval, though. It feels like it's been a long time without him. I can see him.
Aww.
He's listening.
He is listening.
That's good.
Just love that shirt. You're going to have to lift your shirt game.
Do you know what, though? As a result, he's had a smile on his face all day, and I think you dress for the man you want to be, and he's dressed in a happy shirt, and he's a happy man. There's a quick single here taken by Critchley. He's judged it really well. And they come through to add another one to the score, 99 for 5, one away from our 50 partnership as well. They've done excellently. They've tried to get forward. They've tried to use their feet where they can, just to change the angle. They've not tried anything too extravagant. Two players who've made good runs at times this season. I mean, Paul was talking about Michael Pepper having made 2 centuries in the T20 and 2 in the Championship, which is a good example of his range of ability.
It's just been, in particular, the patience of Critchley and having to wait out hard times.
Playing a different type of innings. Pepper with a good leave outside off stump, but of course their eyes are in now as well. So yes, we'll give Paul a good stint after the interval, and Phil Britt will probably come back and join us as well, and then we'll see. You're right, the shadows are going to be a concern here, because even if they do put the floodlights on later, it doesn't always help with things like shadows, and particularly the awkward twilight period. So I think we will struggle to get, I think it won't be the full 96 anyway, because we already had one change of innings, but I think we'll struggle to get the official allocation of overs in today. Rhodes bounds in once more. Nice ball angled in towards middle and off. Defended back down the wicket. And no run.
Yeah, well, it certainly has been. I guess we've had no spin bowls at all today, so that doesn't help with the over 8, but still that's a long way behind.
No spin and 15 wickets. Yeah, I mean,
15 wickets.
It is going to be a 55 minute overrun if we do get all the way to the close of play. Rhodes steered down towards point. Can't get past the fielder there. I think that's Barnard, judging by the shoulders. It's interesting having a day where you have to get used to the numbers not showing.
Well, that's annoying. I think they should have to have numbers on the back of their cable nets. Just for me.
But you can't put numbers on the back of cable nets. That's the problem.
No, it's Worcestershire. Worcestershire have whatever vests or whatever they wear. They've got them on their back, and I know I'm in dangerous territory here.
Advancing down the wicket again to meet Rhodes is Pepper. He doesn't play a big shot. He just very calmly clips it off his pads. It's a long chase for Sheikh, who can reel it in, but that means they will come back for 3, and that brings up the Essex 100 and the 50 partnership between Michael Pepper and Matt Critchley. Excellent performance from these two. They've added 52 since Essex found themselves in the parlous position of 50 for 5, and it's just been a really mature innings from these two.
Well, it's been gutsy, hasn't it? And it has been mature, you're right. They've read the situation really well, and just realised that first and foremost it's going to be about survival. But just as the ball has softened a little bit, just as they've got used to it, runs coming a little bit more easily.
93 balls for the 50 partnership. They look to add more with a drive that is fielded by a tumbling Miles. It's Rushworth again. The ball's picking him out in the field. He'd be thrilled about that. So well to stop it. A single for Critchley takes him to 32, which is the game's highest individual score now as well. 103 for 5. They lead by 25. 2 overs to go before tea. Current captain and his predecessor, Davis and Rhodes, have a chat to see if they've got a plan they can hatch. Hannon Dolby coming in to bowl. He's 2 for 25 from 9 overs. He's 2 away now from 50 wickets in a championship season for the 3rd season in a row. Certainly hasn't taken his eye off the ball in his testimonial yet. Raising some really good money for charity this year, Ollie.
Well, he runs in now from the city end. Keeper up to the stumps, and that squirts off the outside edge of the bat. I think he was looking to play that down towards mid-on, but it's ended up a cover point. So again, we see the tactics being used of the keeper up to the stumps. 2 slips in, but just stopping Critchley from coming down the pitch. It does make it fun. You see why I like this tactic when it comes in and comes out. Just keeps your eye on everything. Makes you feel like something's going to happen. Hannon Dolby in over the wicket. This time it is played down to mid-on by Critchley, which is what he was, I think, trying to do in the previous delivery.
Somerset's pre-tee wobble cost them a 4th wicket, so they're 65 for 4, trailing Lancashire by 75. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, the second victim for George Balderson.
So Hannon Dolby, elbows pumping, runs in, bowls, and that's just played behind point. Fielder lurking there, prevents the run. This has been better from Hannon Dolby. Critchley being pinned to his crease at the moment. I'm not sure because I've had got things coming in my ear or not, so I'm getting ready for you to take over.
I'm not imminent. It'll be during the tea interval.
Okay. Hannon Dolby in again once more, bowls, and there's a question asked of the umpire, but it's not asked in a very convincing manner. With some bat in that as the ball dribbled to the offside. Inside edge onto the pads there for Critchley. Ollie Hannon Dolby turned around and almost say, "Oh, shall I appeal anyway?" And he thought, "Well, a bit late now." I know it's not out. Yeah, it wasn't. He knows it's not convincing. But again, bringing keeper up is just bringing that LBW into play. It's keeping Critchley at home, isn't it? Yep. And you look at those wickets. They have the way that they've fallen just tells the story in itself. Here comes Hannon Dolby, driven straight back to the bowler, who takes it in his follow through on the bounce. What you were hearing, Mel, I'm breaking down the fourth wall here. Oh, I love doing for that. People. Yeah, the belts and braces. I mean, I think our belts and braces could be heard most of the day. How's the sausage made? Which sausage? What? Sorry, show you how the sausage is made. Oh, okay. That's the other way of saying. Yeah. Okay. In the States, without getting too inside baseball about it, which is kind of... No, what you were hearing was a member of the newsroom recording a piece for the next bulletin, not knowing that anybody could hear it. And sometimes when you hear them doing it 7 or 8 times to try and get it right, it gets a little bit fresh in terms of language. Right, funky field time. There's 2 short mid-wickets in. In comes Hannon Dolby, and there is a much more convinced shout and appeal, and actually started skipping Hannon Dolby, but the umpire's unmoved. It's a maiden over from Hannon Dolby, and it remains at 33 overs. 103 for 5. What did you make of that? I didn't think it had an awful lot going for it on either height or direction. I think I would have gone over the stumps and possibly wide of leg stump. I think it did a little bit too much. It's a beautiful delivery, but it's done a little bit too much. 1 over left until the tea interval. A little bit of movement in the crowd. I'm going to beat the rush for a coffee. You need one today. Rhodes is in, driven nicely, but they will get a sink because they picked the fielder out there. There's a look of defiance there from Chris Rushworth, having stopped the ball. It wasn't, John T. Rhodes style, but he did stop it because that would have rattled through to the fence if he hadn't got anything on it. Well, it was a lovely drive, and just notice we've still got the keeper up to the stumps as well for this final over from Rhodes. Still got the 2 slips in, so they won't mind seeing him driving. Oh, now they're going to complain about the shape of the ball because what we need is something to hold up play a bit further. And now it's going to have to go through the measuring device. On reflection, the thing that stands out about this partnership and the way that Pepper and Critchley have batted compared to most other batters in this game is they've been far more decisive about their footwork. They've understood that getting forward is going to be essential because of the lengths that the bowlers are largely going to bowl on this surface. They've played with a very straight bat. Some of their best shots have been either straight or through extra cover. They've feasted off anything that's on their pads. And not overplayed it, happy to pick a single here and there, but put the bad ball all the way to the fence.
From that point of view, it's just been a very controlled partnership between the two of them, and one that Warwickshire would love to see the back of. The ball, by the way, has been passed fit for use. It's had a late fitness test and it's fine. And Rhodes bowls, and a large stride forward from Critchley, who blocks it out into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's just say you can't really complain that the ball's not been doing much in general today.
No, no.
I know you're always going to want to get it changed if it's getting to that point, but it's just probably doing what balls do at this particular moment
I think this was a genuine one, though, in that Chris Rushworth fielded it, and then as he looked at the ground, he noticed something. There was this oh, and then he pointed out to Alex Davis and Will Rhodes, and they went, oh, and the umpire went, oh. But ultimately it was fine. Now they've got a very short mid-on standing just off the strip here for Critchley, and Rhodes bowls, and Critchley outside off stump just leans on the ball, pushes it out, knowing that there are only 3 more deliveries now until the interval. It would be an odd shot to hole out in that area where the man is standing now, wouldn't it, really?
Well, but it just says something. The last over they had 2 short mid-wickets, almost able to hold hands in. So just that feeling that, you know, Funky Field's doing something, anything to disrupt the batter because they need to strike.
Rhodes, full outside off stump, pushed out towards point, there's no run. Coming soon, a new illustrated cricket book by Melinda Farrell called Farrell's Funky Fields.
I love a bit of funk in cricket. It's good.
And music.
Yeah. Oh, well, everyone loves funk, right? Bit of Stevie Wonder.
What a great, you're on a bass line like on Superstition.
That's one of my, well, it's one of the greatest bass lines of all time.
Gotta be. 2 balls left in the session. Rhodes bowls, pushed out defensively by Critchley, and he will know his job now is to make sure they get over the line. And to the interval, with a lead of 26 and 5 wickets standing. Partnership of 54 after Hannon, Dolby, Barnard and Rushworth had reduced Essex to 50 for 5 in reply to Warwickshire's 78. Will Rhodes will bowl the first final ball of the session, which is overrun by a mere 46 minutes. And he comes in to bowl, and it's on a leg side line, maybe to bring that close fielder into play, but it has been steered to safety, and we get to the tea interval with Essex 104 for 5 after 34 overs, with Critchley on 32 and Pepper on 22. Excellent partnership between the two. Paul Newton will be back with you after the interval. Phil Britt, Mel Farrell and myself as well, bring you all the action on the opening day of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Essex. But Essex remain in the box seats. They've had to work hard to stay there, but on 104 for 5 they lead by 26. Here at Edgbaston, tea being taken. Essex have restored some control to the game now. They're 104 for 5, a lead of 26, and what had been a very eventful day with a clatter of wickets. Warwickshire bowled out for just 78 just after lunch today, 5 wickets for Shane Snater. They then reduced their visitors to 50 for 5, 2 wickets each for Hannon, Dolby and Barnard. But Critchley and Pepper, the two, have come together and shown real obduracy. They've platted very sensibly and they've steered their team to 104 for 5, that lead of 26. That's Richard Wilford at Edgbaston.
Very much supporting later in the country today, starting first of all at the 50 bowl Southampton, where Hampshire are playing Worcestershire. Hampshire in their first innings are currently 256 for 4. At the camp ground Northampton, the match between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire dismissed at 203, to reply Northamptonshire off 40 without loss. At the CFD Stadium Bristol, match between Gloucestershire and Sussex. Sussex dismissed Gloucestershire for 109, and in reply are currently 63 for 2. At Sapphire Gardens Cardiff, the match between the Morgan and Yorkshire. Yorkshire are currently 261 for 5. At the County Ground Derby, the match between Derbyshire and Middlesex. Derbyshire were dismissed for 173. Middlesex in reply are currently 24 for 1. At the Tier Oval, the match between Surrey and Durham. Durham are currently 211 for 6. At Old Trafford, the match between Lancashire and Somerset. Lancashire were dismissed for 140, and Somerset in reply at tea are 65 for 4. And finally at the Spitfire Ground Canterbury, the match between Kent and Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire in their first innings are currently 271 for 3.
Welcome back as I'm joined by Phil Britt. I'm Paul Newton, and Richard Wilford will be with us in due course. And well, Phil, we've had our share of entertainment already, and we're only 2/3 of the way through the day, though I can't see them getting the 96 overs in. Even though we've got a cloudless sky, surely the light will drop. But what a day it's been.
Incredible, really. It's Warwickshire's batting, I think, right from the word go, was at best patchy.
Yeah, but it
and
was
excellent bowling though. They
was
used
doing
the
all
conditions.
sorts though.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Essex, you know themselves, at 50 for 5, I was saying, well, Essex may not get a first innings lead here. I think it's got easier in the last hour, and it's been helped by two factors. Pepper and Critchley have really got their heads down and battled, and not played any foolish shots. And the Warwickshire bowling has just lost a little bit of its edge, and I was surprised Alex Davis has only bowled the one spell of 7 overs from Ed Barnard, who I thought was unplayable at times. And to me, you know, it's not to be against any of the other bowlers, but I thought he could have bowled another half dozen there.
Yep. Yeah, well, it's going to open back up again with, it looks like they've got Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Rushworth.
That's
yes.
Rushworth though, isn't it? I was just
Yeah.
looking at the scoreboard, and that isn't Oliver Hannon-Dolby. So Chris Rushworth will be bowling from the Birmingham end in bright sunshine. It's been a lovely bright day. It's been cold. That breeze has been cold out there, but in the sun over the far side of the ground, it really is very pleasant. Unless you've been watching through as a Warwickshire supporter, I think that's probably fair to say. So here comes Rushworth from that Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and his first ball is put away to backward point, where tumbling stop prevents any further addition to the 104 for 5.
Yeah, good stop, because that was 4. If he misses it. Sorry not to be able to identify the players, but they're all wearing sweaters. And only there's one player out there who's actually, we can see his number, and that's Rob Yates at second slip. But it means the pullovers haven't got the numbers on the back.
I'd break off on this one as Rushworth
He
breaks off
breaks off.
himself. Oh, he's done his leg.
Oh dear.
I think he has.
Looks like a hamstring.
He recovered from hamstring injury, which he had got during the second match of the season. I just wonder whether he's gone again.
It doesn't look good. He's absolutely
he's
unable to put the weight down on his left leg.
He's not going to be able to carry on. It's the back of his left leg.
Yeah.
He's holding the back.
Well, I sympathise with this, Phil, because I suffer left hamstring cramp.
Oh.
If I've been driving for any length of time, getting out the car's a nightmare, because it tends to go, you know, when you suddenly move.
Yeah.
And the poor chap is hobbling off. I know exactly how he feels, and at best it would be a nasty attack of cramp, but he's feeling the back of his leg. I think it's hamstring.
Yeah. The Warwickshire players not exactly loading him with sympathy, I have to say.
No.
One or two of them have popped over. Oh, well, somebody's given him a tap on the back, but Rushworth will be out of the tack.
Yeah.
The physio is coming on to him, but I don't think we're going to see anything else from Chris Rushworth.
No. And you've also got to be very careful with a sportsman with a hamstring problem, because you can make it much, much worse if you say, go on, you'll be all right, get back out there. So he's getting some sympathetic applause from the rather sparse crowd here today. And it's such a shame to see that. And
well, especially as he's missed virtually, I'd say virtually the whole of the season. He came back a couple of games ago, having missed probably about eight or nine championship matches. So it's a big blow to Warwickshire, who are already struggling. They've already had to bring in a youngster from Leicester as a stand-in bowler.
Yeah.
And their resources are going to be extremely thin. Hassan Ali was in the nets over in the indoor school today, I gather, but I don't know whether he's close to being able to play. But it brings Warwickshire down to Hannon-Dolby and Craig Miles in this game as the main seamers, with Barnard and Rhodes to follow up.
And poor old Chris Rushworth had just bowled one ball after tea, and as he was approaching delivery stride to bowl the second ball of the over, he suddenly pulled up in great pain, and has hobbled off.
Well, it wasn't even on the delivery stride that he actually did the injury.
No, he was
it
just
actually
approaching it.
Approaching,
Yeah.
So it was just a simple approach.
It's a great shame. And never rains but it pours. That obdurate partnership for the 6th wicket, which turned what at the time was a 28-run deficit, still at 50 for 5, into a 26-run lead by the time we got to tea. So Essex, that sort of lead in a low-scoring game could be priceless, and of course
absolutely.
we don't know how many more they might add,
Yeah.
particularly if the conditions have got a little bit easier. But it's awful to lose one of your main strike bowlers in that way, and I feel particularly sorry for the player.
So Ed Barnard will take over to finish off these 5 deliveries. Remember, still in the first over after tea. Just come back to what we were talking about before as Barnard bowls, and that's dug out nicely and whipped away into the offside. They're going to get through for a quick single there from Pepper. He goes on to 23 with that, 105 for 5. It's now 20 past 4. We are, in theory, 20 minutes later at this stage than we would be on a 11 o'clock start.
Yes, that's well put. Yeah, we're sort of not far short of an hour behind the place where we should be if we were going to get the 96 overs done by 5:30.
Now, on over race, we're showing us level.
Yeah, I can't understand that.
I think they must take an awful lot off for the wickets which are for them.
Yeah, I think they just like palindromes up on the scoreboard there.
In he comes again, Barnard, and this one is flipped down to slip, and that is a wicket for Ed Barnard, and Critchley goes just almost like a little late cut, and straight down. Rob Yates takes the catch. Ed Barnard gets his 3rd wicket, and Essex have lost their 6th wicket. They are 105 for 6, and this is an eventful over after tea. Whatever they've had in their sandwiches is having a big effect one way or another.
Yes, and you know, in a funny sort of way, that hamstring injury has worked in Warwickshire's favour, at least in the short term. And I'd never be one to say I told you so, but I did make a point of saying that Ed Barnard, I felt, was under-bowled in the bit before tea, and the session before tea. And there he is, first ball back, and he's immediately got the breakthrough after a partnership that by the standards of the day's partnerships was huge. 54, no other partnership has got anywhere near that close, and suddenly Essex 105 for 6, and Critchley gone for the day's highest score so far of 32.
It was a lazy little shot from
It
Critchley,
was,
though, wasn't
yeah.
it? He didn't move his feet and sort of dabbed at it, almost like he was trying to do a late cut through, and it was taken a wide second slip.
Yeah,
diving
Rob
to
Yates.
his right.
Yeah.
And Yates is one of those, is one of the highest amongst the top catchers in the country. He made no mistake.
No, it wasn't one of the hardest catches, but he is very good in that position. And well, as you say, it was a little bit of a nothing shot. I think you've described it right. I think he was just trying to run it down, and sometimes maybe it wouldn't apply here, but sometimes I've seen situations where there is a third man and people are out to that shot, and you think, well, the most you were going to get from it was a single. You might just as well have left it, particularly as Critchley had battled away for, I should think, the better part of a couple of hours there and played really well up to that point.
New man in Simon Harmer, who is facing Barnard, and forward he comes to the first delivery and runs it out. And Harmer's got quite a good record here. He's got
Absolutely
runs
right.
here.
Yeah.
He's been obdurate, I think is the word, and when you think you're through Essex, and we've had this in the past, he's dug in and got good scores. In fact, I think when did Essex last win here, Paul?
Oh, well, no, I'm afraid it's
while, isn't
such
it?
a long time ago. I can't remember it.
It's Barnard in and bowls, and this is played solidly out into the offside, out to extra cover.
But you are quite right to say he has a good record here. He's had 2 or 3 decent innings. Hasn't been having a good season with bat or ball by his high standards, but it's because he's had a back problem, and there's been evidence in the last game or two that he's beginning to find his form again. He made a 50 in the most recent game against Nottinghamshire, and I always say of him, he gets a lot of single-figure scores, but if he gets into double figures, he usually goes on.
Barnard into him, and that beats him outside the off stump. Good delivery. End of an eventful over. Warwickshire losing Chris Rushworth, getting Ed Barnard, who then picks up a wicket. And at the end of it all, it's 105 for 6.
And Barnard's a cricketer who, for many people, I think slips under the radar. I remember his Worcestershire days, and then when I saw him at Worcester, I thought, well, you're batting at number 6 or 7 and bowling a few overs as a sort of third change bowler, and I thought, well, actually, I think you're better than many of the people I've seen come ahead of you in the batting order and ahead of you in the pecking order with the bowlers. And he's done wonders here this season, particularly with that mountain of runs he was getting in early to mid-season. And today, I mean, now he's come back into the attack at last, he immediately, for me, has looked more dangerous than anyone we've seen for quite a while. And he did beat Harmer with that last delivery of the over there. So 105 for 6. Essex currently 27 in front, but immediately knocked back with the removal of Critchley, who'd reached, as I say, the highest score on either side all day to date. And we're going to see Will Rhodes from the pavilion end. Is it actually called the pavilion end now?
Yeah, it is the pavilion end.
Yeah.
Birmingham end, pavilion end.
Thank you. So here comes Rhodes, 2 slips and bowls. And, ball goes to mid-wicket, there's no run, and I remember interviewing Will Rhodes when he had a brief spell with Essex, and it was back in the Division 2 days Essex were at the time, so it was certainly longer ago than 2017 when Essex were in Division 1 and won the title that year. It was sometime 2016 or a year or two earlier.
Yeah, been a good cricketer. Somebody Warwickshire was saying this morning when we were on that going to miss.
Rhodes is in bowls and turned off the hip for single. Didn't really get hold of it there, Pepper, but he was only looking just to work it into the leg side, and he picks up a single to take himself to 23, 106 for 6. And Pepper has really been a revelation with 100 in each of his 2 previous matches, one against Worcester, one against Notts, and I couldn't remotely see him getting one last year, when, as much as he was a player with a lot of white ball striking ability, he did tend to sort of hit sixes only to be out next ball, but he's really disciplined himself superbly for the side this afternoon. Here comes Rhodes, this time to bowl to Harmer, and he's going to get runs here as he plays the ball towards third man. It's going out to within 15 yards of the boundary, which means they can come back for a second. Harmer off the mark with that brace, and excellent scoreboard, I must say, really very quick.
Quick, and
it's almost as if they've seen the runs coming before the bowler lets go of the ball. 108 for 6.
It does work against you sometimes, particularly at the end of the over, when you glance up to see the bowler's analysis has just finished and find that the bowler's already in place for the next over.
Take your point. Rhodes doesn't bowl. He was well on the way, and indeed was within a yard or two of delivering the ball when I don't know if he thought the batsman wasn't quite paying attention, but he's pulled out of delivering it and makes his way back to the top of his run-up.
Bit of movement, I think, behind the bowler's arm, so
yeah.
Quite rightly Simon Harmer stood up and just allowed them, so that Will Rhodes was stopped before he got to the delivery.
And here's Rhodes in bowls, and this ball is played sedately, well, in fact, hardly gets off the cut strip there, but it's not to matter. It's delivery safely negotiated by Harmer, and score remaining 108 for 6. The lead now up to 30.
The games going on which involve the potential champions, we'll just get those after this ball.
Rhodes bowls, and it's played back to the bowler.
The match between Lancashire and Somerset, where Lancashire were bowled out for 140 in just 40 overs, they have struck back. They have Somerset 82 for 5 after 20 in the 27th over, so 15 wickets there to go with the 16 here, so it seems to be around the country. And Durham,
just to finish the point, Somerset were 59 for 1, so that's quite a collapse to 82 for 5.
Absolutely. And quickly get that Durham are 231 for 7 against Surrey.
And Rhodes bowls, and that ball's steered into the covers for No run, score remaining 108 for 6 at the end of that over, with Pepper on 23, Harmer on 2.
Harmer's come out, looks fairly solid as getting off the mark during that over. The two batsmen have a chat.
The most striking collapse of the day, I noticed, Phil. Leicestershire were 130 for 2, and 20 minutes later 133 for 8. 6 wickets went down for 3 runs in no time. They did eventually recover to be 206 all out.
With Leicestershire, though, you really do get a lot of surprises, don't
Yes,
you?
you do.
Barnard Ian, this one is punched by Pepper up to mid-off, and there's no run. Alex Davis doing the fielding there. I was going to mention this earlier. Warwickshire normally wear sweaters with numbers on the back, which one or two of them have got on. But today they've got the cable knits out, which is first time I've seen them wearing those for a long, long time. And I complain about sides who have numbers and then cover them. There's Barnard Ian, bowls, and this is clipped away to backward point. Excellent stop. Hands a shake there, does the fielding, and there's no run. Got down well. So
Yeah, it really was a fine stop. That would have been a certain 4 at backward point. And he's walking as though he himself has got a bit of a limp. Of course, we've seen Chris Rushworth, unfortunately, break down with what appeared to be a hamstring injury. But very well fielded there, not for the first time by Hamza.
Barnard again, looking to pick up another wicket. He's got 3 so far, and this one has gone past the edge of Pepper's bat. He sort of played at it and walked around as if, first of all, initially looked as though he played and got a nick to it, but there was a shout from behind. But again, in the end, it's
Yeah,
stays
this
at 108 for 6.
This is why I couldn't understand why he only had the one spell, because he's come back in, and as was the case the first time he bowled, he looks unplayable.
Yeah. Barnard in bowls. This is going to be runs edged away through the vacant gully. It's going to run all the way down. There's no third man in place down there, and that runs and crosses the ropes. So 4 more runs to Pepper. He moves on to 27 with that shot, and total on to 112. And the lead moves on to 34.
Yes, I think that probably was a deliberate run down there from Pepper. It was, from Ed Barnard's perspective, one that was just a fraction too short and a fraction too wide. So he got both the length and the width in favour of the batsman, which hasn't been true very often today.
He's looking to amend as this next one is punched away beautifully through. That's a lovely shot. And that will be 4 more consecutive boundaries for Pepper. See, he puts this one away through the covers, and that was 4 from the moment he played the shot. Got to the pitch and drove it away through the offside. Lovely looking shot. We haven't had too many of those today.
No, and I was very pleased when he said to me on interview after his most recent 100 in the championship in the previous game that he said, "Oh, I'm just as ambitious in terms of playing red ball cricket as I am white ball." But he is a great white ball player, but I'd love to hear him say that.
Waits. Oh, this is short, and he ducks under it. I think Ed Barnard saw him coming and dug it in, and unusual because you don't very often see Barnard do that. But it cleared the batsman, who was in the end left a yard outside the crease and just evading that one as it came through, went harmlessly through to Michael Burgess. End of another over, 116 for 6. We have 29 overs remaining in the day. Possibly.
I enjoyed that from Barnard. He did what he should have done in many ways, as if to say to the batsman, if you give me the charge again, I'm going to knock your block off. And Pepper, only at the last moment, saw it coming and got his head out of the way. As here is Rhodes beginning a new over from the pavilion end, and is met with a lovely straight drive from Harmer, and that's 4 runs all the way, 120 for 6. And Harmer has 6. And Pepper 31. Normally, with any normal scoreboard, I'd be adding on the 4 there. Yeah, but I thought, no, steady on, mate. They've already seen it. It's brilliantly operated.
lovely the way he stepped into that, just drove through that straight, and
Yeah.
beautiful timing.
And I think it's a little bit evidence that this pitch has got a bit easier.
Just a bit easier, I think, yeah.
I know we
Yeah.
thought it earlier during the Warwickshire innings, but turned out it hadn't. But we've seen quite a bit of play now as the next ball is turned to mid-wicket and there's no run. Bearing in mind we had a good hour before tea without a wicket falling.
Yep.
And then although Critchley went straight away, there was an eventful start. There was a dot ball first ball afterwards. Then in attempting to bowl the next ball, Chris Rushworth's hamstring went and he had to leave the field. So Ed Barnard came in to complete the over, and immediately first ball had Critchley well caught by Rob Yates at second slip. Meanwhile, Will Rhodes comes up from the pavilion end as the shadows of the pylons begin to encroach, and this ball is played comfortably to extra cover. There's no run, but the key word there is comfortably, because in the first half of the day nothing was played comfortably.
No. We saw Hamza Sheikh stepping forward and playing that type of shot, and the ball was jagging around.
Yes.
And, whereas that one's come out right out the middle of Harmer's bat, and it looks very solid there playing that shot.
He's got a good technique for this pitch, Harmer, as he plays the next ball just as assuredly down to mid-off, and that technique involves getting his front foot over and outside off stump. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's tended to thrive here at Edgbaston, even when he's not necessarily been in great form elsewhere. I think it is a pitch that rewards covering yourself in that way, so you're getting forward and outside off stump. And Pepper's also done that today as Rhodes is in bowls, and Harmer again plays a good straight ball, not for any runs, but just without looking in any danger at all, and the bowler himself retrieves.
Will Rhodes and Ed Barnard have got a bit of work ahead of them here in this match. If there's no Chris Rushworth, we're assuming the worst, that Rushworth has got a hamstring injury, which will possibly rule him out from taking any further part with the ball.
Rhodes bowls and be a run here as it's just played into the onside. They'll think about a second and rightly decide against it, as the ball was already in Hamza Sheikh's hands when they were thinking of going for an over-ambitious second, but they were right to explore the possibility. 121 for 6. Harmer keeps the strike, end of that over. He has 7, Pepper 31, and yes, it's certainly been a most entertaining and eventful day in all sorts of ways. We had Dermot Reeve, no less, up in the box here. I loved watching him in his career. Thoroughly enjoyed meeting the man and his contribution. Analysing every delivery in great detail.
We are going to see Barnard continuing from the Birmingham end, and he's going to be bowling to Simon Harmer, who is playing this one away out into the offside, but only out to extra cover, and there's no run. It's a little bit surprised that Craig Miles has only bowled the 3 overs so far. He would in theory be Warwickshire's first change seamer behind Hannon, Dolby and Rushworth, but I suppose the fact that they went for 17 and could have been more may be indication that Alex Davis is just holding him back. As Barnard comes in and bowls, and Harmer drives up to Davis, who's got a bit of thinking ahead of him if he's going to get Warwickshire out of this spot of bother they're in.
I can't come across Craig Miles without remembering the day he dismissed Alistair Cook, first ball of the Essex innings, and Bob Hunt, the unforgettable Gloucestershire commentator at the time. I don't know if you remember, well, I know you will, that legendary South American commentator who spent 30 seconds on the word goal. And,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Bob was just priceless.
There's Barnard in bowls, and Harmer again is solidly. He actually sort of steps forward and twists his body around and almost ends up facing out towards mid-wicket by the time he plays that one, but it's solidly out the middle of the bat. Alex Davis is now asking umpire Lloyd to have a look at the ball.
His second attempt to see if he can get any change out of the umpires. The first one was in the very over before tea, and it didn't work. I'm not sure he's going to be any luckier. No,
he's not got powers of persuasion,
yes,
I'm afraid.
I think that's Graham Lloyd down there saying thank you very much, Mr. Davis, but the ball's in excellent shape, thank you.
Barnard has to continue with it, and this one is driven up to Hannah Dolby at mid-on, and there's no run. Crowd largely gathered down at the Birmingham end in the sunshine, enjoying it, and it is very pleasant watching the cricket down there.
Yeah, largely and wisely.
Yep, it's very cold at the pavilion end, which is in shade, and
sun makes a heck of a difference.
It's not that great today, as this one has Harmer defending it from the crease, and the ball just bobs down into the pads, and Rob Yates comes running round up from slip and does the fielding, tidying it up, just holding up a little bit on him, that one, on the pitch.
I know I keep saying it, but for me, Barnard is head and shoulders here in this Warwickshire attack. The ball he got that dismissed Paul Walter must have come back from a foot outside off stump. I saw it in slow motion. Magnificent delivery.
Ian Harmer is running this one away again through the gully. This time it won't race down to boundary. It was just dabbed down into the gap. He will keep the strike. It was the final ball of the over. There's 27 overs remaining. It's 122 for 6. And the lead has moved on to 44.
And although the pitch undoubtedly is not offering as much help to Barnard as when he was having that magnificent spell from the pavilion end in the earlier stages of the Essex innings, but he still looks the man to me most likely to help remove the tail here. And it's a tail that's capable of wagging, because Shane Snater, who took 5 wickets earlier in the day, is no mug with the bat, and Sam Cook will certainly give it his best shot. As here is Rhodes in, bowls, and this ball is played down to mid-on for no run. 122 for 6, currently a lead of 44.
Yeah, the Warwickshire contribution from the tail was a bit thin, wasn't it?
It was.
Danny Briggs 4, Miles 0, Rushworth was not out 0, and Hannah Dolby 1.
And if you remember, I think it was only 8 balls into the afternoon session from 7 down to start with, but those last 3 wickets went down just like that in 8 deliveries. Here's the next ball, and immaculate defensive shot from Harmer. He does actually just slightly follow through, and had the fieldsman not been there, it might even have found its way to the boundary, because the outfield's quite quick out there, but it was straight to extra cover, and Harmer remains on 8 and score at 122 for 6.
Yeah, they lost because they lost the wicket with the last ball before lunch, didn't they? And then 3 straight after. So 17 deliveries, they lost 4 wickets. They're having a look now, seeing Alex David trying with the other umpire now to see whether he can get umpire Pratt to see whether he can get that ball changed. He's desperate to get that ball changed, and I don't think he's doing much of a convincing job.
No, the Warwickshire, I can't quite see who it is who's taken the ball to the umpire, but I think he's saying, now look here, Mr. Pratt, have a look at this. You can't be serious that we've got to carry on with this. And actually, he might just come out smelling of roses this time, because after a lengthy examination, umpire Pratt is making his way over to umpire Lloyd, who's getting the gauge out of his pocket. Now, they've only just had in the previous over a second attempt to get the ball changed. No joy there, but I think this time the odds are that they might just say perhaps it is now not quite getting through the gauge.
I think they're going to get it changed. Do you know that, Paul? I think he's managed to persuade. If he'd have gone to umpire Pratt to start with instead of going to Lloyd, he'd have had a different ball. I think, anyway.
Yes, I mean, you talk of umpires as being, we had, as I mentioned a moment or two ago, Dermot Reeve, former Warwickshire great, with us this afternoon, and he was talking about Dickie Bird being a not-outer and others being outers, and in terms of getting the ball changed, you can have the same sort of syndrome, that one umpire will be unsympathetic and the other rather more sympathetic, and it is going to be changed. The choice of replacement balls has now been brought out. I think they take 6 out, and The umpires will have a good look.
Yep.
And already well behind the clock by a good sort of 50 minutes or so, this is going to cause a further delay.
I was going to say, this is not it's not going to all boding well to get the full allocation of overs today.
However, one thing I will say, I'm afraid I'm not quite with those people who seem to evaluate a day in terms of have they got their money's worth. Now, my point would be, I've seen some magnificent days cricket where they ended up about 10 overs short.
Yeah.
But sometimes I think people are a bit too selfish. If you really played things all out, then people who eventually can come out on, shall we say, a third or fourth day, because it's their turn and they've bought tickets well in advance, do get to see something. Whereas if the people complaining had all their own ways, it'd all be over and they deprive these people. I mean, what do you want? I'd much rather see 80 overs of top class, intense cricket and hopefully entertaining cricket than the full lot played and half of it you're thinking there's a bit of a drag there.
Yeah, I take your point. I shouldn't think too many people have bought fourth day tickets for this game.
No.
And certainly if they hadn't at lunchtime today, they wouldn't have done.
No. And next delivery, nice shot from Harmer down to mid-off, but for no run. And nor would they have wanted a fourth day ticket if they'd listened to what Richard and your good self said to me as soon as I arrived at about 9:45 this morning. And I said, you know, this game here usually goes to a fourth day, which it has in the past. And you both said, well, we don't think this one will.
Long before a ball had been bowled.
Yeah, no, you had it read. And sorry.
I just all right there.
Here's Rhodes bowling, and again Harmer, solidly down to mid-off. He remains on 8, the score is 122 for 6, and seems a few minutes now that the score has been stuck on this number.
He looks very solid, Simon Harmer.
Does, yeah.
Yeah, but so far not giving Warwickshire bowlers any sort of chink to be able to get through.
No, not normally a good starter, Simon, but he started well and went on well against Notts, making 51 a week ago, and again he's made a good start here. Rhodes is in, bowls to him, and plays it back to the bowler, and he is patient, and as I say, normally if he gets to double figures, and he's not far off now, he usually will go and make quite a lot more. Certainly remember him getting an 80 here one year in the last half dozen years or so.
I think I'll do a double change here at the end of the over. I shall make way and
Yeah.
Mel's going to come in, wicket Mel.
Rhodes bowls. Harmer back to the bowler. So there we go, and Phil will hand over first, and Mel preparing to take over, and Richard will take over from me. We'll just let Mel get a headset on.
Thank you very much, gents. We see the evening shadows just deepening, or afternoon shadows, I suppose. It's not yet 5 o'clock. And this partnership between Pepper and Harmer continuing to make things frustrating for Warwickshire. It's that one wicket to fall since I was last on, out of Critchley. We welcome back Richard as well. Barnard is in, and that's stoutly defended by Pepper. Good afternoon again.
Hello again, you're right there.
I am.
I thought you were going to stay camped out in the warmth of upstairs.
You did bust me on the couch. It was so good. It's like a little greenhouse up there.
Yeah, it's
I was
very
just
warm.
curled up during tea, and the fabric becomes warm and very cosy. It's lovely. Here comes Barnard. He's over the wicket, and that is played nicely just behind point. But there's a fielder in the deep. Shake out there. So they'll just get the single.
I'm with you in that there are people up there moaning that room is so warm, but actually everywhere else isn't. So it's just really nice to have a warmth room.
Oh, it's lovely.
You know, I mean, I've got old bones as well, so I need to keep them warm.
You're not old, so stop trying.
No, I've been a bit tense today, but I've had some bit of good news now because, yeah.
Oh, this is intriguing, mysterious.
It is linked to sport.
Here's Barnard, and again, just very firmly defended by Harmer.
One of the most nerve-wracking elements of the job is when you have a football team playing matches abroad, as Villa are today. In an hour's time, under an hour's time now, they're playing in the Champions League against Young Boys Bern. Ain't that the truth? And and it's the moment that you find out whether the line that you've booked, which isn't cheap, whether the line you've booked is working, and it's working very well, I'm told. So at this point, I feel a lot happier.
As long as you're happy. Harmer waits as in comes Barnard again. He defends really well, Harmer. He might be batting down at 8, but he's a very solid figure when he comes in behind the ball, isn't he?
Plays the situation well, also, and you know, in this situation, crease occupation is no bad thing. So the fact that he's 8 off 27 balls, that latter number will not bother him at all. It's not like they're trying to score 450 in their allocated overs or anything like that.
Waits again, comes down the pitch. Well, that has been called a no ball. And did that just slip from Barnard?
No, he saw Harmer coming down the wicket, so he decided to bounce him.
Yeah.
But he's overcooked it, and he's ended up with tennis ball bounce that's gone well over his head.
He overcooked it like 1.5, which is why I almost thought it must have slipped. But, well, Harmer just advancing down the pitch there. He's going to have to re-ball this one, and he's in now. Then it's back to the firm defence, this time just down to mid-off. They've got a catching mid-wicket in place. Short. Still got 2 slips. They've been around all day, and you can understand why when you see the way that the wickets have tumbled. It's been LBWs caught behind or in the slips. A couple of bowled as well. So it's all been around attacking the stumps and finding the edges. Deep backward points just drop back. That one's just played in front of point. Cover moving across to prevent the single.
In this era of Bazball, a phrase which the people appear to be moving away from now. I don't know quite still what it is, isn't it? How come nobody's been caught in the deep in this match? It's very disappointing. I've watched the game on the telly. I expect people to be caught in the deep, Mel.
The only catches that they've all been behind the stumps and by either the keeper or the slips, Gordon. Just says so much about how that ball's been nipping about really today, all day.
In the battle for the championship pennant. Oh, that's a nice way of referring to it. Sorry, I like that. I'm quite pleased with that. Durham 247 for 8 against Surrey at the Oval. 2 wickets each for Worrell, Tom Curran and Tom Laws in on the action as well. Ackerman still there on 72. Whilst Somerset are trying to rally, 101 for 6. They trail Lancashire by 39. So the same number of wickets down at Old Trafford today as there have been here, as Will Rhodes comes into bowl to Pepper. Edge drops short of slip. Bounces just before Rob Yates. And you can debate whether he might be standing a little bit too far back. Big glove on the helmet of Michael Burgess as he puts his head down out of frustration.
Well, the reason he's standing so far back is that the keeper's up to the stumps. So just trying to cover that for the one that gets past him.
Lead is 47. 4 wickets remaining for Essex. And the bowlers are still able to cause some problems. He's cutting now, and that's going to drop just short of the gully fielder, and it's going to go for 4 to take the lead into the 50s. Pepper to 36, 129 for 6, and just a slightly flighty moment, which is not the sort of thing we've been used to seeing.
Burgess being up there is certainly pinning Pepper in his crease, and he's offered 2 sort of half chances there. Just be interesting to see how long they stay with this plan, because Yates is really deep there. He's almost directly behind Burgess in first slip.
Rhodes in again. He goes down onto his knees after defending this, does Pepper, who was straightened up a bit by it. Rhodes' figures of none for 31 in his 10th don't actually do him justice. He's bowled a bit better than that.
There he has.
And with no Chris Rushworth now, who broke down one ball into his 9th over and broke down in a way that suggests he won't be at Trent Bridge next week. And the bowling resources will be further depleted.
Yeah, it's just been a really tough day for Warwickshire, one must say.
In once more, Rhodes, and this time rather more carefully guided, rolls through point. Briggs comes in from the boundary. Single, 130 for 6. Essex, what they, you can see that, I mean, apart from there was a slight rush of the blood to the head from Pepper early in this over, what they don't do is waste what they've taken from this game so far.
Well, they've got themselves into a good position, which is amazing when you look at 130 for 6, but it's a good lead now.
Forward in defence is Harmer, stays solid. Rhodes in his follow through, probably wasn't expecting this post tea spell. I think he's been the bowler has been given the extra opportunity by events.
Well, it's what you don't want is a combination of the pitch flattening out a little bit, the ball getting a bit softer, and then you lose one of your bowlers as well. So the others start to get tired out.
Final ball of the over, played back to the bowler who threatened to throw at the stumps. In fact, he does throw it at the stumps, misses, and they're going to get an overthrow because mid-on had left the scene.
Well, he'd gone to back up where he thought the ball was going to be flicked to, but it was a wayward backhand flick in the end. It just went to where mid-on had just moved from.
Element of frustration, I think, from the Bears now.
Just a little bit it's just a little bit messy, and yes, smacked of frustration, you must say.
So without Rushworth, I mean, Barnard will get them to a point where eventually Alan Dolby will be able to have another few. I think he's bowled 10 overs so far today. They will have to give Craig Miles another outing. But his first spell, both in terms of line and length, was somewhat errant.
But for now, it's Barnard. He's in. He's over the wicket, and that's a big booming drive that's missed by Harmer.
If the day runs its course, then I think we will see Danny Briggs have a bowl. I would say if we were to get all remaining 23 overs and 5 balls, Danny Briggs is going to send some of them down. So they're just going to run out of steam bowlers wise.
Now, obviously, the first time that we've seen spin today is Barnard comes in, and this is better from Harmer. It's just defended to that short mid wicket.
As much as they'd rather not, I don't think they're going to have any choice.
Well, still, it's only we're 1 minute away from 5 o'clock with 42.2 overs bowled. Yeah, 23.4 overs remaining supposedly in the day.
Yeah. Scheduled finish 5:30.
No chance. Here comes Barnard once more. This time it's just played out to mid-on by Harmer. No run.
If anything, the over rate has got slower and slower as the day's gone on. It's not the heat.
It's got that sleepy feeling as it slowed down of sitting on a sun-soaked sofa up in
Yeah, no, you are. You're great. You having an early night tonight?
Oh, so we'll be having an early night. Harmer waits. Barnard in, bowls. That's just defended straight back down. Rolls past the bowler, mid-on picking up. Are you doing an update?
I will be doing an update in
good.
2.5 minutes or so.
There you go. That's why I can hear something in my ear.
That something's called Rachel, to be fair to her. Who you can hear.
I mean, no disrespect to Rachel.
Well, I'll tell her that when she's upset.
Please don't. Harmer on strike again as Barnard's in, and he takes a big step down the pitch and tried to defend to the onside, but it ends up just squirting its way out to mid-off, but no run.
It's been a lovely day for watching cricket. I mean, you need your overcoat on and a flask, really.
Well, I don't know if you do if you're that they've been hugging that sunshine, the fans, haven't they, out there?
Still not warm though, is it?
Well, I don't know what it's been like out there. It's coolish here, warm upstairs, and in comes Barnard. This one has just been turned square by Harmer, and they'll get through for a single to finish off the over. 132 for 6. Harmer's moved on to 10. Pepper on 37.
Now, the redemption story arc is now coming into the attack. It's Craig Miles who's going to demonstrate now what he's really about. Because that wasn't a great spell early on. He will want to be better this time. He kept on bowling it into the pads of the right-handers, which wasn't ideal. 3 overs for 17 so far. But Will Rhodes has got through enough work for now. 10 overs either side of the tea interval, which is pretty hard yards for no reward.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
He is a hit-the-deck bowler. I mean, the thing you
Yeah.
admit about Craig Miles, he is a hit-the-deck bowler.
But does that work on this pitch?
No,
That's the question.
that is the issue with this particular game. But we'll see what he can do now. He is often good against the lower order Miles because he has got a little bit of sharpness about him. As he rejoins the attack now, will bowl to Harmer. And it's full, and it's onto the pads of Harmer. And he gets a single through mid-wicket. 133 for 6. Just about to get this update done for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. It's 15 seconds or so. That's the slight breeze. Here at Edgbaston, 133 for 6 Essex. They lead Warwickshire by 55. And what's been a very eventful day. There's been 1 wicket since the tea interval. Matt Critchley, who batted very well for his 32, was snared at slip by Rob Yates off the bowling of Ed Barnard, who's been outstanding with the ball. He's taken 3 for 28. But there is more bad news for the Bears, who were bowled out for 78 earlier today. Chris Rushworth pulled up lame in the second ball of his 9th over. It looked like another issue with his recurring hamstring problem. And a wicket now. Craig Miles just got a return catch. A leading edge from Pepper, the top scorer, with 37. 133 for 7 Essex. They still lead the Bears by 55. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston. And after a pause to let that marinate, there you go. The redemption curve is
Wow.
on for Craig Miles.
What timing that was as well. It was a good, sharp return catch from Miles. And, yeah, after dropping a couple onto the pads, you thought, hang on, here we go again. Nope. He breaks up this partnership.
It was onto him quite quickly, that, wasn't it? So,
Well, again, it was heading down towards the leg side, leg stump, and he did aim up to as if he was trying to turn it square. But I wonder if it's just held in the pitch a little bit, and he's got through the shot a little bit early, and it squirted off the leading edge. Either way, Warwickshire will be very relieved to see the end of Pepper.
it could well be that we'll get told at the close of play by those who've been involved today that the pitch is a bit too paced. That might be part of the difficulty they've had, but Craig Miles will be delighted to have got that. Look, the ball was again darting in towards leg stump, but with the length that it was, it created that error. And the chances of Warwickshire batting again today increasing, I would say, after that. But Shane Snater's made a few runs lately, so...
Well, he certainly took a few wickets today. It's remarkable.
Didn't he bowl well?
He bowled really well, getting the 5-5, 8th of his career in first-class cricket. Yeah, there just wasn't much let up at all when that ball was doing quite a bit this morning in that first session.
So Miles to continue, and the new batsman is Shane Snater. Has been his day so far, and he's pulling the first ball that he receives down to long leg, where it's picked up by Hannon Dolby. There was also a deep square leg in Hamza Sheikh, so you know, if you're going to play to Craig Miles' strengths, you also might want to use the short ball. You may be able to use that, and he's got a mid-wicket as well for the miscue.
Well, that was a confident shot, though. Just a swivel pull. First ball up. As he stretches out the quads.
Well, he feels like $1 million. Australian dollars.
Yeah, you don't usually say you feel like £1 million.
As this has come off the pad, has it? There's an appeal for a catch down the leg side. Burgess has taken it, but it sounded like pad, and the umpire thought it was pad.
Isn't that funny? You don't say, yeah, I feel like £1 million, do you?
No.
Never say that.
No.
But it's like the ball never travels kilometres. It only ever goes miles.
Well, yeah, in this country, certainly.
No, but in any country, in Australia, you wouldn't say, oh, that's gone kilometres.
Otherwise he'd be called Craig Kilometres. Wouldn't he? Miles comes into bowl to Harmer, and Harmer dabs him through straight mid-wicket. He's timed that so well that Sheikh won't be able to cut it off. That's a lovely looking shot from Simon Harmer. Takes him up to 15. 138 for 7.
Yeah, well, that was a lovely shot. He didn't overhit it. It was just a little wristy flick. But just timed so well.
Just got his weight over the ball, didn't he? So leans on it with that wristiness. Very well executed. So there's been a few runs off this over again, as that short ball isn't dealt with quite so well from Harmer, who ends up whirling away like he's about to put the shot. And it goes past his waistline and through to Michael Burgess. So a successful over for Miles. Takes the wicket of the top scorer in the match, Pepper, who was gone for 37, one of 3 Essex players to get to the 30s. And, you know, the virtue of that in this match has been clear, as they're now 60 runs ahead with 3 wickets remaining.
Why is it saying overrate level?
Because that's where it's been. The ruling of the umpires is the overrate is level.
That's interesting. Well, I suppose lots of wickets, but...
It's the end of the season. It's generous. maybe the umpires don't much like their hotel, and therefore they're happy to stay away for as long as possible today. I don't know.
It's going to be Barnard continuing from the Birmingham end. He's in, and that ball just defended solidly by Snater. No run. Rolls back down the pitch.
Durham 262 all out against Surrey. Dan Worrell brought about the demise. The second new ball didn't take him very long to deal with. He had 5 deliveries with it and took 2 wickets.
Wow.
Removing Minto and Holder.
Barnard turns, runs in once more. He's over the wicket, and that has carved through the covers beautifully. That's going to go all the way for 4. There's 2 fielders trying to chase it down, but that was timed to perfection. Lovely shot from Snater.
Well, he's not going to spend any time out there wondering about it, Snater. He's going to be positive, because his technique isn't so good that he's going to stay out there a long time if the ball's doing a bit. However, he's got a really good eye, as we saw there. I mean, that wasn't elegant, but it was very effective.
It certainly was. Well, he just whipped his hands through it. He just got the timing right.
Barnard may be a little weary in his 13th over of the day.
It's sort of been a perfect storm of things just not quite going Warwickshire's way. Barnard runs in, bowls, and just up on his toes, defending to short mid-wicket is Snater. He's been prepared to play a few shots, and we've sort of talked about the difficulties of batting here, and we haven't really seen anyone come in and just have a little bit of a dart.
No, I suppose Burgess did to an extent. I think his 17 came at better than a run of ball, but then he got done as soon as Pepper stood at the stumps and Cook got one through the gate.
In comes Barnard again, and this is just pushed up to mid-off, no run.
And this Warwickshire attack now shorn of Chris Rushworth. Dan Mosley, who's on his 12th man, has been involved in a significantly long combat with a bird, but he's now got rid of it.
Oh, I hope not in the violent sense.
No, he just kept on waving. He took his cap off and waved at this pigeon quite a bit, and the pigeon decided to field at point.
Snater waits as in comes Barnard, and this time he just defends in front of point. So still no run.
Eventually Dan had had enough of him and came back and did some more cap wielding. And he stayed at a safe distance. He wants to protect pigeons.
Well, he seems nice, like a nice lad, Dan
Yeah.
Moseley. I don't think he'd like to actually cause any harm to our feathered friends.
For all we know, his grandfather had a coop in his back garden and he used to race his pigeons across the channel. We don't know.
No, we don't. In comes Barnard. Oh, that's an edge, but it's just out of reach of second slip. It's going to run all the way for 4. So a little bit streaky from Snater, but no harm done. In fact, it's another 4 runs.
Yep, that works out very well for them. 146 for 7. They're closing in on doubling the Bears' score of 78 all out now.
Yeah, end of the over as well. So 8 runs coming from Barnard's over. 146 for 7. Snater has moved to 9 off just 7 deliveries. Harmer out there on 15 has been a really solid figure.
Alex Davis is taking an over off from the field now. So another gentleman comes on, still pulling his trousers up.
He's got his hands down the back of his trousers. It's a little disconcerting.
The second possibility is he was keeping his hands warm.
Well,
But there we go.
cheeky.
It's Harmer awaiting Craig Miles, and he drives him powerfully into the covers, but picks out the fielder. Sam Hain doing the honours in that area at the moment. 146%. It's very still. It's pleasingly still.
Yeah, there's not really been much breeze around today, but those shadows are now covering, well, I would say at least a third of the playing surface.
Miles, back of a length, guided off the back foot up towards mid-off, where a slight misfield prevents any thought of that being a tight single. Harmer goes to 16, 147 for 7.
That made a wonderful sound off the bat for just a fairly innocuous single in the end.
Oh, yeah, I think it was very nicely timed, wasn't it, from Harmer? And it probably arrived at it's Ed Barnard who's at mid-off now. He's in the midst of a long spell. Is now deputising for Alex Davis as captain. Now he's rubbing the small of his back, which isn't particularly encouraging from a Bears perspective. Miles short is absolutely caned to the fence by Snater. Give him the chance to free his arms. He's up to 13, and the 150 is up for Essex. 151 for 7. And again, there is no benefit really today from dragging that ball in short.
It hasn't worked at all, has it? Anything short has been well and truly dispatched, and Snater's shown his willingness to pull and to cut. That was ferociously slammed through the offside.
Miles looks frustrated with his own inability in this inning so far to bowl with any consistency. There's a beautiful line of length there. It's defended into the offside by Snater. I was looking next door, but Paul he was one mug away from a treeful. And now he's going to tidy them away because he's a good guy.
But he's got, I noticed are they little teddy bears that he's bought?
It's a very BBC Radio Essex thing. The teddies do come to games. It's got their cricket sweaters on.
Yeah, I know.
And they enjoy the game.
Ah.
Yeah.
They've certainly been sitting there still and attentive.
Some of the language they used towards the umpires we need to draw a veil over, but other than that. Miles short of a length, it's going down the leg side. Snater follows it, gets nothing on the ball, and it's a good take tumbling to his left from Burgess.
I was lucky Burgess did that as well and was so good behind the stumps there, because he had to make an almighty leap to drag that ball in.
It was a full gambol from him there. I was dragging a Birmingham word back into the conversation. Gambol, very Birmingham word.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't even know what it means.
It's like a forward roll.
A gambol?
A gambol. Back of a length, straight bat from Snater. Defends out into the offside. End of Miles is over. 5 overs, 1 for 28. 151 for 7. Essex, they haven't really missed a beat from that last wicket. They've added 18 runs very quickly here, Snater and Harmer.
Use gambol in a sentence for me.
I was so excited as I ran through the field that I produced a gambol and then landed back on my feet.
Right.
It's a forward roll. like you do in the gym. Ollie Hannah Dolby's coming back on Gambol. Gamble.
Okay. 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 No, I've never heard that one.
You could do one in the middle of doing the hokey cokey. Or hokey pokey as we. Or hokey
Hokey
tokey.
pokey.
Hokey cokey. No.
Hokey pokey.
No. You bear in mind, as an adopted son of Birmingham, you have to.
A son? What are you trying to say?
It's hokey cokey here.
I know my voice is deep and husky today, thanks to the Guinness that I consumed 2 days ago. But
since you confessed that, that's been okay. Was the 5th pint a wrong 'un?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was a mistake.
It was a mistake. Here comes Hannon Dolby. Burgess is up to the stumps. And it's Harmer who just takes a step forward in defence. Keeps that one out, plays it out to the offside. So they are searching. They've got the 2 slips very fine because Burgess is up. They've got that catching mid-wicket who's been in there for quite some time, really. They've got an extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square. In comes Hannon Dolby. One's played out to mid-off. They've got a deep backward point as well, and a deep mid-wicket. That's pretty much everyone, isn't it? So 3 fielders out, 2 on the leg side. And I do start to wonder just how far those shadows have to go before this becomes a problem. At the moment it's okay. Here's Hannon Dolby. That front on action, and the ball's just played out to mid-on. Harmer now has faced 47 balls for his 16 runs. He's just a bit of an immovable object, isn't he?
Well, it's the right thing to do, and especially in this partnership where you know that Snater is going to have a bit of a dart. Then the job of Harmer, well, let's face it, it's one of the senior leaders in this group as well.
On strike now as Hannon Dolby is in, and just again a real feeling of solidity as he gets behind that, defends it out into extra cover.
Yeah, the job is to protect, particularly the Bears have put their better bowlers at the Birmingham end, for whatever reason they feel that's where Hannon Dolby and Barnard are going to get some joy.
Well, Hannon Dolby likes bowling from that end, doesn't he? I don't think I've seen him very often at all come in from this end. He comes in once more, bowls over the wicket, and that one not quite as convincingly defended. The ball dribbles out to the leg side.
As this shadow gets to the point where it's almost enveloping the umpire at the square leg, I just wonder whether we reach a problem point.
Well, that's why I've been watching it. I think once it gets to the pitch, once it reaches the pitch, and if it's half in, half out, that's going to be very interesting. Harmer waits as in comes Hannon Dolby, bangs this one in hard, and he just plays it out behind point. There's a fielder there, so there's no run, and it's a maiden over from Hannon Dolby. I'm going to have a little change. I'm losing Richard, and we're going to get Paul back in. We'll keep an eye on those shadows because it's just such a marked difference as you look out there and you're seeing the players move from in the shadow to bright sunshine. Still very clear, no clouds around, so it is a lovely evening. It's just the shadow of this massive stand that we find ourselves in. Good afternoon, Paul.
Very good afternoon, Mel. Miles coming up to resume the attack from the pavilion end and smash down the ground. A fine bit of fielding, diving at mid-off, and they don't even get a run. Would have been 4 but for that. And 151 for 7 remains the score. I think that's probably Alex Davis, is it there, and who's pulled off that bit of boundary saving.
Yep, captain leading by example, but it just shows the difference. While Harmer's prepared to block and defend, Snater has shown much more aggression and played some fine shots as well.
Yeah, he can bat. He will take risks, as here is Miles in, bowls down leg side, and Snater has a swish, but fails to connect. So Essex continue to be 73 ahead with the aggressive Snater on 13. And Harmer, believe me, can hit a cricket ball clean out of, well, maybe not this ground, but smaller grounds like Chelmsford. But as you say, he's played conservatively, but the ball's been finding the middle of his bat with unfailing regularity. And I think it does show it's a lot easier batting now than any other time of the day. As Miles is in, bowls to Snater. And that ball goes down sedately to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, well, that's it. I think Harmer just, realising with so many wickets falling today that he's just being a bit of glue out there in the middle,
absolutely.
holding it together. But happy for Snater to have a bit of a dash.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of glue. As long as you don't sniff it.
No, definitely. Don't do that at home, kids. Don't try that at home.
Miles is in and bowls, and Snater's pulled this ball round. It'll only be the single out to deep square leg. Hamza Sheikh sends in a decent return, 152 for 7, a lead of 74. Elsewhere, Somerset, who of course hot on Surrey's tail, and they bowled Lancashire out for 140 and seemed to be going well enough when they were 58 for 1, but they have collapsed to 121 for 7. So there's not going to be much in that on first innings. And it's at Old Trafford, and Somerset will feel they've rather missed the boat. Miles bowls, and that stroke very elegantly away to the extra cover boundary. That's one of the shots of the day there from Simon Harmer. There was no great force there, it was just immaculate timing. He got on top of the bounce, and again, another indication that batting is considerably easier now, although I did feel Pepper got a ball that reared on him a little bit and took the leading edge, just to remind batsmen that you still can't be sure there isn't a ball on its way that's got your name on it.
Oh, that was a lovely stroke by Harmer. He did have a little bit of width, and anything short or shortish has really not drawn dividends. I saw Miles was just taking off there, but Alex Davies just stopped him really, and he's just brought a fielder in just behind point.
So Miles again bowls and digs this in short, and the ball is pulled down to Hamza Sheikh on the square leg boundary, the easiest of singles, 157 for 7. The lead now up to 79, and I'm not quite sure that Miles is well advised to keep digging it in short. I take the point. The odd delivery like that, fair enough, but there were 3 in that over, and both these batsmen have been getting well over the ball. They don't look as if they're going to hit it straight into the hands of the 2 boundary ringers.
Yeah, well, 6 runs coming from that over, and anything short was, let's just say, is either being cut or pulled, but not with any great risk.
No, and I mean, runs are precious here. Warwickshire aren't necessarily out of the game yet, but if they keep conceding that many runs in and over, they soon will be.
Hannon Dolby takes the ball from the Birmingham end. He's in. That's a full delivery, and Harmer just gets on top of that.
Yeah, I think that's the length that you've got to bowl on this pitch. And if you think of the way Essex bowls, and I know the pitch was more helpful at the time, but you could hardly ever say that a ball was badly out of kilter.
No, they were, even though it was moving about a bit, they were excellent in their lines. They were.
Oh, they were.
They really were.
And lengths.
And their lengths, yep, absolutely. They just got it right. They made the most of the surface as Hannon Dolby runs in. And it's, again, firmly defended down to mid-on, no run.
He has an unusual characteristic, Hannon Dolby. His right hand with the ball in it sort of wavers by his side, whereas most bowlers have either got the ball in both hands as they come in, or the hand is much higher. Not that there's anything wrong with his bowling, but it just is an unusual characteristic.
Well, I love, anyone who's heard me commentate knows that I love a quirk.
Yeah.
A quirky
Yes.
run-up, anything different.
I love quirks.
So
I'm with you, Mel.
Yep, Hannon Dolby certainly has it. It doesn't come out till he's in now, and that's defended down to mid-off. It doesn't actually start waving about until he's about halfway in.
That's right, yes. It's
So it starts off
suddenly noticed it.
still, yeah, and then it's suddenly there. It's waggling about a little.
But it's all about enjoying life's eccentricities.
Oh, yeah.
They're there to be enjoyed. Some people seem to want to prefer everything to be exactly the same all the time, and I love a bit of variety.
Oh, I absolutely do. In he comes again, Hannon Dolby. And bowls outside the off stump where it's well and truly left alone by Harmer, not tempted.
And of course, as kids are growing up, one of the least pleasant aspects is that if there's anything different about someone, they tend to be persecuted for it. So if you're, I rather like ginger hair because it spells character, but some poor people who've got ginger hair have been persecuted, something rotten.
Well, that's very true, but I was just watching a video. I'll come back to that just after this ball from Hannon Dolby over the wicket, and that's played beautifully. Just punched through the covers, and that's going to be 4. Nice timing from Harmer. He waits. He doesn't over-attack anything. He waits for the right ball and then just plays the right shot. Lovely from him. 4 more runs.
That's his second such boundary in consecutive overs. He's just caressed the ball through a large gap through the covers that probably needs filling a bit because he's very strong in that area, and there was no risk in the shot whatsoever.
Well, it's the longest boundary, and there is a lot of vacant territory out that way. Yeah, I was watching a video of a kid bowling like Jasprit Bumrah. In comes Hannon Dolby, and that's defended straight back to the bowler. And there's these kids pretending to be Jasprit Bumrah. Just mentioned it is the end of the over, 161 for 7. And I love the fact that in years gone past, people would have looked at Bumrah and gone, look, you can't bowl like that. And the last thing you would want to see is little kids holding the ball up in front of them and the jerky arm movements as they come galloping in. And I just think it's wonderful. Even with batting techniques at times, you'd hardly call Steve Smith elegant.
No.
In the middle, but sometimes difference is good.
And here is Miles in, bowls, and Snater hits it with rather more venom than it actually achieves, as it doesn't quite time it, goes to mid-wicket. Talking of Bumrah, who's my favourite bowler in all the world, and part of the reason for that, this kid turned up at Chelmsford once when Essex were playing India a few years ago. And he came out, he wasn't playing in the match, he came out in the lunch hour and bowled at one stump. And I said to whoever I was with, that guy's unbelievable. He comes off a short run-up and he gets that ball up chin high and it can move both ways. And delighted to see him now, undisputedly one of the finest bowlers in the world. As here's Miles in and bowls, and as I think an appeal only from behind the wicket there, as it takes the batsman Snater on the pad, just rolls a yard or two into the offside. And as you rightly say, you'd never sort of imagine anyone would bowl like that. What I also love about him, he just smiles his way through a day's cricket. And whether he's taking wickets or not, he looks like a man who's having a ball. And I think that's great for one of the world's great fast bowlers. And boy, what a pace he works up from a short run. As this next ball goes down to long leg for a single and scored to 162 for 7, just 16 shy of a century lead, 84 therefore. And obviously, having an economical run-up means that he can bowl more overs than your typical 90-mile-an-hour bowler.
He does. It's just the biomechanics that allow him to do what he does, as he mentioned, off a short run-up. He's very much like a human slingshot.
Yes, that's wonderful. Magnificent sight as Miles is in. Bowls, and that ball is played away, but not with timing there from Harmer. At first I thought he'd hit that well enough to go to the boundary, but the extra cover fieldsman didn't have to work too hard to just fall to his left and stop it, as it wasn't anything like as well timed as the two from Harmer that have gone through the covers for 4 in recent overs. 162 for 7. Harmer accelerating has 25 and Snater 15.
Really good innings, particularly from Harmer. I actually love what he's been doing
Yeah,
here today. Very impressive.
as I say, very little has eluded the middle of his bat, as he now faces the next Craig Miles delivery from the pavilion end. Another very stylish shot. It didn't really go where he intended. He was looking to force that through that gap through extra cover. Instead of a thickish inside edge, it returns whence it came.
I think we're going to have a little change after this. I'm going to make way for Phil for probably the last time today. I can't imagine them playing much after 6. Can you, Paul?
No, although obviously at the moment they've got sunshine. The shadows are not protruding all that close to the pitch yet. As here, the next ball, and that's a lovely shot that it's half stopped by the diving Alex Davis at deep mid-off, who hurls a throw in, but they're able to get back for the second. Harmer, once he kicks in the turbo, can move quite quickly for a big, heavily built man. 166 for 7. Thanks a lot to Mel there. Thoroughly enjoyed her company on the day. And 164 for 7. Lead of 86 with Harmer on 27 and Snater on 15 as Phil Brick comes to the microphone. And that was the last ball of the over, so Phil will take up the narrative for the next over.
Thank you, Paul. Well, it's what we've said. Simon Harmer continues to make runs against Warwickshire at Edgbaston.
Yeah, and another thing that's true about him, as I say, does get a lot of single-figured scores, but if he reaches double figures, you better watch out, because he usually, once he's got his eye in, he's set.
Hannah Dolby to continue at the Birmingham end. He's in, and this one is taken by Burgess, standing up to Snater. He's nice tidy take. Always find that where you limited with the batsman covering the ball and standing up to the fast bowler, how these wicket keepers are so clean with their field catching.
And Burgess isn't a spectacular keeper, but he's very, very good.
Very good. He's another one of those you'd put into really high quality wicket keepers.
And of course, he's a man who makes hundreds, so he doesn't let you down with the bat. Great cricketer.
Here's Hannah Dobby, driven, but no timing in that shot from Snater, and it runs up to Alex Davis. The shadows of the players now beginning to get longer and longer as lengthen as the sun starts to drop down.
Yeah, they're making very sharp images on the pitch. You wouldn't see much sharper images than they're making, as we have this quite strong but very slanted late sunlight. You wouldn't want to be driving into this sunlight at the moment.
No, it's it really is awkward, isn't it? When you do. Yeah, we've had a bit of that recently. Hannah Dolby in bowls. This is lifted by Snater, looking to play it away through the onside. It goes up to mid-on, and he sort of repractices the shot, but that's a little fortunate that one didn't have a carried on up to towards the fielder. In the end, dropped safe. And
yeah, well described, because had he hit it more as he intended, he might well have been caught.
He might have picked him out. Yeah, absolutely. So 2 slips still wait. Hannah Dolby still thinks he can sneak one through. He's got a couple of wickets so far in this, and this one is lifted away beautifully through mid-wicket, and that's the shot he was looking for in the previous one, but this time his timing was perfect. Lifted it over the short mid-wicket's head and down to the fence for 4, and these two are really beginning to push this lead on now.
Yeah,
in terms of the game. 90 ahead now.
And you're absolutely right. The successful shot was born precisely of the lack of success from its predecessor, and next time he got it spot on.
That was a lovely shot. There wasn't a huge amount of backlift or anything like that, but it was just the timing of it, and he got it, and he's forced to change. One of those 2 slips now coming out, and they're going to go into short mid-wicket. He's still walking. Yeah, he's going to be a second short mid-wicket.
Yeah, they have had this field before with 2 very short mid-wickets 5 yards apart.
Dolby in, and Slater drives back past the bowler. He goes reaching up and jumping up to his right with his hand left outstretched. Well, that's got to be 7.5 foot. That by the time you get Hannah Dolby, who's 6'8", his arm above his head and jumping, but still couldn't get to it. But in the end, all to no avail, because the ball had no timing to it. Although it went past him, it wasn't timed properly, and Davis was able to run across and just.
Yeah, I think he did get a hand to it, so it took some of the way off it.
We'll give him a credit for that. Yeah, well spotted. In he comes again, arm flailing, and this one driven. This one's nicely timed, but straight up to mid-on, and again there's no run.
But what we're seeing now is something we couldn't possibly have seen earlier in the day. A batsman basically chancing his arm and getting the ball far more often than not out of the middle of the bat. Such was the unpredictability of the movement earlier in the day. You just daren't really do that.
Apart from the odd nudge and push, there was virtually no scoring in front of the wicket. Whereas now the ball just, they're feeling it's a little truer onto the bat, and they're being able to score in front of the wickets, something which was really short of that in the Warwickshire innings.
And another huge way of expressing the difference is that even the less good deliveries in the first half of the day were posing batsmen all manner of difficulty. And now there wasn't a lot wrong with the bowling of Hannah Dolby in that over, but because now a batsman can take chances and pull them off, they're doing so. So as you say, this partnership now is beginning to add dangerous runs from a Warwickshire perspective, lead up to 90, and a partnership of 35, and neither of them looking in great trouble.
And here we're talking about numbers effectively 8 and 9. You know, this is the 8th wicket. So Warwickshire should look at this and think they're going to have to really apply themselves with the top of the order and do something they didn't do in the first innings.
Miles is in and bowls, and that's a leave outside off stump. And although we have to take into account that Essex will start with a new ball, which this one most emphatically isn't, so it's likely to do a bit more, partly because of that reason, and partly I always think batting first thing in the morning, particularly with a 10:30 start
on a September morning. The worst thing in many respects Warwick can do tonight is almost bowl Essex out and have to start from scratch in the morning.
And worse still would be actually to bowl them out and have to go in for a few overs themselves. Miles in, bowls to Harmer. A nice shot from Harmer, and that one is through to the fence. And again, it's that area he favours through extra cover. Once he beats the man who is at extra cover, it's always going to be 4 because he times it so well. And Harmer up to 31, 172 for 7, and nobody's got more than Pepper's 37 so far today. So potentially Harmer could end the day as top scorer. Potentially so much Slater, who's sort of 19 not out.
Craig Miles in his 8th over, but he's already gone for 41.
Yes, he's been the day's most expensive bowler as he bowls to Harmer, who plays it to extra cover straight to the fielder this time, and it wasn't an attacking shot. And score remaining 172 for 7, leading by 94.
I think from a survival point of view, Warwickshire will look at the match which is going on at Old Trafford and keep a very close eye on that, where Lancashire got no batting points this morning.
Miles bowls, and that's looped up in the air, and I think he's held on to that. It's pulled off a great catch, reaction catch, because it took a leading edge and Harmer very reluctantly literally drags himself away. It was as I say, it took a leading edge, may have just moved a little bit. He was looking to turn it into the onside, and the bowler leapt to his left and did well to reach it at all, but to actually hold on to it, tremendous effort. And Harmer, well, I'm afraid I've talked him out there, because I was saying that he was within sight of becoming the match's top scorer if he beat Pepper's 37, but on 31, having looked as safe as houses really, he hadn't looked remotely like getting out, now finds himself trudging wearily back, and he really is disconsolate because he was enjoying himself.
Well, it's most unusual dismissal, because Harmer, when you look at it, was actually, the ball was about a foot and a half outside the leg stump. Harmer moved across and was looking to play an awkward shot through the onside off a full toss, which you thought, well, that'll go away. And what happened, as you rightly say, you got a leading edge and the ball looped up from outside the leg stump all the way across, and Miles following through was able to just get down to it and take it at full length catch out towards sort of extra cover area. But an 8th wicket goes, 18th wicket on the day, and Warwickshire get that breakthrough, and Harmer, a very, very useful innings, has taken Essex into a strong position, 94 ahead now, and what was it, 32 in the end? He got, oh, it's on the board now. Yeah,
31.
31.
Was it?
31.
Yeah, 31.
Sorry.
Yeah. So Essex have had Wesley 30, Critchley 32, Pepper 37, and now Harmer 31. It tells you something. That in itself was an achievement compared to earlier in the day. Credit to Rhodes for his 29 in the morning, but still no one able to really stay out there as Miles bowls, and that's way down leg side. Disappointing delivery considering he just got the breakthrough, but 172 for 8.
Well, in fairness, having got the breakthrough, this one was a fuller delivery. It wasn't a full toss like the previous ball he got the wicket with, but it was in the same place, and it was just as, you know, the safest place for the batsmen to have stood on both occasions was in the front of the wickets, because the ball would have been a good 1.5 foot away from him.
Well, it's interesting now to note that the shadows really are beginning to approach the pitch.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how long it is before they start questioning the light once the pitch is in shade. As Miles is in.
Oh,
and bowled him. What a splendid delivery that was. He pitched it up, and that was far too good for Sam Cook, who makes his way out for a duck. And Essex are 172 for 9. Maybe they won't be quite by 100 now, though they're most of the way there with 94. And when they were 50 for 5, they weren't sure they'd even have a first innings lead at all, chasing only 78. But that's well bowled from Miles, and too good for Sam Cook.
Yes, it was a really good delivery from that, just moved away from Cook, who was all round that one, in fairness. And Miles, suddenly his figures, which were 1 for 41, now reading 3 for 41 as the floodlights come on. Although it's bright, bright sunshine, just as Paul was alluding to, that shadow of this big pavilion, it's like a big airport lounge, isn't it? With the sun just across to our left, throws a massive shadow across the ground, and very quickly it will invoke the playing area in shade. And yet the stands at the far side at the Birmingham end are going to have at least another half hour's bright sunshine, but it may be that shadow is such that it'll be too dark. It'd be interesting to see what effect the floodlights have on it. I'm not too sure they will, you know.
No, I think you're right. And well, what's happened here is the chances of the game going into a third day, which were growing with the Harmer Snater stand, have now receded. It doesn't mean there isn't still a chance. Depends how well Warwickshire bat, but they've got to clear a minimum 94-run first innings deficit. If they were now to get this last wicket and go out there and lose both openers before the close of play, that would, I'm afraid, make a third day seem a more distant possibility.
Paul's got some very cheap day 4 tickets going. If anybody's going to be in the Birmingham area, he will pass those on.
They can have them for free, yes.
Oliver Hannah-Dolby starting a new over, running off in from that Birmingham end. He's in to bowl Snater, who runs it into the offside, and they scamper through for the single, which will bring Jamie Porter on to strike.
Well, I think there were a mixture of emotions going through Snater's mind there. He played it into the offside and thought, oh, it's a run here. Then he thought, wait a minute, ought I to stay on strike? Yeah. And then he thought, to hell with it, I'm going. Yeah. I think probably he might have been well advised to stay where he was, but anyway, it can work both ways, for and against you. Turning down runs, as even since I mentioned the encroachment of the shadows, they've got closer.
Yeah.
They're almost on the pitch now, 173 for 9, leading by 95.
So two slips in place, backward point, short mid wicket, and short extra cover, as Oliver Hannon-Dolby is in the process of having a chat with his captain about the field placing, and he's making a slight change. He's bringing in Mousley, the substitute fielder, into cover point and dropping Hansa Shape back down to third. Yeah, dropping down to third man. I thought it was going to be fly slip, but he's third man. Here's Hannon-Dolby into Porter. Porter is pushing this one, and it runs it down off the open face of the bat. Down to Sheikh, who comes in off the boundary, third man. But they get through for a single.
I think that's the first time all day we've had a third man, and in some ways they've done their homework, because Porter he doesn't get many runs. It doesn't mean he doesn't stand his ground well. He's quite good defensively, but that's an area where he will pick up the old boundary, and probably quite rightly Alex Davis putting the third man in. Well,
field that spreads.
Yeah, and Snaton is back on strike straight away.
There's a slip in place, and everybody else is on the boundary. Snaton goes for a huge pull swing to try and get the ball away over mid wicket, but fails to connect, and Burgess takes the ball.
I think Snater should just play the way he was doing when he was in partnership with Harmer. There's no point having a blind swipe, and you know, he was batting well. So I'd take the view, whenever you're on strike, why don't you just play through the line as you were doing?
174 for 9. They are 96 ahead as Hannon-Dolby is in and bowls, and this is driven up to long on, and Snater refuses the single.
Perversely, he took the single from the first ball, but doesn't take it from the fourth ball, when Warwickshire virtually said, anywhere you like, mate, you know, they're all out near the boundary. We're happy for you to have a single, but this time he said no, not interested.
I think he should bring the field in, because this is the fifth ball of the over.
Indeed.
And in fact, even as we speak, Alex Davis brings in a man into short mid wicket and short extra cover. So just giving a bit of protection as Hannon-Dolby's into him, and he goes back and he runs this one away down to third man, and they take the single. He step back and open up his stance and just use the pace of the ball off the flat face of the bat.
And the shadows now have encroached on the pitch for the first time. So
when you're watching a shadow move like that, it really does show you how quickly that sun does drop.
It's like drawing a curtain.
Yeah, it really is incredible how quickly that's moved in. You know, the players and everybody are just in the sunshine. The sun is still on the back of the batsman, but the wicketkeeper and slips are now in the shade, and the fielders, as from the Birmingham end, on the onside are all in the shade, but yet the fielders on the offside are in bright, brilliant sunshine. Hannon-Dolby runs out of the shadows into the sun, bowls, and this is Porter trying to crack this one away. He doesn't get connection, it goes through to Burgess. Hannon-Dolby walks away back down to fine leg. Forgot his cap, which umpire Lloyd gives him, calls him back and gives him end of the over. 175 for 9. The lead is 97.
And from a Warwickshire point of view, I think particularly if you're one of their opening batsmen, you're thinking, don't do it. Don't take that last wicket. We don't fancy going in this evening. The umpires may well be looking at the light meters before we know it. And but if by any chance it turns out that the floodlights are effective enough to allow play to go a little bit further, well, Warwickshire do not want to go in having already lost wickets in their second innings. They'd be very happy to come back tomorrow to start afresh, and ideally they'd like Essex to have sort of, without adding many more, to have just batted on for another half hour, so that Warwickshire avoid having to face that new ball in the first half hour in a dewy morning.
Which is exactly what Lancashire are having to do. They are 2 for 0 in their second innings.
Miles is in and bowls, and that ball is chipped down to third man. The single that was very much on offer is refused. And how many were Somerset out for there,
They
Phil?
had a 6-run lead, so Lancashire, but they're parity really. There's 4 runs in it as Lancashire start their second, and we'll have a tricky little period. And around the, I don't know whether the shadow will obviously impact certain grounds more than others, but if it weren't for the shadow, the light is absolutely perfect, and I'd say we'll get all 14 overs in, but I'm not too sure with the shadows that that's going to be the case here.
Oh, I'm sure we won't, as Miles is in and bowls to Snater, and Snater cracks this off the back foot and again turns down a very easy single out to the man on the extra cover fence, and the score remains 175 for 9, leading by 97. Snater 21, 4-1.
Surrey, in reply to Durham's 262, have already reached 49 without loss after 8 overs, so they've gone off at a bit of a lick.
Yeah, halfway through the day, Somerset looked to be gaining on Surrey, but I'm afraid now Somerset's hopes of landing their first ever title have receded considerably. Miles is in, bowls, and Snater just fishes at this and misses, and goes through on the second bounce to Michael Burgess, who makes a difficult take look a piece of cake.
I think Kent mathematically could have still escaped, but Notts at 385 for 6 in the 95th over are making that look, I think, out of reach.
I think Kent are beyond repair.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think the boat sailed, and I think Lancashire are beginning to slide towards that as well.
Next delivery is pulled by Snater for 4. Didn't get all of that. Wasn't by any means well timed, but he's a very strong man. You wouldn't want to take him on in a wrestling match. And he picks up 4, and that takes the lead beyond 100 now. 179 for 9 with Snater on 25, and the lead is 101.
Yes, and with everybody on the boundary, he was still able to take a short delivery from Miles and help pump it away through that onside. It was a poor delivery, that one. It was much too short and allowed him to get a full swing of the bat through it. And as you say, it wasn't the perfect connection, but it was still plenty to get it through the between deep mid wicket and long on.
And it's taken all of a minute and a half for the Shadows to make their first entry onto the pitch at the near end, and all the way down the 22 yards to the far end at ground level. The whole pitch is now in shade, as Snater himself, actually in the sunlight, gets 4 more with a lovely extra cover force. And 183 for 9. He's no mug with the bat, Shane Snater. Of course, he took 5 for 13 with the ball, so he's having a good day. He's 29 not out.
That was a nice shot.
It was.
The extra cover had come in to an orthodox extra cover, which left the gap behind him, and Snater played that again, a ball which gave him a little bit of width, and he was able to go after it and to put it away.
Faces the next delivery from Craig Miles, and goes on the pull here, and he's got it down quite fine, and that has beaten the fieldsman there, and is a 3rd boundary in the over. And these are dangerous runs from a Warwickshire point of view, because that's seen the score rocket up at the end of that over to 187 for 9 and 33 to Snater.
He's got 3 wickets, and that last one, which caught the off stump and was a lovely delivery, but he has been way too loose with his bowling and expensive, and just when Alex Davis needs a tight spell, he really has leaked runs, I'm afraid, in today.
Yeah, I have to say I still feel that Ed Barnard wouldn't have been overworked to have bowled another 5 overs or so.
No.
And he just, for me, has been, for Warwickshire, the outstanding bowler, the one who looked the most likely to get wickets. And for me, I've been surprised at how he's been taken out of the attack without really having to fully extend himself.
Well, they've already added 15 for this last wicket. Just on Craig Miles, he's 9 overs for 53 runs, 3 for 53. And virtually 6 and over he's going out.
Yeah, I'm afraid He's bowled too short and
Yeah.
too wide.
In the context of this match, that's very expensive, and especially with Warwickshire, one of their main seam bowlers out with Rushworth. Rushworth, it wasn't a hamstring; it was a calf strain he had earlier. It wasn't.
Well done you for finding out.
Alan Dolby starts a new over, and this is turned by Porter to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I presume that you marched into the Warwickshire dressing room and said, "So what's up?"
No, I was talking up in the press box about it.
Yeah.
With Jed Scott, and who does the BBC reporting and does all the bits you can read on the BBC.
I was about to say, well, that's not so serious an injury, but I'll tell you what, Shane Snater himself missed the second half of last season with a badly damaged calf.
This next one is defended. So his first injury was the calf. This, we think, is a hamstring.
Oh,
sorry,
we do
it's the other way around.
Ah,
yeah.
right, yeah. Because
And
it did
he
look
missed,
very much a hamstring.
He missed. That's what he missed most of the season with getting that calf right.
Yeah, because for me, I always think, a calf, you'll be back in a couple of weeks, but I'm wrong because I've seen a lot of footballers with a calf, what's merely described as a calf strain, and you don't see them for months.
I think we're seeing moves of foot because Richard's got to come in and we'll do a double change, shall we?
Yeah, why not?
This next one is pushed away into the offside. It's going to beat the dive at backward point, and Hansen Sheikh comes running around, but 2 more runs to the total. In fact, they've only taken a single, so he's brought Snater back onto strike. 188. The lead is 110. We have, in theory, after this over, we've got possible another 11 overs. Whether we'll get those as Richard rejoins us. Good evening, Richard.
Yeah, it's a puzzle, isn't it? I mean, often shadows would have led to an interruption before now, but it actually crossed the wicket so quickly that might have helped.
It has come. We were just saying, Paul and I were saying how fast it's come across the ground.
But it is also now getting darker.
Yeah. Alan Dolby is in and bowls, and Snater lips this hard and out to long on, and decides, fetched it from outside the off stump and got hold of it, but there's a man out there, and this time doesn't take the run.
After 5 wickets this morning, if he ends up top scorer in this innings as well.
Yeah. Get the 1, 2 of them buying him a drink tonight. Do they still drink in the evenings after the game, or do they all only on fruit juice? I would think some of them must have the odd one. Yes, Hannah Dolby is in and bowls, and Snater is looking to thump this one away through the offside, but misses it, and it goes through to Michael Burgess, who's now standing back again. He's decided that that spell where he was standing up to the stumps, that's enough.
It's a bit of maths for you, by the way. If the Bears lose this game, they will take 3 points from it. If Lancashire beat Somerset, and bear in mind it's even Stevens after the first innings, they would take 19 points. That would leave the Bears 20 points clear of the relegation zone with 1 game to go. So they are not safe as things stand, with neither Lancashire nor Warwickshire getting any batting points at all today.
Alan Dolby in, bowls, was wide outside the off stump and signalled a wide. It was always a big ask for Lancashire, but they've done extremely well to bowl Somerset out, and that's done Somerset's championship hopes no great good, especially with Surrey making quick major inroads into the Durham total.
It's Surrey 8 points ahead going into this. Any batting points they get now will add to that. So there's the challenge. Even if Somerset win the game against Lancashire, which they well might, because Lancashire's batting has been very fragile, but Surrey having a chance now to extend the lead with any batting points that they get, and Surrey being Surrey, they'll go really positively at it as well.
There's a lot of games in Division 1 though which are affecting top and bottom have gone very deep in already after the first day. Alan Dolby in and bowls, and Snater is down on his knees trying to reach a ball outside the off stump to play it away. He can't do it. It leaves Porter exposed to the next over, and I will leave you with Mel to be exposed to the next over, Richard.
Thanks very much indeed, Phil. Well, I'll have an update for listeners to BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM very shortly. It has been a day when a lot of wickets have fallen around the country. Sussex batting second have got ahead of Gloucestershire. Somerset batting second have got ahead of Lancashire. Essex batting second have got ahead of Warwickshire. So it's interesting the way that has all worked out today. But and it looks like the light has paid to any further action, because I can't imagine they'll come back on. I'll have to check what the regulations are, but it looks like we're going to lose 11 overs by the look of it today, although that could lead to a longer day tomorrow. But it's kind of hard to come up with longer days when you have the light diminishing as it has done, and that's always going to be the case. Porter on 2 and Snater on 33 have carried the lead to 111. I mean, it's an excellent day for Essex, but you would imagine, Mel, that's probably it for the day.
Well, if there's no clouds in the sky and it's as bright as it's going to get, it's not one of those where the light is poor but the clouds could break and the sun come through and suddenly it'll get better. As no cloud cover whatsoever and the floodlights are on. So this is basically as good as it's going to get, and be amazed. And the crowd also that are there today are sensing the same thing, because they're all getting up and leaving. So I'd be pretty surprised if they get back out there today, because I don't see how it can get any lighter than this.
No, the umpires have taken their readings, but with the shadows, I mean, look, the artificial light can kick in, but in theory... Right, I'll wait for that announcement to win. I'll be doing an update for listeners in less than a minute to local stations, so we'll do that in a mo. So just remind you of the lie of the land. Warwickshire 78 all out. Shane Snater stunning, 5 for 13, but actually Porter and Cook excellent as well. 3 wickets for Porter, 2 for Cook. Will Rhodes with 29, the top scorer. Essex were 50 for 5, but a recovery. Scores in the 30s from Critchley, Pepper, Harmer